Psychoanalytic Training Program. Module 1. Introduction to the Unconscious and Psychoanalytic Theory. A complete digital audiobook training program by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. What is psychoanalysis? Although there is no consensus about the exact genesis of the concept within the historical context, Sigmund Freud is credited with the title of founder of psychoanalysis at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. His achievements, concepts, and ideas remain present in discussions within the psychoanalytic field to this day, profoundly influencing the development of numerous lines of study since its inception. Conceptually, the term psychoanalysis refers to a theoretical construct grounded in the precepts of hermeneutics, a field of study concerned with understanding the implicit meanings of texts or phenomena, possessing an investigative nature aimed at interpreting what lies beyond the object itself. In this sense, psychoanalysis can be considered both a theoretical field and a method of investigation, culminating in a clinical practice equipped with specific techniques. As a theory, it is characterized by a systematic body of knowledge about the structure and functioning of psychic life, as well as its effects on the subject's life. As an investigative method, it seeks to interpret contents that are hidden and/or inaccessible in the individual's expressions and actions in relation to the world around them. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, this discipline founded by Freud can be divided into 3 levels. A method of investigation that essentially aims to uncover the unconscious meaning of words, actions, and imaginary productions, such as dreams, fantasies, and delusions of a subject. This method is primarily based on the subject's free associations, which are the foundation for the validity of the interpretation. Psychoanalytic interpretation can also be extended to human productions, for which no free associations are available. A psychotherapeutic method based on this investigation, defined by the controlled interpretation of resistance, transference, and desire. The use of the term psychoanalysis as a synonym for psychoanalytic treatment refers to this meaning. For example, starting a psychoanalysis or an analysis. A body of psychoanalytic and psychopathological theories. A psychoanalytic science, which has refined its own field of knowledge, systematically organizing the data introduced by the psychoanalytic method of investigation and treatment. In professional practice, then, the term analysis refers to a form of treatment that uses specific investigative techniques to assist those seeking self-knowledge and/or resolution and understanding of disturbances that afflict the human psyche. Or, in the words of Freud, 1922, we call psychoanalysis the work through which we bring into consciousness what is repressed in the patient's psyche. What kind of science is psychoanalysis, after all? Mezin, 2001. Summary. For Freud, the discipline he created undoubtedly belonged to the natural sciences, and by no means to what were then called, in Germany, the sciences of the spirit, what we today refer to as the human sciences. For us contemporaries, this assertion seems quite strange. What object could be more human than the human mind, the central theme of psychoanalysis? This article revisits the issue through the lens of the historical division between these 2 types of science in Freud's cultural context, within which his emphatic claim makes sense. It shows that we no longer divide the field of knowledge in the same way, making it possible to place psychoanalysis alongside disciplines such as history, ethnology, and others of similar nature. Thus, within the field of what we now call the human sciences. The final part of the text explores some intriguing epistemological parallels between the notions of natural selection and the unconscious, and the rhetorical strategies used by Darwin and Freud, apparently, the latter without realizing he was imitating his great predecessor, to structure the field of their respective disciplines. Keywords: epistemology, epistemology of psychoanalysis, natural sciences, human sciences, unconscious, natural selection. The question of the scientific status of psychoanalysis has recently been raised within a broader critique of the discipline. This criticism comes in 2 main forms. The more common concerns the supposedly low effectiveness of analytic treatment when compared to other therapies, usually but not exclusively cognitive therapy, and or to the effects of anxiolytics, antidepressants, and other psychiatric medications. The other form questions the rigor of psychoanalytic theory, accusing it of being based on unverifiable assumptions, formulating hypotheses that cannot be tested and therefore always confirm the speaker's own interpretations, allowing for complete arbitrariness in clinical sessions. The more coherent critics combine both arguments. It is precisely because psychoanalysis is unscientific that its therapeutic effectiveness is so lacking. It seems then that cruel thought, which dismantles illusions and deconstructs fallacies, strikes at the very core of Freudian discipline. Paraphrasing Karl Kraus' famous phrase, psychoanalysis is the disease it claims to cure. We might say, psychoanalysis is the illusion it claims to dispel. Clearly, psychoanalysts cannot agree with such a verdict. The aim of this text is to show that it is entirely unjustified. To do so, we will follow a somewhat winding path, necessary to properly situate the problem, which is complex and does not admit hasty solutions. It is better to proceed calmly, examining its various aspects and weaving our argument step by step. Freud. Psychoanalysis is a natural science. Let us begin with what Freud himself says regarding the nature of his invention. There are several texts in which he examines the foundations of his theories. At the beginning of the article Drives and Their Fates, 1915, the Autobiography, 1925, his defense in the legal case against Theodor Reich for the illegal practice of medicine titled The Question of Lay Analysis, 1926, among others. The most comprehensive argument appears in the last of the new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, 1932, titled On a Weltanschauung. As this was written late in his life, it can be considered Freud's definitive opinion on the matter. Weltanschauung means worldview or conception of the world, and Freud aims to answer whether psychoanalysis entails a specific worldview. Evidently, in this case, world refers to the human being and their psychic life, both individually and in society. The question could thus be understood as, does psychoanalysis involve a philosophical conception of man, of his mind, behavior, and nature? Surprisingly, this is not the direction Freud takes. He begins by defining what he means by Weltanschauung, an intellectual construction that offers a unified solution to all problems of our existence, Unser's Dacians based on a fundamental supposition, Übergeordneten Annahme, a construction in which no question remains unanswered and everything of interest to us finds its determined place. Freud 1932, SAI, page 86, BN3, page 3191. The advantage of having such a construction is obvious. It provides security, offering clear criteria both to understand what surrounds us and, by defining ideals of conduct aligned with its fundamental supposition, to guide our actions. In this definition, three characteristics stand out. Its systematic nature. Everything of interest to us finds its determined place. Its comprehensive scope. It seeks to address all that concerns us. And its arbitrariness, since the fundamental supposition can be anything. Once such a construction wins the assent of people, who begin to believe in it and see the world through the lens it offers, this supposition becomes self-evident and requires no further proof. It thus becomes the absolute premise for any statement about the world and the absolute principle for any moral or legal norm. The systematic and comprehensive aspects derive from the unquestioned validity of the foundation. If this foundation is weak, all derived conclusions will also be weak, which explains the need to protect it from doubt, ultimately eliminating all possibility of questioning both the foundation and its consequences. It is with a primordial emotional force, the need for security, that people defend their worldviews, refusing to consider any objection against them. Before continuing, let us remember that these three characteristics are invariably invoked when Freud discusses philosophy. In Lecture 35, he also refers to it in this way, quoting Heine's famous epigram. With its nightcap and its tattered dressing gown, it patches up the gaps in the structure of the world. The pejorative tone here is undeniable and does not do justice to the philosophy of Freud's time, whose contemporaries included Wittgenstein, the Vienna Circle, phenomenologists like Husserl and the Heidegger of being and time, and the thinker of symbolic forms, Ernst Cassirer. Since Plato and Aristotle, And even at the height of what Merleau-Ponty called the Great Rationalism, the philosophers who constructed world systems, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, later Hegel and Schopenhauer, among others, took into account the difficulties and objections that could be raised against them. One only needs to read Descartes' replies to the objections to his Meditations on First Philosophy, or Spinoza's Correspondence, in which he tirelessly debates with critics, to see that Freud's depiction of philosophy is surprisingly superficial. But that is not the subject of this text. Freud's clear objective is to distinguish what psychoanalysis does from both the naive faith of the worldview adherent and the patchwork of philosophical systematization. This goal is achieved in the following paragraphs of the lecture through two converging moves. The first is to characterize psychoanalysis as a branch of psychology and therefore a special science, Spezialwissenschaft as such. It is absolutely inadequate for developing its own worldview and must accept that of science. Here, special does not mean privileged or exceptional, but rather specific, with its own territory that it is tasked with investigating, the psychic terrain, the intellectual and emotional functions of human beings. As Freud writes on the following page of the text, the second move is to characterize the scientific Weltanschauung in a way that it bears little resemblance to the definition just provided. Science, Freud asserts, accepts the unity of the explanation of the universe only as a program to be realized in the future. Here, Freud seems to refer to the eventual completeness of scientific explanation, the resolution of all mysteries and the integration of answers into a coherent whole. If this is the ideal horizon of scientific research, its current state still contains enormous gaps in the picture of the universe it offers. Furthermore, science is primarily defined by what it rejects. Only phenomena and the laws governing them are knowable, and such knowledge can only be acquired through the intellectual elaboration of carefully verified observations, what we call investigation, excluding any other sources of knowledge, such as revelation, intuition, or divination. These supposed sources are foreign to science, which resolutely rejects them. Freud, 1932. In other words, research is limited to the sphere of the observable, which, of course, includes everything that can be legitimately inferred as a foundation for what is observed, even if not directly observable itself, such as the ideas of force in physics, of atoms in chemistry, and of the unconscious in psychoanalysis. Science is thus defined by its method: careful observation, hypothesis development, mathematical, logical, or experimental verification as the standard for choosing between competing hypotheses, and so on. In short, the use of reason as a tool for thought and a readiness to accept pertinent criticism, even to the point of abandoning a theory in favor of a better one. Freud adds at the beginning of his lecture that science is not merely one among various ways of acquiring knowledge that, as domains of human spiritual activity, menschlicher Geistestätigkeit, would therefore be equal in dignity. Religion and philosophy may aspire to truth, but they do not reach it, and science has no reason to defer to their claims. The scientist is intolerant of error, accepts no compromises or limitations, and extends his inquiry to every field of human activity. A careful reader might raise two eyebrows here and express surprise. The first concerns the apparent absence of assumptions in scientific activity. The second, the sudden appearance of fields of human activity in Freud's argument. But does the reader really have the right to frown at this part of Freud's reasoning? To begin with, every Weltanschauung is characterized by a fundamental supposition, and science also carries one, even if Freud does not mention it explicitly. It is the belief in the rationality of reality, that there exist laws governing facts and causes that determine them according to these laws. This belief carries a corollary. In principle, it is within human intelligence's reach to discover such causes and formulate such laws. It matters little whether this is because the human mind is part of reality and therefore connected to it, as Spinoza believed, and in another sense Hegel as well, or because phenomena are a construction of our intellectual categories based on perception data. In the manner of Kant, knowledge is possible because nature presents observable regularities, whose abstraction yields the statement of its laws, and because facts have causes, that is, other facts in whose absence they never occur, and in whose presence, ceteris paribus, excluding unforeseen events, they regularly do. Determinism is, therefore, the hidden assumption of the scientific Weltanschauung, as Einstein expressed in a beautiful metaphor. The Lord is subtle but not malicious. He does not play dice with the universe. This is what makes it possible to discover true laws, that is, laws corresponding to what is as it is, and thus to apply these laws in technological artifacts that instrumentalize them. Toward the end of his lecture, refuting skepticism, which claims that since science ultimately rests on a belief, any content is equally valid, and no theory can reach the truth, Freud invokes precisely this argument. The proof that science offers a secure path to reality is technology. He states, colorfully, if it truly made no difference what we believe, if none of our beliefs could be distinguished as knowledge by their correspondence to reality, then we could build bridges out of cardboard as well as stone, inject 1 decigram of morphine instead of 1 centigram, or use tear gas instead of ether for anesthesia. But surely intellectual anarchists would strongly resist such applications of their theories. Freud, 1932, SAI, page 603, BN3, page 3202. Unlike the arbitrary beliefs that sustain religion or philosophy, the belief in the existence of natural laws and in our capacity to discover them proves itself justified, especially since, by this foundational principle, current theories can be corrected and replaced by ones more in line with reality, better able to predict the behavior of studied objects, and allow increasingly complex technological applications. The first surprise, then, is merely the result of Freud having assumed what we have just explained as obvious. The omission does not invalidate his argument, though it is useful for a full understanding of his position to clearly state both what science shares with other Weltanschauungen, a fundamental supposition, and what distinguishes the scientific assumption from its religious and philosophical counterparts, its grounded nature and the realist theory of truth that justifies such grounding. That is, the correspondence between rational, dispassionate thought and what actually is. The second surprise, however, cannot be dismissed so easily. It concerns the sudden emergence of human activities as a subject of scientific investigation. Why is this surprising? In Freud's time, human activities, more commonly referred to as civilization or culture, were structured by the Geisteswissenschaften, or sciences of the spirit, and a clear distinction existed between these and the Naturwissenschaften, or natural sciences. Freud does not acknowledge this distinction because, as we shall soon see, he considers both domains homogeneous. When he says that psychoanalysis, as a depth psychology, is a part of psychology, and that psychology is a special science that follows the canons of science tout court, it is evident that, for him, there is only one kind of science, not two, human and natural. Some branches of this unified science may deal with the spiritual activities of men, while others concern inanimate matter or living organisms. Psychology's subject is clearly set against the backdrop of nature, the affective and intellectual functions of humans, and Freud adds, of animals. Therefore, the part of psychology that investigates the depths, the unconscious, its laws, its effects on human behavior, etc., is also a natural science. Freud's position may strike us as strange today. What could be more human than the human mind, with its infinite complexity, which psychoanalysis has helped to unveil? To understand why Freud situates psychoanalysis within the natural sciences, we must now open another window and investigate what, in the German context of the time, the opposition between natural sciences and the so-called sciences of the spirit actually meant. The method dispute. Here we turn to the analysis proposed by Paul Laurent Assaun in his book Introduction à l'Epistémologie Freudienne, Assaun 1981. Discussing what he calls the monist foundation of psychoanalysis, Freud's belief in a single type of science whose method applies to all particular sciences. Assaun refers to the famous Methodenstreit, or method dispute, which took place in Germany at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries. In essence, the issue was this. There were fundamentally two kinds of objects for knowledge: natural ones, which exist independently of human involvement in their origin and functioning, and historical or cultural ones. That is, everything that results from life in society and characterizes human existence. Disciplines like history, economics, philology, or ethnology deal with cultural realities, which are qualitatively different from the physical bodies or living organisms studied by astronomy, physics, chemistry, and biology. Between the human and the natural, there lies an ontological difference, and to respect this distinction, different methods are required for studying each realm of reality. In the case of natural beings, it is irrelevant which particular individual is studied. The investigation considers it as representative of its entire category, and what is discovered about that individual or group applies to the entire class of beings to which it belongs. What matters is not the singularity of the specimen, but what is universal about it, whether it be a species, genus, order, in biology, or a type of matter, a gas in chemistry, a rock in mineralogy, a wave in physics, etc. The study of such objects aims to subsume the particular under the universal through essentially inductive procedures, and to formulate laws from which other properties or behaviors can be deduced and verified through observation or experimentation. This, philosophers of the time called Erklären to explain. The model of this type of investigation is the physics of Galileo and Newton, considered the standard of other disciplines due to the spectacular results their principles and methods had produced since the 18th century, especially during the 19th. But in the truly human domain, that of cultural or spiritual sciences, these procedures are inadequate because each object possesses an irreducible individuality that cannot be collapsed into a class in the previously defined sense. Examples of such realities include civilizations, their rituals, beliefs, and values, works of art and imagination, religious, ethical, and legal norms, political and economic systems, etc. To investigate such an object is not simply to classify it. It goes without saying that doing so tells us nothing about what it is in its singularity. It must be understood, verstehen, which means penetrating its meaning, revealing its significance, uncovering what makes it irreducibly this and not something else. Thus, studying the French Revolution, the Baroque style, or the Russian novel clearly involves defining what a revolution, an artistic style, or a novel is, but that is only the first step. Each of these entities has its own particular characteristics, even within its class, and that is what matters most. Well, one might argue, but a rat also has its own distinctive characteristics within the class of mammals, distinguishing its species from felines, canines, or equines and aligning it with other rodents. True, but the method of understanding goes beyond mere classification. It seeks to discern the spirit that animates such creations, not just what they are, but also what they mean, what they reveal about the nation or individual who created them. And a rat doesn't mean anything, nor does a rock or a gas. It was the philosopher Wilhelm Dilthey who, in his Introduction to the Human Sciences, 1983, systematized this opposition and gave it the structure of a well-argued theory, although the terms explain and understand had been introduced 30 years earlier by the historian Theodor Droysen. The hermeneutic or interpretive method, therefore, consisted in analyzing realities by clarifying their meaning and the means through which it is expressed. In other words, their internal structure, their relation to other facets of the same cultural system, and their differences from equivalents in other cultural systems. Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy is an example of this kind of work, as is Jacob Burckhardt's The Civilization of the Renaissance in Italy, Wilhelm Jaeger's Paideia, Heinrich Wölfflin's Principles of Art History, and many others. A sound highlights two important characteristics of the interpretive method and the disciplines that use it: its distant origin in theological hermeneutics, from which, mainly via philology, it spread to other cultural territories, and the presence of value judgments in the interpretations it allows. That is, the implicit or explicit assessment that the cultural works or facts examined are grand, sublime, superior or inferior to others, etc. For this reason, certain ideological biases inevitably infiltrate these analyses, reflecting the Eurocentrism of the era and even the xenophobic attitudes of some nations toward others. Thus, non-Western cultures, with the exception of some Asian ones, like those of China or India, are deemed primitive, and the study of them reveals the supposed superiority of the white race over the savage ones. The study of German culture frequently leads to the demonstration of German superiority over Latin or Slavic peoples. The Kulturkampf has this as one of its driving forces. Of course, this cannot be generalized, but the fact remains that the meaning sought in these interpretations is often expressed in terms that today would be called racist, and even at the time had the effect of reinforcing certain audiences' prejudices against their neighbors or colonized peoples. Having understood the opposition between natural sciences and sciences of the spirit, let us return to Freud. It is not common to find the expression Geisteswissenschaften in his writings, primarily because psychoanalysis, for him, is a Naturwissenschaft. We must then attempt to understand why he thought this, especially since it surely did not escape the reader that I recently used the word interpretation, associating it with the context of the human sciences. After all, isn't interpretation what distinguishes psychoanalysis in its search for the unconscious meaning of our mental productions? How, then, to understand Freud's emphatic claim that psychoanalysis is a natural science? How can a science of this kind include the practice of interpretation, which belongs to a field Freud deliberately excludes? It's not that he was unaware of it. The Methodenstreit debates were contemporaneous with him. A clue may be found in a passage from the Autobiography, 1925, which contains one of the rare appearances of the term Geisteswissenschaften in Freud's work. Freud is once again asserting his conviction that it is unfair to disqualify psychoanalysis because of the vagueness of its foundational concepts, especially the theory of drives. I have often heard the depreciative opinion that nothing can be expected from a science whose basic concepts are as vague as libido and drive in psychoanalysis. But such criticism stems from a complete ignorance of the situation. Clear fundamental concepts and sharply defined terms are only possible in the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften, insofar as they aim to include a domain of facts within the framework of a systematic intellectual construction. In the natural sciences, Naturwissenschaften, among which psychoanalysis belongs, such clarity of basic concepts is unnecessary and even impossible. Zoology and botany did not begin with correct and comprehensive definitions of animal and plant. Biology still does not know how to adequately define living being. Even physics would have been deprived of all its development if it had waited until its concepts of matter, force, and gravity reached the desired clarity and precision. Freud continues by returning to an observation already made in Drives and Their Fates, whose opening paragraph is, in a way, his epistemological manifesto. In the natural sciences, basic representations are initially vague, shaped for a time by the phenomena to be investigated. Only later, through the analysis of material gathered from many careful observations, can these Grundvorstellungen be refined. Since psychoanalysis is a science based on observation, it must reflect on its findings as they present themselves, necessarily fragmented stepwise, resolving problems step by step. In the same lecture, Lecture 35, Freud compares the analyst's work to that of the scientist, clearly implying that the similarity exists because the analyst is a scientist. Scientific work progresses much like analytic work. We begin with certain expectations but must put them aside. Through observation, we learn something new here and there, though the parts do not initially form a coherent whole. We then make assumptions, build auxiliary hypotheses, and abandon them when they are not confirmed. Patience and openness to all possibilities are required, as is the willingness to give up our initial convictions. Otherwise, we might fail to notice new and unexpected factors. In the end, our efforts are rewarded. The isolated findings come together into a well-organized whole, providing a vision of a segment of psychic activity. The task is complete, and we are ready for the next. The contrast with what Freud says about the human sciences in the autobiography is striking. The analyst/scientist does not shy away from creating assumptions and auxiliary hypotheses to understand what is observed, but is prepared to revise or abandon them if they do not hold up. In contrast, those who adopt the other method aim to fit a body of facts into a pre-existing intellectual system. The implication is clear. In the human sciences, the assumption prevails over observation, system building over the spirit of finesse, as Pascal put it, and dominated by their initial convictions. The scholar is not willing to reconsider that which doesn't fit into the system. The result, they fail to notice new and unexpected factors, lack the patience to let the pieces fall into place, and generally allow desires and fantasies to override the rigor that true scientific work demands. It should be evident to the reader that, In this passage, what Freud calls Geisteswissenschaften is exactly what, in Lecture 35, he calls a Weltanschauung, a construction in which facts must be squeezed into predetermined positions, even when they resist such categorization. The a priori takes precedence over observation. The desire for completeness trumps tolerance for uncertainty, and, to put it bluntly, arrogance trumps the humility before facts that defines the scientific spirit. Interpretation and theorization. There remains the question of interpretation. Indeed, Jung seeks to find the Bedeutung meaning of a mental event, but this operation is not hermeneutic in nature. It is not a matter of attributing the meaning of a dream or a slip of the tongue to something expressed within it, something equivalent to a principle to be grasped through its manifestations, like in the birth of tragedy, where Greek theater is derived from the struggle and integration of Apollonian and Dionysian principles, but rather of discovering the cause that gave rise to that specific production. To interpret a dream is to find its meaning, the unconscious desire and the fantasies in which it is incorporated. But that desire is also one of the causes of the dream, the other being the psychic force that opposes its realization, responsible for repression. By clarifying the meaning, interpretation also reveals the causes, both material, the unconscious desire, and formal, the primary process operations acting on the original material. The same applies to the tendencies whose conflict produces the slip of the tongue, the joke, or the neurotic symptom. Tendencies, desires, and drives are efficient causes, forces that determine what appears in consciousness. We can see that Freud's investigation is guided by the principle of determinism, which he shares with those situated within the domain of Naturwissenschaften. Starting from observation, in the case of psychoanalysis, what is observed is the patient's speech during sessions. The analyst gathers data and reflects on it in the manner Freud describes in Lecture 35, quoted earlier. It is from this back and forth between observation and theorization that hypotheses emerge about what determines these facts. Typically unconscious conflicts between drives/desires/fantasies and defenses. These hypotheses, in turn, guide the analyst's interventions, which aim to modify the balance among such factors toward greater psychic mobility, lifting repressions, restoring the capacity to love and work, and other such formulations that appear frequently in Freud's writing. Let us not forget that psychoanalysis began as a branch of medicine, thus aiming not only to understand the psychic world, but also, and primarily, to intervene in it, dissolving harmful constellations and promoting healthier rearrangements. In order to act knowledgeably, it was necessary to construct a theory explaining how the mind functions and how it becomes ill. From the outset, this theory had to be comprehensive, that is, to account for the normal functioning of the psyche as well. Freud attempted this in the Project for a Scientific Psychology, 1895, and later, more successfully, in Chapter 7 of The Interpretation of Dreams, creating a metapsychological model that he would continuously revisit and revise throughout his work, notably in On Narcissism and the Ego and the ID. Strictly speaking, psychoanalysis, as conceived by Freud, theorizes on two distinct levels. The first is more general, the grand hypotheses about the unconscious, drives, defensive conflict, anxiety, and other elements of psychic events. Here we are in the domain of universality or generality, and what theory presents is a vision of the human being as driven by forces they do not recognize, and who must both gratify and simultaneously limit these forces in accordance with the constraints of social life. The repression of primal, intense desires leads to deleterious effects, ranging from common nervousness to severe psychoses. Despite the complexity of Freud's construction, it revolves around a limited number of factors, basically drives, anxieties, and defenses, and a relatively small number of operations acting upon them, primary and secondary processes. It is the efficiency and propulsion of these forces that determine the endless combinations we call psychic life. Freud is right, then, when within the opposition between spiritual sciences and natural sciences, he places his discipline among the latter. Indeed, it is not the object spirit that defines this placement, but rather the metaphysics of that object, as a product determined by causes and cognizable principles, and the method, the systematic search for such causes, and the readiness to revise theory continually in light of new and unexpected factors. In Lecture 35, we read, "The contribution of psychoanalysis to science consists precisely in having extended investigation into the domain of the psychic. But this incorporation of the study of intellectual and emotional functions of humans and animals into science does not in any way alter the overall character of science, for no new sources of knowledge or new methods of investigation arise from it. Intuition and divination, if they existed, might constitute such methods. But we can calmly count them among illusions, for they are realizations of wishful impulses. Science takes into account that human psychic life creates such demands and is prepared to seek their sources, but it has no reason to recognize them as justified. Science is willing to investigate what satisfactions these wishes have obtained in artistic creations and religious or philosophical systems. But it must also see how unjustified and, to a high degree, harmful it would be to allow such aspirations to intrude upon the domain of knowledge. The circle closes. It is with the tools of reason that science, here psychoanalysis, investigates the sources, causes of human desires, among which is the capacity to produce illusions, some beneficial like art, others harmless like philosophy, and still others like religion potentially harmful, especially when they attempt to compete with science as paths to knowledge. Religions do this when they construct cosmogonies and assert the truth of their myths, claiming revelation as a source of knowledge equal or superior in dignity to the laborious but reliable method of scientific thinking. In sum, spirit, both in the sense of soul or psyche and in the sense of culture, understood here as everything humans create while living in society, is a legitimate object of science and should be investigated with the same methods and care as any other scientific object. This applies clearly to individual psychology, which, as we said, aims to uncover the causes of psychic productions and intervene to modify or remove them, based on knowledge of their nature and operation. Now, Freud proceeds in exactly the same manner when addressing historical or cultural issues, thus entering the territory of the human sciences. Much of what he wrote deals with religion, social life, and art, from sculpture to painting, theater, and fiction. Each of these objects is considered as the product of discernible causes. Religion as a response to infantile helplessness, moral norms as a consequence of the murder of the primal father, works of art as outcomes of sublimation, and the psychic characteristics of their creators, etc. All of these products of spiritual activity derive from the intellectual and emotional functions of humans, and so there is continuity between individual psychology and social psychology. When addressing social or cultural phenomena, the psychoanalyst uses the same concepts and hypotheses developed in the study of the individual, but without the aim of modifying them directly. The goal is simply to explain, in the hope that this explanation will, over time and with the help of other factors, enable people to transform their conditions of existence. This is the case in texts such as Modern Nervousness, regarding sexual morality, The Future of an Illusion, on religion, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, on artificial crowds, Civilization and its Discontents and Why War, on violence, among others. All this pertains to the universal plane, that is, the general theory of human nature, which constitutes the most abstract aspect of psychoanalysis. However, within the Freudian program, there exists another level of theorization, closer to therapeutic practice. It seeks to construct a specific theory about that individual, the patient who seeks treatment. This theory is based on what the person reports about their life and what manifests in the context of transference. These are the data upon which the analyst's imagination will operate. It is the analyst's task not only to interpret individual elements as they emerge, but also to reconstruct the probable chain of events that led to those systems, those fantasies, and the specific characteristics of that person. Lecture 35's comparison of the analyst's work to that of a scientist includes both activities. The interpretation of isolated aspects. We learn something new here and there, but the parts do not form a coherent whole. And the reconstruction, which situates each element in its place. The isolated findings are organized into a well-adjusted whole, and a picture of part of the psychic process is obtained. In a way, this work resembles that of the human sciences, insofar as the essential focus is the individual specificity of the object. Hence why Dilthey called them idiographic, from the Greek root idio, proper, specific, unique, as in idiosyncrasy. Here, too, the objective is to construct an idiographic hypothesis, to account for why the rat man is obsessed with rats and not with flies, why little Hans fears horses and not spiders, why Schreber's delusions take the form they do and not another. Freud's originality lies in performing this task using the resources of explanation, rather than understanding, in the sense previously defined. It is by combining the general theories of psychoanalysis, the unconscious, psychic conflict, the role of the Oedipus complex, the action of defenses, with the unique circumstances of a life, childhood experiences, traumas, developmental fixations, intensity of forces at play, that a plausible reconstruction is achieved. In addition to the 5 major case studies, we find this kind of theorization in the epicrises appended to each case in studies on hysteria, and in writings such as The Predisposition to Obsessive Neurosis, in which he analyzes a patient who initially displayed hysterical symptoms, which were later replaced by full-blown obsessive neurosis. Observations on a case of paranoia contrary to the psychoanalytic theory of this affection, whose title speaks for itself, and Observations on a Case of Female Homosexuality, the well-known case of the young homosexual woman. It is important to see that, despite the difference in levels of explanation, the human psyche in general, on the one hand, and the particular realization of its potentialities in a given person, on the other, the procedures used are the same. Essentially, the search for causes and the way they combine to produce effects. Freud's refusal to adopt the understanding method is justified not only by his metaphysical and epistemological positions, but also by another factor worth briefly mentioning: the value-laden nature of that method. We know how much importance he attributed to neutrality, that is, the refusal to make moral judgments about the desires and fantasies of the patient. Explanation, in the style of the natural sciences, dispenses with moral judgment. Murderous or coprophilic fantasies, like those that appear in the analysis of the rat man, are studied with the same detachment as any other, and are linked to causes considered solely in terms of their effectiveness in producing such effects. This is especially evident when Freud addresses topics traditionally treated by the Geisteswissenschaften, as in totem and taboo. Nowhere in this book do we find the disparaging judgments so common at the time concerning the supposed intellectual or moral inferiority of primitives. On the contrary, the argument begins precisely from the similarities between the mental life of so-called savages and that of neurotic or childlike Westerners. What has gone largely unnoticed is Freud's frankly progressive stance on the prejudices of his era, insofar as he rejected any form of racism and affirmed the unity of humankind. The presence of the Darwinian model. Having clarified the reasons why Freud considered psychoanalysis a natural science, 2 intriguing questions remain, which I would like to address in what follows. The first concerns the models of what constitutes natural science present in Freud's discourse. The second concerns what we today understand as human and natural sciences, since, despite Freud's justifications, it still seems strange to classify psychoanalysis among the latter. Regarding the model of Naturwissenschaft, it is curious to note that Freud consistently takes physics as the paradigm, at least in the manifest content of his writings. This is where the idea of psychic forces comes from, as well as the constant use of terms like mechanism and the many mechanical, hydraulic, and electrical metaphors that punctuate his descriptions of psychic processes. In this, Freud does not differ from his contemporaries. Physics enjoyed enormous prestige at the time, and its spectacular advances seemed to validate the Newtonian doctrine with each new challenge it overcame. Nevertheless, since Kant's critique of the power of judgment, the idea of a fundamental difference between the inanimate world and living organisms has gained ground, an idea that laid the foundation for biology as an autonomous discipline. The same can be said of Freud's attitude toward homosexuality. By treating it as a fixation in pregenital stages of development, he removes it from the criminal code, where it was legally classified in Germany and other countries. Let us recall the case of Oscar Wilde, and situates it within the natural possibilities of sexual drives. It is considered a perversion, But that term lacks the moral charge it later acquired. It refers instead to the infantile character of sexuality, and this is why Freud could describe the child as a polymorphously perverse being, pointing to the plurality and plasticity of erotic tendencies in early life. For much of the 19th century, the name of the discipline was natural history. It focused on animals and plants, describing and classifying them. Among the major topics debated by naturalists was the origin of the species that currently populate the planet. As we know, it was Charles Darwin who resolved this issue by proposing the theory of natural selection. Freud read Darwin's works attentively, as evidenced by the number of times he cites him. No fewer than 13 references across the Gesammeltschriften. His admiration for the English naturalist is matched only by his reverence for Goethe. What may have gone unnoticed is how deeply Darwin's model of science, which diverges in important ways from Newtonian science, resonates with the way Freud constructs theory. This is a complex topic and deserves close attention. First of all, in what way do organisms differ from inanimate beings? Kant offers the answer. An organism cannot be explained solely through mechanical laws. In an organism, all parts are simultaneously means and ends, and the whole is more than the sum of its parts. Life is not an aggregation. It is a system of hierarchically organized, interdependent functions. In particular, this implies that an organism's behavior is determined not only by efficient causes, but also by purposes: eating, defending itself, reproducing, in short, surviving. The behavior of living beings thus requires the reintroduction of something that the rationalism of the 17th century and the materialism of the 18th had banished as superstition: final causes, which Aristotle had defined as that for the sake of which something is done. Physics 2.3, 194b. Final causes are clearly meaningful in the realm of technique. Beds are made for lying down, shoes for protecting feet. But during the Middle Ages, finality was attributed to natural phenomena too, e.g., rain existed to fertilize the earth. From Descartes onward, philosophers strongly opposed this idea, seeing it as an anthropomorphic projection onto nature. The rationalist program entailed the abolition of final causes, and perhaps no thinker denounced them as radically as Spinoza. The reintroduction of final causes in biological thought does not revive the notion that nature exists to serve man. Cows do not exist to give us milk, nor sheep to provide wool. The concept becomes valid when referred to the organism itself. If a plant develops photosynthesis processes to obtain oxygen, it is accurate to say that it does so in order to get what it needs. The terrain in which final causes regain legitimacy is adaptation, the processes through which organisms adjust to circumstances that might threaten their survival. Yet admitting that living beings adapt to new situations implies rejecting the idea that they were created by God in their current forms. The question thus had both scientific and religious implications. It's easy to see why this became one of the most hotly debated topics among naturalists since the mid-18th century. Creationists, who believed species were fixed and created by a divine act, opposed evolutionists, who argued that species arose from others over time. What no one could explain, within the evolutionist camp, was the mechanism by which these transformations occurred. This was the mystery Darwin solved by proposing the theory of natural selection. It is not necessary here to explore in detail the intellectual journey that culminated in the writing of The Origin of Species. However, a few points must be mentioned to clarify both Darwin's scientific style and its presence, often overlooked, between the lines of Freud's writings. Darwin was not the first to propose that species had evolved from others, just as Freud was not the first to propose the idea of the unconscious. The historical sketch, added to the 1875 edition of The Origin of Species, lists the authors who preceded Darwin in addressing the issue and details their respective contributions to the debate. But it was Darwin, simultaneously with Alfred Wallace, in one of the most extraordinary coincidences in the history of science, who formulated the key ideas explaining evolution: the struggle for existence and natural selection. Arthur Koestler summarizes Darwin's path to these ideas as follows. What is the greatness of Darwin, the originality of his contribution? In having taken loose threads, braided them together, and then woven an enormous tapestry around them. The first of these threads, according to Koestler, was the idea that many animal and plant species were not created independently, but descend like varieties from others, as Darwin affirms early in his book. The second thread was his study of the variations produced by breeders to improve animals and plants by selecting and crossing individuals that displayed the desired traits in the highest degree. This practice, widespread in Victorian England, amounted, says Kessler, to evolution by artificial selection. Darwin gathered an enormous amount of data from breeders of all kinds: horticulturists, gardeners, aviary owners, and livestock breeders, bovine, swine, ovine, and caprine, and even bred pigeons himself to observe how desirable traits were passed down. Still, Kessler notes, if artificial selection demonstrated that certain characteristics could arise and diverge enough to create new types or breeds, the cause of those changes was evident: human intervention. But what would correspond to this force in nature, among undomesticated plants and animals? This is where the third thread of the braid comes in. After over a year of struggling with various unsatisfactory explanations, Darwin came across the essay on the Principle of Population by Malthus, written in 1797. It was a revelation. Malthus had argued that, since resources grow only arithmetically while populations increase geometrically, there is inevitably a struggle for existence, in which only the fittest survive. Let us allow Darwin to explain how he used this idea. Because more individuals are born in each species than can possibly survive, and because, consequently, there is a frequently recurring struggle for existence, it follows that any being, if it varies ever so slightly in a manner profitable to itself, under the complex and sometimes varying conditions of life, will have a better chance of surviving, and thus be naturally selected. From the strong principle of inheritance, any selected variety will tend to propagate its new and modified form. The principle of natural selection is thus that under complex and changing life conditions, climatic shifts, new predators, food scarcity, or even the mere overpopulation of a species, the struggle for survival intensifies. Those individuals that develop traits advantageous to their survival, the fittest, will endure and pass on these traits to their offspring: sharper claws, stronger horns or teeth, new digestive capacities, and so forth. Others, unable to cope, will perish. Over immensely long periods, the accumulation of these beneficial variations produces new varieties within a species and eventually new species altogether. The notion of geological time frames involving millions of years had already been accepted in geology through the work of Lyell. Paleontology was emerging, studying recently discovered fossils. Darwin draws on these and many other sources to support his argument, including an immense array of facts about plants, insects, fish, birds, and mammals. This overwhelming body of data, presented with clarity and precision over 15 chapters in The Origin of Species, underpins the theory of natural selection. Kessler compares it to solid pillars supporting a fragile bridge. Why fragile? Because evolution by natural selection cannot be proven like a hypothesis in physics or chemistry. Since it requires time frames far beyond the human lifespan, it is not possible to conduct experiments that yield immediate and conclusive empirical evidence. One can only infer the processes by which evolution occurred, and the entire book, as Darwin himself acknowledges in the final chapter, is a long argument, built from conjectures that accumulate upon one another. These conjectures, while supported by a myriad of facts, remain conjectures. Nowhere in Darwin's writing is the word probable more frequent. He openly addresses all sorts of possible objections to his hypothesis, dedicating chapters 6 and 7 specifically to them. So what makes the theory of natural selection acceptable? Brazilian philosopher Ana Carolina Regner answers this question in a highly informative article, which I've drawn upon here. In it, she examines the argumentative strategies used by Darwin, strategies that are strikingly very similar to those employed by Freud to defend his own theory. For both Darwin and Freud faced the same challenge: the impossibility of verifying their inferences through immediate and conclusive evidence. What leads one to feel that this must be true is the internal consistency of the argument, the simplicity and plausibility of the central hypothesis, natural selection for Darwin, the existence and efficacy of a dynamic unconscious for Freud, and the extraordinary explanatory power of the theory as a whole. Let us look at some of these strategies. First, Regner notes, Darwin employs the standard procedures of scientific practice. Meticulous observation, comparison of data from different sources, subsumption of facts under general rules, study of variations and exceptions, inferences drawn initially from close facts and later extended, refutation of alternative interpretations of the same data, and so on. The reader's assent is thus gradually built. But Darwin also uses other techniques that, as we'll see, Freud uses too. The idea of multiple causality. Aware of nature's infinite complexity and the fact that every species depends on many others to survive, Darwin invokes several converging factors to explain successful adaptations. One early example in the book is the case of mistletoe, which feeds parasitically on certain trees. Its seeds must be transported by certain birds. Its flowers are of separate sexes and require specific insects for pollination. It would be absurd, he writes, to attribute the structure of this parasite, in its relations to several distinct beings, to the effects of external conditions or of habit or of the will of the plant itself. The use of exemplary cases. Since even the most extensive listing of facts would be incomplete, the theory is tested in greater depth in certain specific examples. The theory explains these better than any rival theory, and this local heuristic success is meant to be persuasive. It is implied that the theory could be extended to other cases as more observations become available. The example of domesticated pigeons in Chapter 1 serves this function. Darwin demonstrates that the hypothesis that all known breeds descend from the rock pigeon is far more logical than the idea of multiple independent origins. The theory adequately accounts for all morphological variations observed in specimens of each breed. This logic can then be extended to other animals and plants, even if less data is available for them. The interplay of the actual and the possible, starting from what exists, the observed variations. Darwin reconstructs what the intermediate forms might have been between the original species and the current ones, as well as the mechanisms by which today's traits might have emerged. Numerous factors are thereby brought into relation, allowing the inclusion of geographic distribution, gender differences, individual variation, hereditary transmission, and other significant elements as explainable facts. Regner summarizes her conclusions as follows. The central axis of the explanation revolves around two interrelated points. One is the appeal to the explanatory power of the theory as a whole, rather than evaluating it based on its performance in isolated cases, which makes it difficult to believe that a theory with such power is not true. The other is that this power emerges from a comparison of explanatory frameworks. The same facts can be interpreted in different ways, depending on one's assumptions, as Darwin himself acknowledges. In this comparative light, Darwin's theory emerges as the best possible alternative and ultimately, as the only rational explanation. The imagination of the scientist plays a crucial role, not in crafting fictions, but in enabling the creation of hypotheses that remain consistent with both the facts and the theory's overall framework. The same applies to the analyst, whether engaged in reconstruction or, more broadly, in generating concepts and hypotheses. That is to say, the movement between induction and deduction takes on specific connotations, distinct from the procedures used in the sciences of the inanimate. There are few inductive generalizations. Instead, exemplary cases predominate. As for deduction, Regner continues, it departs from the strict model, showing internal dependencies between premises and between them and the conclusion. And last but not least, the use of the category of causality is not limited to linear relationships. It opens itself to causality in terms of functions, goals, and purposes, and to an analysis based on structure and causal networks. It is this peculiar whole-part movement that ultimately gives Darwin's reasoning its weight, as Anna Carolina Regner puts it. And how can we not recognize in this type of argument the familiar logic found in Freud's writings? Final causality, for instance, is clearly at work in the pleasure principle. Avoiding unpleasure is obviously a final cause, even if it operates as an efficient cause in the creation of defense mechanisms. The causal network is nothing other than what Freud refers to as overdetermination, a concept he employs frequently. The study of exemplary cases, and their demonstrative function parallels the clinical cases that psychoanalysis still examines rigorously today. The explanatory power of the theory as a whole is what allows Freud, in the interpretation of dreams, to justify introducing the notion of the unconscious, something he had already done earlier when trying to explain the effects of hypnotic suggestion after the subject had awakened. The interplay of the actual and the possible is exactly what Freud calls reconstruction. And we could continue listing parallels for several more pages, but that would be unnecessary. The kinship between the argumentative strategies of our two authors is now evident. What does this imply? In my view, that Freud did not fully realize just how closely his scientific task resembled that of his illustrious predecessor. To construct a comprehensive theory based on data that, by their nature, cannot be verified through experimentation. Freud's belief in the rationality of reality, even the fragment of it represented by psychic life, led him to seek the laws governing his object. Otto Fenichel once said that the subject matter of psychoanalysis is irrational, but the method with which it is studied is perfectly rational. None of these laws can be proven, in the same way that the law of gravity can be proven in physics or the law of definite proportions in chemistry. It is the accumulation of a vast variety of data and the immense explanatory power of the theory in accounting for them that produces the conviction that the theory must be true. Furthermore, just as breeders could encourage the emergence and persistence of desirable traits in domestic species, psychoanalytic technique, based on the theories constructed in the way just described, enables us to intervene in psychic reality and, to some extent, modify it in a desired direction. Sometimes with great success, sometimes with little, sometimes with none. Even therapeutic failures, however, can be explained by the theory, for instance, by the presence of exceptionally strong defenses, by deadlocks in the development of transference, or even by the analyst's failure in applying the analytic instrument. Freud believed he was working like Galileo or Newton, and this belief underlies his statements on the scientific nature of psychoanalysis. It is this belief that leads him to include his discipline among the natural sciences. But if I am correct in what I am suggesting, he overlooked a fundamental difference between his object and that of physicists, a difference that aligns his method more closely with the naturalists who supported the theory of evolution. This difference lies in the impossibility of obtaining immediate and conclusive empirical evidence. In Darwin's case, because of the infinitesimal nature of adaptive variations and the monumental scale of time required for them to accumulate. In the case of psychoanalysis, because causal explanations appeal to factors that can only be hypothesized and not definitively demonstrated, whether referring to the present influence of unconscious motivations or to past developments argued to have resulted in the current clinical picture. If this is so, Darwin is far more present in Freud than even the 13 explicit citations suggest. It is the mode of doing science that links them, because the objects their theories address share more with each other than either does with the subjects of physics, astronomy, or chemistry. Psychoanalysis among the human sciences. The second point to clarify is whether we can still, today, accept Freud's argument and place psychoanalysis among the natural sciences as he did. It seems clear that we cannot, and not because Freud's reasoning was flawed, but because we no longer draw the line between the two great fields of scientific investigation in the same way. What exactly is the Natur- and Naturwissenschaften? First, it is an objective system of processes governed by determinism, under the rule of laws discoverable by human intelligence. This is how Newton conceived it, and this vision underpinned the major advances in physics and chemistry throughout the 19th century. In Darwin, an additional dimension is added: nature as an autonomous subject, a bearer of inner dynamism, as Regner puts it, capable of producing new species and revealing its face to us through the struggle for existence. The reason for this second determination is easy to grasp. Physics and chemistry deal with processes that do not vary over time, while biology studies organisms whose transformations necessarily occur over time. Nuclear reactions were the same in Hiroshima as they were at the moment of the Big Bang. Water was already made of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom when the first drop formed, and that molecular composition has not changed. Time may appear as a variable in some physical equations, e.g. acceleration, and it does affect material entities, erosion, entropy, new combinations, etc. But the processes described by physics are essentially repeatable, something that effectively neutralizes the role of temporality in their constitution. Otherwise, precise replication in experimental contexts would be impossible. This is not the case with life. Extinct species do not return. Evolution moves in a direction. Darwin called it divergence of character. And the living forms of the Mesozoic era, as fossil records reveal, were very different from those existing today. It makes sense, then, that Darwin's theory requires a more subjective nature. Though this subject cannot, of course, be understood as a person, and it is only metaphorically that we say nature acts, selects, accumulates results, or does not make leaps. Still, nature remains the ultimate efficient cause of all that happens in the vital realm. Now, as we have seen, Freud had a conception of nature closer to Newton's than Darwin's. Perhaps this is because, in the object he studied, the psyche, nature in its broadest sense need not serve as the efficient cause, since something much closer and more accessible could fulfill that role. The drives. These, in fact, constitute the Oberbegriff, the fundamental concepts whose imprecision Freud never felt compelled to apologize for. Being essentially driving forces, it's no surprise that Freud modeled them after Newtonian physics, and that his conception of nature approximates that of the English physicist. With one crucial difference, however. Psychic forces cannot be measured quantitatively or mathematized. And it is precisely here that similarities with Darwin's process emerge, because Darwin's biology also does not rely on mathematics. Another parallel is the use of metaphor not merely as a rhetorical or pedagogical tool, but as a way of knowing. Intensity of drives or psychic locations are more than figures of speech. They are ways of accessing the reality of the object, just as Darwin's metaphorical subjectivity of nature is. Moreover, Freud's notion of nature includes the immaterial. If it didn't, psychology, and thus psychoanalysis, could not qualify as a science. What makes psychoanalysis scientific is its search for laws and causes behind psychic phenomena. Laws and causes entirely analogous to those Newton formulated for the material world. Hence Freud's conclusion that his discipline is a natural, not spiritual science. Psychoanalysis as a human science. But the fact is that we no longer define the boundary between these two domains of knowledge, natural and human sciences, in the same way Freud's contemporaries did. Back then, to account for a phenomenon within the Geisteswissenschaften implied excluding it from universal laws. This was precisely what differentiated Erklären, to explain, from Verstehen, to understand. Today, however, we see nothing odd about assigning laws and causes to cultural phenomena, and we certainly no longer interpret the meaning of a human creation as the expression of a principle that only the comprehensive method could access. Linguistics, for example, operates with the notion of the laws of language, and it does not seek to understand meaning in the Dilthian sense. It seeks, quite clearly, to explain how it works, in a manner quite close to what Freud and his peers believed to be exclusive to the natural sciences. So, has culture become part of nature? Obviously not. The distinction remains valid between what exists independently of human action, though it may depend on that action for its extinction, and what only exists because man has instituted it. Stars, rocks, living organisms, or electromagnetic waves are qualitatively different from beliefs, customs, political institutions, works of art, and science itself. Under the general label of human sciences, disciplines of widely varying kinds coexist. Some work with objects very close to those of the natural sciences, like geography or the history of food, and cannot ignore physical environments or climate. Others, such as statistics, use mathematical tools to analyze populations or the distribution of traits within them, as sociology does with sampling surveys, or economics when studying quantifiable phenomena. Still others, like history, deal with documents, though the concept of document has expanded beyond written records to include any trace of human activity in the past, e.g., technological artifacts, works of art, or religious objects. There are disciplines like ethnology where monographic studies of a particular culture are the norm, yielding data that can later be compared, as Levi Strauss or Georges Dumézil did, to uncover shared structures or transcultural invariants. Psychology itself splits into several areas depending on the psychologist's conception of their object. Behaviorists use laboratory experiments. Therapeutic practices, largely influenced by psychoanalysis, work with the clinical method. Social psychology deals with collective representations, overlapping with sociology and history. Political science examines how different groups and social classes compete in the public arena to promote their interests within legal frameworks accepted as legitimate across different states. What do these widely varied disciplines have in common? First and foremost, they deal with human creations. And because those creations are so diverse, the approaches to studying them must also be diverse. The limited homogeneity of this field stems not so much from the similarity of the objects studied as from the radical difference between these and natural objects. Secondly, the experimental method is generally not applicable, psychology being an exception when it treats human behavior as a natural object, differing from animal behavior only by its complexity. Because the experimental method is not suitable for their objects, whether due to immateriality, e.g., institutions, uniqueness, e.g., a work of art or a philosophy, scale, e.g., entire populations, or temporality, e.g., historical documents. The human sciences had to invent other valid methods, ones suitable for their subject matter and capable of generating knowledge with the same rigor the experimental method guarantees in the natural sciences. We need not enter here into the debate about the object of psychology. It suffices to note that if the psyche is conceived as a fragment of nature, the experimental method is justified. But what psychoanalysts study is something different, requiring a different approach. This point is essential. Either the human sciences are fraudulent, or the knowledge they produce is valid. And what guarantees that validity is the non-arbitrary application of well-defined methods. Each human science determines which procedures are appropriate for its domain and which are not, sets criteria for the formulation and testing of hypotheses, defines the legitimate problems for inquiry, establishes standards of rigor, and so forth. The progress of knowledge in these sciences depends on building a solid core of consistent, undisputed information. Theories are accepted for their internal coherence, their compatibility with the epistemological principles of the field, and their heuristic power to handle new discoveries. They may be modified, or even entirely replaced, when new data challenge them successfully. In this sense, the Darwinian model, as Regner explains it, is now far more common in the human sciences than in biology itself. And for two reasons. In biology, advances in genetics, since Mendel, in fact, have made it increasingly experimental. In contrast, the Darwinian model, the long argument sustained by coherence and explanatory power, has proven so effective that it can now be applied to areas Darwin never imagined entering. Has Christmas changed, or have I? Asks a character in Machado de Assis. In the case of the human sciences, both seem to have changed. Their methods go far beyond, and are very different from, the understanding Dilthey proposed, and the objects they study now share more with what was once considered nature than with what used to be called spirit. This is particularly evident in discussions of causality. The infinite complexity of factors determining any human phenomenon, a symphony, fashion trends, the resurgence of fundamentalism, inflation, bears a strong resemblance to Darwin's account of evolution in The Origin of Species. These factors are interdependent, self-reinforcing, reticular, teleological. We are far from the linear cause and effect relationships that prevail in the natural sciences. And this, in my view, ultimately explains why the experimental method is unsuitable for the human sciences. It is ideal for identifying linear causalities, by artificially isolating variables until the relevant correlation is found, but it is wholly inadequate for handling the type of causality that governs human objects. As for psychoanalysis, based on what we've seen, it clearly belongs among the human sciences. Its object, whether defined as the unconscious psychic functioning or in any other way, is unmistakably human. Its method, here understood as a mode of theorizing, not clinical practice, is the interpretation of psychic acts and productions in order to reconstruct the processes that generated them, both intra-individual and relational. Its demands for consistency in concept usage, in the classification of phenomena, e.g. in psychopathology, and in the validation of hypotheses across all research levels are comparable to those of other human disciplines. Just as the Bandeirantes and settlers expanded Portuguese territory far beyond the Tordesillas line, eventually shifting land that was once Castilian into Portuguese hands, so too has psychoanalysis, without changing its place, shifted into the domain of the human sciences. Once the boundary line between them and the natural sciences moved from the Erklärungsverstehen divide to a new distinction based on object and method. Of course, psychoanalysis has evolved considerably since Freud's time, and not all of his assertions about the psyche enjoy universal acceptance among his intellectual heirs. We needn't enter into the reasons for this here. It's enough to acknowledge that the causal role of relationships has gained much more prominence in explaining symptoms or pathological states. This, too, strengthens psychoanalysis' position among the human sciences, since interpersonal relationships are far more a part of the human than the natural. Freud's principle still holds. To interpret is to find both meaning and cause. But the term cause now carries connotations it didn't have for the founder of our discipline, connotations much closer to what cause means today in the human sciences. The object of psychoanalysis belongs to the human domain. Its methods resemble those of the human sciences. Its epistemological profile has much in common with other human disciplines. It makes perfect sense to conclude that it is a human science. NN deplays to her professor. As Aunt Sarah said to little Isaac when he asked why noodles are called Lokshin. But sweetheart, if they taste like Lokshin, look like Lokshin, and come in packages like Lokshin, why shouldn't they be called Lokshin? The genesis of psychoanalysis and the early path of Sigmund Freud. The entire foundational conceptualization of psychoanalysis, as we know it, undoubtedly dates back to the late 19th century, through the work of Freud and his mentors and collaborators. Therefore, it is necessary to retrace the path of the founder of psychoanalysis, considering the historical figures who assisted him in developing the initial ideas of his science. A physician by training from the University of Vienna in 1881, Freud specialized in psychiatry, becoming a renowned neurologist. Amid his medical practice, he began encountering patients suffering from nervous problems, which raised certain questions for him due to the limitations of conventional medical treatments. Thus, between 1885 and 1886, Freud traveled to Paris for an internship with the French neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot, who appeared to be successful in treating mental illness symptoms using hypnosis. For Charcot, hysterical patients suffered from mental disorders caused by abnormalities in the nervous system, an idea that deeply influenced Freud to consider new treatment possibilities. Back in Vienna, Freud began treating patients with nervous disorders through hypnotic suggestion. In this technique, the doctor induced an altered state of consciousness and then explored the patient's behavior and associations for connections to their symptoms. In this altered state, it was observed that a doctor's suggestion could trigger the appearance and disappearance of certain physical symptoms. Still feeling unskilled in the technique, between 1893 and 1896, Freud teamed up with the respected physician Joseph Breuer, who had discovered that simply asking patients to describe their fantasies and hallucinations could reduce the symptoms of mental illness. Through hypnosis, traumatic memories could be accessed more easily, and by voicing these thoughts, hidden memories were brought to the surface, allowing symptoms to fade. These ideas were symbolically embodied in the treatment of a patient known as Anna O., the first successful case using this psychotherapeutic method. Freud and Breuer then began working together, developing and popularizing a technique that allowed the release of emotional charges tied to past traumas through recollection, often resulting in symptom relief. This technique was named the cathartic method. The entire experience culminated in the joint publication of studies on hysteria, 1893 to 1895. In 1896, Freud used the term psychoanalysis for the first time, intending to study the components of the psyche. The goal was to break apart the patient's discourse or thoughts to uncover latent content and unravel the deeper meanings and implications of their speech. Freud's technical evolution and the break with Breuer. As the technique advanced, certain points of disagreement emerged between Freud and Breuer, especially regarding Freud's growing emphasis on the sexual origins of childhood memories. In 1897, Breuer parted ways with Freud, who continued developing psychoanalytic ideas and techniques independently. Freud abandoned hypnosis and adopted a method he called concentration, in which recollection occurred through regular conversation, giving the patient free rein to speak without direction or suggestion. When, in our first interview, I asked my patients if they remembered what had originally caused the symptom in question, in some cases they said they knew nothing about it, while in others they brought up something they described as a vague memory but could not proceed further. I became insistent, assuring them that they did, in fact, know it, that it would come to them. Then, in the first group, something did come to mind, and in the others, the memory advanced a bit further. After that, I became even more insistent. I told the patients to lie down and deliberately close their eyes in order to concentrate, which at least bore some resemblance to hypnosis. I then found that, without any hypothesis, new memories emerged, going even further back in time, and they were likely related to our subject. Experiences like these led me to think that it might actually be possible, by sheer insistence, to bring pathogenic groups of ideas to light, ideas that were certainly there all along. Freud, 1996. This entire trajectory allowed Freud to develop and refine his psychoanalytic method. From hypnosis to the cathartic method, he briefly used a provisional technique known as the pressure technique, in which he would press the patient's forehead in an attempt to bring unconscious content to the surface. However, this was soon abandoned, as Freud recognized signs of resistance and defensive reactions from patients. This led to the emergence of free association, a method in which individuals brought their thoughts to the session without censorship or judgment. Freud would then investigate, analyze, and interpret those thoughts using his technique of evenly suspended attention, a term he coined to describe his approach to listening, seeking connections between the speech and the submerged contents of the unconscious. What is psychoanalysis? 3 simple perspectives. Have you ever wondered what psychoanalysis really is? While it may seem complex, this question can actually be answered through 3 simple approaches. First, it's an investigative method. Second, it's a therapeutic or clinical technique. And third, it represents a new way of approaching the human being, culture, and society. Let's explore each of these approaches in more detail. As a concept, psychoanalysis can be seen as both a field of knowledge and a theoretical practical construct. It investigates various areas of human doing and knowing. Historically, the term was coined by Sigmund Freud, a Viennese physician embedded in the socio-historical context of the 19th century. From this foundation, psychoanalysis can be said to unfold into 3 primary approaches. First perspective, an investigative method. Psychoanalysis functions as an investigative method into the unconscious processes behind gestures, speech, delusions, and parapraxis, all the things that slip beyond the subject's conscious awareness. It focuses on what escapes the grasp of Cartesian consciousness. In this method, it's believed that free association, whether of ideas or gestures, brings the unconscious subject to light. It's in these slips and errors that the true psyche reveals itself. Key manifestations of this unconscious realm include slips of the tongue, memory lapses, mistakes and accidents. For example, an incorrect musical note might express something unspoken, yet ever present in the psyche. Second perspective, a therapeutic method. As a method of psychotherapy grounded in the premise of the unconscious, psychoanalysis seeks to uncover the subject's desires and resistances. It carefully examines the subject's transference relationship with the analyst, weaving together past and present dynamics. Within this process, psychoanalysis relies on a powerful tool, listening. It creates an environment where unconscious content can surface and be explored. This type of listening requires embracing all facets of the psyche, even the contradictory ones, and welcoming the Baroque complexity of the human being. Freud emphasized the importance of not reducing this listening to mechanical analysis. Instead, he highlighted the value of evenly suspended attention. We must not attach special importance to anything in particular that we hear. It is advisable to give equal, evenly suspended attention to everything. Third perspective, a new way of approaching the human being, culture, and society. Psychoanalysis is also a theoretical and psychopathological framework. Its truth isn't rigid or absolute. Historians like Elizabeth Roudinesco have shown how psychoanalysis has been shaped by conflict, debate, and theoretical reformulation. From Freud's foundational insights onward, it has remained a living, evolving body of knowledge, always animated by the desire to know. Psychoanalysis branches into many domains: philosophy, music, painting, education, literature, politics, society, and behavior. It doesn't isolate itself. It engages, critiques, and transforms the human experience across multiple dimensions. In the crafting and structuring of what we now call psychoanalysis, Freud, inspired by his work with Charcot and Breuer, developed a meticulous, hands-on methodology. This involved a careful blend of 3 foundational approaches and practices. Each thread of his work wove together a model of the psyche, a reflection on psychoanalysis itself, and a lens for interpreting culture and society. The psychic apparatus, Freud's topographical model. The first model, also known as the topographical model, outlines the structure of the mind through 3 primary zones: the unconscious, the preconscious, and the conscious. These elements are not isolated. They interact constantly. The unconscious houses repressed thoughts and desires. The preconscious acts as a filter, allowing certain content to surface. And the conscious mind is what we are aware of: our thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. Each part plays a vital role in shaping our behaviors, decisions, and symptoms. Psychoanalysis, therefore, becomes the bridge through which these inner realms are accessed and interpreted. Reflection on psychoanalysis itself, Freud's second model. Freud later introduced a second structural model composed of the ID, ego, and superego. This marks the evolution of his metapsychology, the theory about the mind's inner workings. The ID is the reservoir of primitive desires, seeking immediate gratification. The ego negotiates between the ID and external reality. The superego acts as the internalized voice of societal and parental norms, imposing guilt and moral judgment. Freud didn't settle for simple answers. His theories were in constant flux, showing his restless pursuit of knowledge and his willingness to refine, restructure, and expand his ideas in the face of new insights. Hermeneutics and cultural interpretation. Psychoanalysis also looks outward. It interprets the world around us. From its earliest days, it carried a subversive edge, challenging 19th-century Vienna's social and cultural foundations. Freud introduced radical ideas: infantile sexuality, the death drive, and the unconscious, concepts that unsettled the cultural consensus. This capacity to interpret myths, arts, literature, religion, and even social movements has kept psychoanalysis relevant across disciplines. It speaks to the deeper currents of the human soul, resisting rigid moralism and embracing the contradictions of the human condition. From the 3 approaches to the child in psychosexual development. Despite Freud's efforts, and later theorists, to include the child as a subject in psychoanalysis, the theory of psychosexual development has often been misinterpreted. Society tends to caricature Freud's insights into childhood sexuality, exposing a deep misunderstanding of what he actually meant by sexuality. This distortion often stems from reaction formation, where moral outrage disguises repressed curiosity or anxiety. Freud's boldest challenge to Enlightenment ideals may have been the death drive, a fundamental force within the psyche aiming not only at survival, but at a return to inorganic stillness. It reveals the paradox that, alongside life's desire to persist, lies a will to dissolve. The Freudian psychoanalytic method. Freud's method is particularly applied to neuroses. Essentially, it is grounded in the interpretation, by a psychoanalyst, of the unconscious content within a person's words, actions, and imaginative productions. This interpretation is based on free associations and what's known as transference. As an investigative method, it seeks to interpret hidden or inaccessible contents in a person's expressions and interactions with their environment. The professional practice, therefore, is called analysis, a form of treatment that utilizes specific investigative techniques for patients seeking self-knowledge or solutions to psychic disturbances. As Freud, 1922, wrote, "We call psychoanalysis the work by which we bring into the patient's consciousness what is repressed within him." The three levels of psychoanalysis as a science. To better understand what psychoanalysis is, it's necessary to distinguish three levels. The first two are part of the psychoanalytic method. The third is the set of its theories. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, Freud's discipline can be divided as follows. A method of investigation. Research this consists mainly in revealing the unconscious meaning of words, actions, and imaginative productions, dreams, fantasies, delusions of a subject. This method is based primarily on the subject's free associations, which guarantee the validity of interpretation. Psychoanalytic interpretation can even extend to human productions for which free association does not exist. A psychotherapeutic method, therapeutic or clinical approach based on this investigation and specified by the controlled interpretation of resistance, transference, and desire. The use of psychoanalysis as a synonym for psychoanalytic treatment relates to this meaning. For example, to begin a psychoanalysis or an analysis. A set of psychoanalytic and psychopathological theories. A psychoanalytic science, which has refined its own field of knowledge, in which the data produced by the psychoanalytic method of investigation and treatment are systematized. Understanding what psychoanalysis is through its three levels. We can synthesize the answer to what is psychoanalysis like this. Psychoanalysis is a hermeneutic science or field of knowledge, that is, an interpretive one. If there is something to interpret, it means that something is not obvious, the unconscious. The idea of the unconscious presupposes facts inaccessible to the conscious mind. Thus, the interpretation offered by psychoanalysis is to investigate what is accessible, known facts, spoken words, accessible memories, symptoms, fears, expressed desires, dreams, slips of the tongue, failed acts, jokes, etc. In order to discover what is not accessible, the causes of symptoms, repressed content, etc. Let's look more closely at the three levels previously mentioned, aligning them with this summary. Psychoanalysis as an object of investigation. This is the first level where psychoanalysis serves as a research tool within the sciences. It consists of revealing the unconscious meaning of a person's words, actions, and imaginative productions, such as dreams, fantasies, and delusions. The relationship between analyst and patient. This is the second level, related to Freud's metapsychology, i.e., psychoanalysis reflecting on itself. It's a method based on that same investigation and on a specific interpretation of resistance, transference, and desire. In this sense, psychoanalysis is used synonymously with psychoanalytic treatment. For instance, when we say someone began a psychoanalysis. Here, we see psychoanalysis as a clinical practice, rooted in the analyst-analysand relationship, interpersonal and societal relations. This is the third level, which refers to a body of psychoanalytic and psychopathological theories. From this body of knowledge, the data introduced by psychoanalytic investigation and treatment are systematized. At this level, psychoanalysis serves as a tool for interpreting society, culture, history, art, and politics. The origin of the term psychoanalysis. Shortly after using the previously mentioned terms in his first article, Freud introduced a new term that eventually became psychoanalysis. In a paper on etiology published in French, he used the term psychoanalyze. Later, in German translations, this became psychoanalyze. Freud coined the term to describe his exploration of the defense psychoneuroses. The use of psychoanalysis marked a shift away from cathartic treatment under hypnosis and away from suggestion. Instead, it relied exclusively on the rule of free association to obtain material for analysis. As psychoanalysis and its methods began to spread, the term itself became more widely used. However, many authors started applying the word psychoanalysis to works that weren't precisely psychoanalytic in nature. The content, method, and results of those works often bore only a tangential relationship to Freud's original proposals. Levels of consciousness. To understand psychoanalysis, it is essential to grasp the concept of levels of consciousness, which are conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. These are the parts of the human mind as defined by Freud in his first Topography, the initial phase of his work, also known as the topographic theory. The conscious is only a small part of our mental functioning. It includes our thoughts, feelings, speech, and behaviors, what we're aware of on the surface level. It's essentially the most superficial layer of our awareness, comprising everything easily accessible to us. The preconscious consists of ideas that are currently unconscious, but can become conscious if we direct attention to them. They often appear in dreams or Freudian slips. The unconscious makes up the largest portion of the mind, hidden from our awareness. It houses repressed desires, censored content, and instinctual drives that remain inaccessible to consciousness. Despite being buried, these elements influence our daily behavior, even if we don't realize it. Among these three, the unconscious is the most studied by psychoanalysts. It is through exploring the unconscious that analysts attempt to explain or even heal neuroses and, according to some, psychoses. Therefore, understanding the unconscious is vital for grasping the essence of psychoanalysis, the most important concept in Freudian psychoanalysis. In their psychoanalytic dictionary, Laplanche and Pontalis identify the unconscious as the most important concept in all of psychoanalysis. Without it, psychoanalysis wouldn't be nearly as relevant or distinct from other lines of psychological thought. Freud's major contribution was demonstrating that the individual is divided, driven by many desires, traumas, and real or distorted memories. Much of this psychic material is not accessible to the rational mind. Consequently, humans do not fully control their lives, choices, or minds. Recognizing this limitation is an essential step in understanding what it means to be human. It is not an excuse for immoral behavior, but a call for deeper self-awareness. The formation of the unconscious in psychoanalysis. According to Freud, the unconscious is formed by three psychic agencies: ID, ego, and superego. These must be understood and distinguished to grasp the nature of the unconscious, and consequently, to comprehend what psychoanalysis is and how its methods operate. Freud introduced these concepts to explain the structure and functioning of the human mind. While they are centered in the unconscious, they also manifest in both conscious and unconscious ways. These components are interconnected and work together as a dynamic system. Freud grouped these ideas into what he called the structural theory, the most mature formulation of how the mind is organized. This theory didn't replace the earlier topographic theory, but rather expanded upon it. It is known as Freud's second topography, which redefined the psychic apparatus into three functional systems that shape human behavior. The ID is the seat of libidinal desire. It contains all psychic energy and instincts driven toward pleasure. It operates according to the pleasure principle and is completely unconscious. The ego is the mediator between the ID, the external world, and the moral demands of the superego. It seeks realistic ways to satisfy the ID's desires while taking into account social norms and long-term consequences. The superego represents internalized moral standards and societal expectations, creating prohibitions and guilt in response to unacceptable desires. Through the interaction of these three components, ID, ego, and superego, we can understand how the mind functions and how psychoanalysis interprets the human experience. It's as if the ID constantly urges us toward pleasure, while the superego, grounded in morality, tries to prevent us from fulfilling those urges. The ego emerges from the tension between these opposing forces, seeking balance and integration. By analyzing how these elements shape thought, behavior, and emotional experience, psychoanalysis aims to uncover unconscious conflicts and bring about psychic transformation. It's impossible to grasp the full significance of psychoanalysis as a concept or its historical role without understanding Freud, the unconscious, and the structural components of the human psyche. Psychoanalysis reveals that we are not singular, unified beings in full command of our thoughts and desires. Instead, we are complex systems, constantly negotiating between instinct, reality, and morality. And it is precisely this internal negotiation that psychoanalysis seeks to explore, interpret, and ultimately transform. Psychoanalysis, a method developed to reveal a line of thought. The origin of psychoanalysis is attributed to the physician Sigmund Freud at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. Rooted in hermeneutics, the The theory of interpretation, Freud's psychotherapeutic method, based on free association, was designed to bring unconscious mental processes to light through spontaneous speech. By voicing seemingly disjointed ideas, individuals could uncover repressed content, fostering self-understanding or even healing. As such, psychoanalysis is both a form of investigation and treatment, known collectively as analysis. From hypnosis to the cathartic method. In his search for effective treatments for nervous disorders, Freud traveled to France and encountered practitioners experimenting with new therapeutic approaches. Upon returning to Vienna, he began using hypnotic suggestion to explore the psychic roots of symptoms. Yet over time, he recognized the limitations of hypnosis and turned to collaboration with Joseph Breuer. Together, they developed and disseminated the cathartic method, which emphasized the release of repressed emotions through recollection of traumatic experiences. Their landmark work, Studies on Hysteria, 1895, placed hysteria at the center of early psychoanalytic theory. The hysterical subject and the narcissistic wound. 19th-century hysteria helped shape Freud's theories about the conflicted, sexually repressed human subject. Hysteria became a mirror for the inner contradictions of modern man, alienated from himself, governed by unconscious drives. Freud saw this period as marking the third narcissistic wound of humanity, the realization that man is not master of his own mind. These radical ideas disrupted prevailing notions of rationality and self-control, laying the groundwork for a new conception of subjectivity, instinctual energy, and the psychic apparatus. Freud's theoretical innovations were grounded in clinical observations and developed through dynamic, economic, and topographic perspectives. The economic view describes the distribution of instinctual energy in the psyche. The dynamic view reveals the tension between opposing psychic forces. The topographic model distinguishes various psychic regions or systems. These concepts culminated in Freud's first structural model of the mind, dividing it into conscious, preconscious, and unconscious levels. This initial model, later refined into the structural theory, ID, ego, superego, would evolve as Freud's thinking matured. But from the beginning, psychoanalysis offered an entirely new language for understanding the complexities of the human mind and the hidden depths that shape thought and behavior. The founding of psychoanalysis and its historical context. In 1896, Freud first employed the term psychoanalysis, intending to investigate the components that constitute the psyche. His goal was to fragment the patient's discourse or thoughts to access latent content and decode their underlying meanings. As Freud refined his technique, tensions emerged between him and Breuer, especially regarding Freud's emphasis on childhood sexuality and the sexual origins of neuroses. In 1897, this divergence led to their separation. Freud, now independently developing psychoanalysis, gradually moved away from hypnosis, adopting what he called the concentration technique, where patients recalled memories through undirected conversation. When, in our first session, I asked my patients if they recalled what originally triggered the symptom in question, some said they knew nothing about it, while others mentioned a vague memory they couldn't pursue further. I insisted, telling them that they actually did know, and that it would come to them. In the first group, something eventually surfaced. In the second, the memory advanced slightly. I pressed even further, asking them to lie down and close their eyes to concentrate, somewhat akin to hypnosis. I found that, even without any hypnotic suggestion, older memories emerged, seemingly relevant to our topic. These experiences made me believe that pathogenic memory clusters could, in fact, be brought to light by insistence alone. Freud, 1936. From the interpretation of dreams to the maturity of psychoanalytic practice. Freud's theories, published at the dawn of the 20th century, began with the seminal work The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900, widely regarded as the foundational text of psychoanalysis. While concepts like the unconscious, infantile sexuality, and the Oedipus complex are now well known, they initially met resistance from both the academic and medical communities. But events like World War I helped popularize psychoanalysis, as it was used to treat war-induced neuroses. Freud operated within a unique cultural context, post-Enlightenment Austria, rich with emerging disciplines like psychiatry, anthropology, and sociology. These intellectual currents nourished Freud's insights, pushing him to theorize that the human psyche includes conscious, preconscious, and unconscious levels. He continually refined his technique, eventually abandoning the pressure technique, pressing on the patient's forehead, due to its inefficacy and patient's resistances. This evolution led to his ultimate method: free association and the principle of evenly suspended attention. The therapist listening without judgment or selective focus, allowing repressed material to surface naturally. The institutional spread and reception of psychoanalysis. Gradually, local psychoanalytic traditions began to take form beyond Freud's immediate circle. Psychoanalysts emerged in cities like Budapest, Zurich, and London, eventually expanding the field beyond personal discipleship. However, because psychoanalysis was deeply subversive, it initially faced significant resistance. Freud's society was bourgeois, capitalist, and patriarchal, and many of his theories, particularly those regarding infantile sexuality, clashed with societal norms and taboos. During the period when Freud developed his initial theories, psychic phenomena weren't generally considered scientific. Psychological disorders were largely dismissed by mainstream medicine, which focused only on what could be empirically measured. Freud challenged this paradigm by proposing that mental disturbances often stemmed from unconscious conflicts, many of which were sexual or traumatic in nature. His theories, though revolutionary, were initially dismissed, especially those related to repressed desire, symbolic symptom formation, and childhood trauma. Libido, sublimation, and the influence of biology. Freud introduced the notion of libido as the driving energy of the erotic instinct, essential not only for reproduction, but also for shaping behavior and personality. He argued that when this libidinal energy is repressed, it manifests through neurotic symptoms. Through sublimation, however, the libido could be redirected into socially acceptable forms like art, religion, or science. Though some positivists accused Freud of philosophical speculation, his work was deeply influenced by biology, especially evolutionary theory and neurophysiology. Freud treated the mind and brain as phenomenologically identical, drawing upon models from thermodynamics and hydraulic pressure to explain psychic energy. His theories introduced fundamental psychoanalytic concepts such as repression, drives, pulsions, libidinal development, and defense mechanisms, laying the foundation for future explorations of the human psyche. Freud's trajectory, from hypnosis to psychoanalysis. Freud's professional journey began with medical studies and deep immersion into the therapies of Charcot and Breuer. Over time, however, he came to view hypnosis as an insufficient tool for accessing unconscious material and began to construct what would become psychoanalysis. Born in Freiburg in 1856 under the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Freud graduated in medicine from the University of Vienna in 1881 and devoted his life to understanding psychopathological disorders, particularly those stemming from infantile trauma and sexual repression. His dissatisfaction with the medical treatments available for nervous disorders intensified during a training period in Paris, where he attended Charcot's lectures on hypnosis for mental illness. Freud was particularly struck by Charcot's claim that while anatomical knowledge could diagnose organic issues, it fell short in treating neuroses like hysteria. Charcot's method of alleviating symptoms through hypnosis inspired Freud, who recognized its potential but also its limitations. The early use and rejection of hypnosis. Initially, Freud adopted suggestive hypnosis as a treatment for neurotic symptoms. This involved altering the patient's state of consciousness and exploring associations between behavior and repressed experiences. Though effective in triggering the emergence or disappearance of symptoms, Freud realized the method lacked durability and depth. This awareness led to a pivotal collaboration with Joseph Breuer, who had developed a cathartic method based on encouraging patients to verbalize their fantasies and hallucinations. Breuer's work with Anna O. demonstrated that merely articulating traumatic memories could lead to symptom relief. These findings allowed Freud to refine his approach and move toward a treatment style that privileged talking as therapy, emphasizing the emotional release tied to past trauma. The results of this collaboration culminated in their joint publication, Studies on Hysteria, 1895, a seminal work in the history of psychoanalysis. The emergence of free association. Following his break with Breuer in 1897, Freud deepened his focus on infantile sexuality and the symbolic nature of symptoms, elements Breuer was reluctant to explore. Abandoning hypnosis altogether, Freud developed the concentration technique, encouraging patients to recall memories during normal conversation, with no externally imposed suggestions. He observed that persistent inquiry alone could bring pathogenic ideas into consciousness, which eventually led him to adopt the method of free association. With free association, patients were instructed to speak without censorship, letting thoughts flow freely. Freud would then analyze these associations using evenly suspended attention, a technique he called floating attention, to detect patterns revealing unconscious conflicts. This innovation marked a decisive step away from directive therapies, placing the responsibility of narrative creation into the hands of the patient. Dreams, desires, and the structure of the mind. Alongside free association, Freud began studying dreams as gateways into the unconscious. He saw dreams as symbolic expressions of repressed desires, especially those rooted in childhood. His interpretation of dreams, paired with free association, solidified the dual foundation of psychoanalytic method. These tools allowed for the translation of symbolic language into psychological insight, uncovering hidden motivations behind behaviors and symptoms. Freud's investigation of psychic life eventually gave rise to two models of the psyche: the topographical model, comprising conscious, preconscious, and unconscious layers, and later the structural model, consisting of ID, ego, and superego. Each aimed to explain how desires, moral prohibitions, and reality interact within the individual's inner world. Together, these models formed the metapsychology of Freud's mature period, blending theoretical richness with clinical utility. Legacy and enduring influence. Freud's theories influenced a wide array of disciplines, from literature and art to philosophy and anthropology. Despite initial resistance, particularly due to his discussions of infantile sexuality, libidinal energy, and death drives, his work gradually reshaped the modern understanding of subjectivity, suffering, and human behavior. Even as later analysts like Carl Jung, Melanie Klein, Wilfred Bion, and Jacques Lacan developed divergent schools of thought, Freud's foundational insights remained central to psychoanalytic theory. Over time, psychoanalysis evolved into orthodox, classical, and contemporary schools. Orthodox psychoanalysis adhered closely to Freud's early methods, focusing on repression and prohibited desires. Classical psychoanalysis expanded to include personality structures beyond neurosis, while contemporary psychoanalysis emphasized the relationship between analyst and patient, introducing more flexibility in technique. These developments demonstrate the enduring vitality of a field originally built on the simple yet profound act of listening deeply to the unconscious. The origins and historical context of psychoanalysis. The basic framework of psychoanalysis, as we know it, was undeniably shaped in the late 19th century through Freud and his mentors and collaborators. To understand this development, one must retrace Freud's journey, recognizing the key historical figures who contributed to the foundation of this new science. A graduate of medicine from the University of Vienna in 1881, Freud specialized in psychiatry and quickly gained recognition as a neurologist. In his clinical practice, he encountered patients suffering from so-called nervous problems, which challenged the limitations of conventional medical treatments of the time. Between 1885 and 1886, Freud traveled to Paris to study under the French neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot, who had achieved promising results treating mental illness through hypnosis. Charcot believed that hysterical patients suffered from nervous system abnormalities, an idea that deeply influenced Freud to consider alternative approaches to therapy. Returning to Vienna, Freud began treating patients' nervous disorders using hypnotic suggestion. In this method, the physician induced an altered state of consciousness and explored connections between the patient's behavior and potential sources of the symptoms. It became evident that under suggestion, physical symptoms could be both induced and relieved. From hypnosis to the cathartic method. Still feeling unrefined in his technique, Freud sought the collaboration of physician Joseph Breuer between 1893 and 1896. Breuer had discovered that encouraging patients to verbalize their fantasies and hallucinations could alleviate symptoms. Hypnosis allowed easier access to traumatic memories, and by giving voice to repressed thoughts, these hidden experiences could reach consciousness, often causing the symptoms to disappear. Their treatment of a patient known as Anna O. became emblematic, marking the first successful use of what would evolve into modern psychotherapeutic methods. Together, Freud and Breuer developed and popularized the cathartic method, a technique aimed at releasing emotions and affective tensions associated with past traumas by re-experiencing and verbalizing them. This approach culminated in the joint publication of studies on hysteria, 1893 to 1895, which laid the groundwork for a structured understanding of emotional repression and its somatic manifestations. This breakthrough led Freud to adopt, in 1896, the term psychoanalysis for the first time, signaling a shift toward the study of the psychic components of human behavior through the analysis of speech, breaking with Breuer and advancing the technique. As the technique evolved, disagreements between Freud and Breuer intensified, especially concerning Freud's emphasis on infantile sexual memories as a root cause of neurosis. In 1897, Breuer ended their partnership, while Freud continued to refine psychoanalysis by discarding hypnosis and adopting a technique based on concentration and spontaneous conversation. Rather than directing patients, Freud urged them to speak freely. He noted that even in the absence of hypnosis, persistent inquiry could evoke memories buried deep in the psyche, hinting at a new therapeutic pathway. This approach gave rise to the method of free association, whereby the patient, lying comfortably, would vocalize any thoughts without censorship. Freud listened with what he called evenly suspended attention, later known as floating attention, enabling him to detect latent content beneath the patient's speech. This method allowed Freud to abandon suggestion entirely, replacing it with a more autonomous form of analysis, where the patient led the exploration of their unconscious. Development of psychoanalytic technique. Freud's evolving techniques marked a transition from hypnosis to what he called the pressure technique, wherein he would physically press on the patient's forehead to stimulate recall. However, he soon abandoned it after observing defensive resistances, which revealed themselves as crucial phenomena to be analyzed, not bypassed. This realization paved the way for free association to become the central tool of psychoanalysis. Patients' unrestricted speech served as the main source of unconscious content, allowing Freud to observe how resistance, transference, and symbolism emerged in their narratives. Through careful listening and interpretative engagement, Freud sought to link manifest speech with the repressed unconscious, interpreting dreams, jokes, and slips of the tongue as expressions of underlying psychic truths. The psychoanalytic setting became a space where symptoms, once cryptic and misunderstood, could be explored through symbolic language, emotional resonance, and interpretive insight, thus transforming therapy into a rigorous, exploratory science of the human mind. The foundation of psychoanalytic practice. Freud's journey, from clinical neurology to the speculative depths of unconscious life, resulted in the founding of a practice that redefined how human suffering was understood and treated. From hypnosis and catharsis to free association and dream analysis, Freud laid out a map of the psyche that integrated the seen and the unseen, the spoken and the repressed. In this new model, mental illness was not simply a disorder to be cured, but a narrative to be interpreted, a wound to be translated into meaning. The birth of psychoanalysis was not merely a shift in medical technique, but a philosophical and epistemological revolution, placing speech, memory, desire, and unconscious conflict at the heart of what it means to be human. 3 foundational perspectives of psychoanalysis. Many people ask, what is psychoanalysis? And while it may seem like a complex concept, it can actually be understood from 3 simple yet profound perspectives. First, psychoanalysis is an investigative method. Second, it serves as a therapeutic or clinical approach. Third, it offers a new framework for understanding human nature, culture, and society. Let's explore each of these perspectives in depth. From a conceptual standpoint, psychoanalysis stands as both a field of knowledge and a practical theory. Historically, it was coined by the Viennese physician Sigmund Freud in the 19th century, emerging from the philosophical and medical climate of that era. Psychoanalysis bridges multiple disciplines, from philosophy and medicine to literature and art, revealing the unconscious structures beneath the surface of thought and behavior. It thus divides into three main approaches, which together form the backbone of its method and significance. First perspective, psychoanalysis as an investigative method. As an investigative field, psychoanalysis delves into the unconscious processes behind gestures, language, dreams, slips of the tongue, and delusions. It focuses on everything that escapes the rational, controlled field of consciousness. The method rests on the principle that it is precisely in these slippages that the unconscious subject reveals itself. Unlike Cartesian psychology, which focuses on the cogito, psychoanalysis studies what bypasses deliberate intention, such as memory lapses, errors, or seemingly accidental behaviors that carry hidden meaning. For instance, a mistaken musical note or a forgotten name can hold more truth about a person's psychic state than their conscious speech. These errors are viewed not as failures, but as manifestations of repressed psychic content. Through free association, where the subject speaks without censorship, the psyche unveils its deeper logic. The unconscious, then, is not a void, but a system of symbolic meaning waiting to be decoded. Second perspective, psychoanalysis as a therapeutic method. Psychoanalysis is also a psychotherapeutic method rooted in the existence of the unconscious. It investigates a person's desires, resistances, and transferences, giving special importance to their relational patterns with the analyst. The primary tool here is listening, a specific kind of listening that allows contradictions, paradoxes, and ambiguities of the psyche to surface. Freud emphasized that the analyst must not assign excessive importance to any one element of speech, but should adopt a floating attention, treating all content with equal openness. The therapeutic environment becomes a safe space for discovery, where repressed elements can emerge and be interpreted. However, Freud warned against reducing this listening to a rigid, judgmental form. The analyst must remain attuned, yet flexible, balancing technical knowledge with empathetic presence. This therapeutic mode becomes a practice of allowing the psyche to speak for itself, without moralizing or prescribing behavior, respecting the Baroque complexity of human subjectivity. Third perspective, a new way to understand humans, culture, and society. Beyond individual treatment, psychoanalysis evolved into a comprehensive theory of humanity, culture, and societal structures. Its truth is not fixed or absolute. As historians like Elizabeth Roudinesco have shown, psychoanalysis has been marked by debates, schisms, and theoretical reformulations throughout its history. Yet it remains vibrant because of this very dynamism, its refusal to become dogma. Rooted in Freudian premises, psychoanalysis maintains a critical edge, challenging normativity and interrogating power structures. Psychoanalysis intertwines with philosophy, art, literature, politics, and pedagogy. It offers a lens of interpretation, not only for the individual psyche, but also for collective phenomena. Whether analyzing myths, ideologies, or social behaviors, psychoanalysis reveals the latent desires and unconscious mechanisms beneath our shared cultural life. In this sense, it functions as a hermeneutic science, capable of reading between the lines of civilization itself. Freud's craftsmanship and the threefold structure of psychoanalysis. Freud's work can be seen as a kind of artisan's craft, stitching together these three modes: investigative, therapeutic, and cultural. In his first topographic model, he introduced the psychic apparatus as divided into the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. Later, in the second topography, he added the structural model, ID, ego, and superego. These layers form the basis of what he called metapsychology, a deeper theoretical architecture for understanding the psyche. Psychoanalysis also acts outwardly, casting its interpretive gaze on the broader world. It emerged as a subversive knowledge, shaking the foundations of 19th-century Viennese society by introducing concepts like infantile sexuality and the death drive. In a time obsessed with progress and rationality, Freud dared to reveal the hidden chaos that shaped human beings. His insights remain relevant in a world where repression, denial, and disconnection still dominate personal and collective life. The introduction of the child in psychosexual development. Despite Freud's tireless efforts, and those of later psychoanalysts, to include the child as a psychological subject, his theory of psychosexual development stages remains widely misunderstood and misrepresented across different societal spheres. In academic contexts especially, misconceptions about psychoanalysis often distort its essential concepts. Chief among these is the notion that Freud viewed childhood sexuality through a corrupt or over-sexualized lens. In reality, this criticism reveals a lack of understanding about what Freud actually meant by sexuality, which had more to do with the distribution of libidinal energy than with adult eroticism. Much of the discomfort around this concept stems from what Freud would call a reactive formation, a psychological defense in which individuals adopt extreme attitudes opposite to unconscious desires or fears. The idea of child sexuality challenges societal taboos, which often triggers such defensive reactions. Freud's concept was revolutionary not because it sexualized children in the conventional sense, but because it acknowledged that the roots of adult desire, repression, and neurosis could be traced back to early stages of psychological development. This formed the basis for his stage-based model of the oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital phases. In my view, the concept that truly pushes psychoanalysis to its most subversive edge is the death drive. Freud's proposal that alongside the life-preserving drive, eros, there exists an opposing force, thanatos, the drive toward death, disintegration, and return to the inorganic state, shattered Enlightenment ideals of linear progress and self-preservation. This wasn't mere nihilism, but a radical insight that human beings are torn between constructing and destructing, desiring and annihilating. Psychoanalysis thus does not moralize. It listens to the deeper tensions that animate the human experience. This duality reflects the Baroque spirit in which psychoanalysis is metaphorically inscribed. Freud's thought embraces the paradoxes and contradictions of existence. It supports a conception of the human being that is layered, complex, and in constant flux, resisting simplistic moral norms and the rigid categorization of behaviors. Rather than promoting conformity, psychoanalysis illuminates the unconscious, honoring both its light and shadow. It invites us to confront what society fears, represses, or denies, offering a space for truth to emerge, not as a fixed doctrine, but as an unfolding inquiry into being. The first topography, levels of consciousness. To understand psychoanalysis, one must first grasp Freud's concept of levels of consciousness. These are conscious, preconscious, and unconscious, components of the mind outlined in his first topography, or topographic model of the psyche. The conscious is the tip of the iceberg. The thoughts we're aware of what we say, feel, and do. It's the most superficial part of the mind, easily accessible and available for reflection. The preconscious serves as a bridge. It holds ideas and memories not currently in our awareness, but easily retrievable with focus or attention. These may surface in dreams or slip through in Freudian slips. Then there's the unconscious, the vast, hidden realm of the psyche. It's deeper, more obscure, and inaccessible to the conscious mind without specific methods. Here reside repressed desires, taboo memories, and primal drives that escape conscious control. The unconscious, according to Freud, influences behavior even when we believe we're acting freely. It manifests through symptoms, repetitive behaviors, or irrational fears. And it's this hidden terrain that psychoanalysis seeks to chart and interpret. Among these three, the unconscious is by far the most explored and central domain in psychoanalytic practice. It holds the keys to the understanding, and sometimes healing, of neuroses and, in some cases, even psychoses. This model became the foundation of Freud's therapeutic technique. It allowed him to frame symptoms not as random pathologies, but as meaningful expressions of internal conflict. This understanding opened new doors for treating mental suffering, beyond biology, into the complex maze of repression, symbolism, and desire. To comprehend psychoanalysis, one must learn to think not just with the mind, but beneath it. Freud's most important psychoanalytic concept. In their psychoanalytic dictionary, Laplanche and Pontalis emphasize one concept as the most crucial in Freud's entire body of work. Without it, psychoanalysis wouldn't have developed its unique identity among other psychological and philosophical frameworks. This central concept is the unconscious. Freud's groundbreaking insight was the recognition that the human being is not a unified, rational entity, but rather divided, fragmented by desires, memories, and traumas often inaccessible to conscious awareness. This division undermines the Enlightenment ideal of the rational individual fully in control of their actions. Instead, Freud proposed that much of our behavior is shaped by unconscious motives. Repression pushes unacceptable wishes and experiences out of awareness, but they return disguised as symptoms, dreams, or neurotic patterns. This explains why people may act against their own interests or struggle with inexplicable anxiety and compulsions. The unconscious is not merely an absence of consciousness. It's a structured system of meanings, drives, and symbolic codes. Recognizing the influence of the unconscious is a humbling step in the journey of self-awareness. It reveals how little control we actually have and how much of what we believe to be free will is shaped by hidden determinants. But this isn't an excuse for irresponsibility. It's an invitation to deeper reflection. Only by confronting these hidden parts can we begin to reclaim our autonomy. Freud's theory of the unconscious doesn't just offer a diagnosis of suffering. It offers a method of transformation. This is where psychoanalysis distinguishes itself from behaviorism or purely cognitive models. It doesn't seek to eliminate symptoms at surface level. It seeks to uncover the meaning behind them. The unconscious is a storyteller, but it speaks in riddles, slips, and dreams. And psychoanalysis is the patient work of learning to listen, interpret, and understand the language it uses. In this way, Freud redefined what it means to be human, not as a rational machine, but as a conflicted, desiring being in search of meaning. The formation of the unconscious in psychoanalysis. According to Freud, the unconscious is composed of three core elements: the ID, the ego, and the superego. Understanding these concepts is essential to grasp what the unconscious truly is, and by extension, how psychoanalysis operates. These are not physical entities, but rather conceptual tools Freud used to explain how the mind functions in both its conscious and unconscious dimensions. They are interdependent and dynamic, constantly influencing one another in the theater of the psyche. The ID is the reservoir of our instinctual drives and libidinal energy. It operates according to the pleasure principle and knows no morality, logic, or delay. It is primitive, chaotic, and impulsive, seeking immediate gratification of desires. The ego, on the other hand, arises as a mediator between the ID's impulses and the demands of external reality. It operates according to the reality principle, attempting to satisfy the ID in socially acceptable and practical ways. It is the seat of rationality, compromise, and executive function. Then comes the superego, the internalized voice of parental and societal norms. It embodies morality, guilt, and ideal standards. It critiques and censors the ego's actions, often producing feelings of shame or anxiety when one deviates from internalized codes. Thus, the ego finds itself in a constant balancing act, pulled by the hedonistic urges of the ID and the moral constraints of the superego. This triadic conflict shapes human behavior, thought, and emotional life in profound ways. Freud named this structural model the second topography or structural theory, introduced in 1923. It did not replace the earlier model of conscious, preconscious, and unconscious, but built upon it, offering a more nuanced understanding of psychic architecture. Where the first topography described regions of the mind, the second described the agents that operate within them. This maturation of Freud's theory reflects his evolution from neurologist to explorer of the deep psyche. In this sense, the unconscious is not merely a storage space of repressed thoughts. It is a dynamic arena where these three forces engage in perpetual tension. The ID demands, the superego forbids, and the ego negotiates. Understanding this triadic structure allows psychoanalysis to interpret symptoms, dreams, and behaviors as expressions of underlying psychic drama. This internal conflict, when brought to awareness, becomes the basis for insight, healing, and the expansion of human consciousness. Origins and evolution of psychoanalysis. The roots of psychoanalysis are inseparable from the life and work of Sigmund Freud, whose intellectual journey transformed medical science and human self-understanding. Trained in medicine at the University of Vienna, Freud began encountering patients with nervous problems that traditional neurology could not adequately explain. Dissatisfied with materialist explanations, Freud turned to Charcot's hypnotherapy in Paris, where he saw the power of suggestion to evoke and dissolve hysterical symptoms, an encounter that opened the gates of the unconscious to scientific scrutiny. Freud's return to Vienna marked a turning point. His partnership with Joseph Breuer and the Anna O. case established a new psychotherapeutic technique, later dubbed the cathartic method, where the expression of repressed memories brought relief from symptoms. However, Freud's eventual departure from hypnosis led to the invention of free association, where the patient, relaxed and encouraged to speak spontaneously, unveiled psychic truths without external guidance. This method placed language at the center of the analytic process, signaling a revolutionary departure from earlier mechanistic views of the mind. Freud formalized his approach in 1896, introducing the term psychoanalysis to describe his method of uncovering latent thoughts, desires, and conflicts beneath conscious awareness. His theories deepened with the articulation of the first topography of the mind, unconscious, preconscious, conscious, and later with the second topology or structural model, composed of ID, ego, and superego. This framework illuminated how internal forces shape behavior, emotion, and neurosis, bringing complexity to the once simple idea of a unified self. As Freud's ideas spread, psychoanalysis expanded far beyond the consulting room. It evolved into a hermeneutic science, interpreting not just individual symptoms but also culture, myth, politics, and art. This expansion triggered theoretical divergences. Jung posited a collective unconscious, Klein explored early object relations, and Lacan reinterpreted Freud through structural linguistics. These branches, while distinct, all retained Freud's core insight: the existence of an unconscious dimension that disrupts conscious control. Today, psychoanalysis stands at the crossroads of science, philosophy, and the humanities. It is a method of investigation, a clinical practice, and a theoretical system that resists reduction to any single discipline. From its early formulation in Freud's study to its global influence in literature, cinema, and critical theory, psychoanalysis continues to probe the mysteries of the human condition, driven by one foundational premise: we are not masters in our own house. Freud's journey, from hypnosis to psychoanalysis. Sigmund Freud's trajectory began with his medical studies and exposure to the therapeutic methods of Charcot and Breuer. Over time, Freud grew disillusioned with the limits of hypnosis and began crafting what would become psychoanalysis. Born in 1856 in Freiburg, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Freud earned his medical degree from the University of Vienna in 1881 and devoted his career to understanding psychopathic disorders. He believed that such conditions were often rooted in childhood trauma and expressed through repressed sexuality, a claim that would revolutionize mental health theory. After observing Jean-Martin Charcot's hypnotic treatments in Paris, Freud adopted and later abandoned the method. He came to understand that hysterical symptoms were not neurological but psychogenic, meaning they originated in the psyche. This insight deepened through his collaboration with Joseph Breuer, especially in the famous Anna O case. Through catharsis, or emotional release via storytelling, Anna experienced relief from her hysterical symptoms. Breuer and Freud co-authored studies on Hysteria, 1895, which introduced the idea that expressing repressed memories could heal psychological disturbances. From this point, Freud distanced himself from Breuer and the hypnosis model. He developed the technique of free association, wherein patients were encouraged to say whatever came to mind without censorship. This method allowed access to unconscious material previously obscured by repression. Alongside this, Freud developed the method of dream analysis, which he described in The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900. Dreams, he posited, were the royal road to the unconscious, revealing hidden desires and conflicts in symbolic form. Freud's break with Breuer also involved differing theories on sexuality. Freud argued that infantile sexuality was at the core of most neuroses, a claim that alienated many contemporaries. Yet he continued to refine his ideas, moving from the topographical model of consciousness, conscious, preconscious, unconscious, to the structural model, id, ego, superego, to better account for mental conflict. He later introduced the death drive or thanatos, suggesting a fundamental pull toward destruction and a return to inorganic stillness, opposing the life drive or eros. Ultimately, Freud's transition from hypnosis to psychoanalysis laid the foundation for a new form of therapy and a new understanding of human nature. By replacing suggestion with interpretation and trance with narrative, he created a method that listens not for what is said plainly, but for what slips, stutters, or stays unsaid. Psychoanalysis is, at its core, an interpretive science of the unconscious, which requires the courage to confront not only symptoms, but the meanings they disguise. The origins of symptoms in hysteria. Although Breuer had succeeded in reducing Anna-OS symptoms, he eventually handed the case over to Freud. Freud identified a significant emotional fixation on the patient's father, which later transferred to Breuer, an early instance of what Freud would term transference. He concluded that most hysterical and neurotic symptoms stemmed from unresolved sexual conflicts that were repressed during childhood. These unconscious memories did not vanish, but rather found symbolic expression through physical symptoms. As psychologist Goodwin notes, the Anna-O case taught Freud three fundamental lessons. First, a traumatic memory, even when repressed, continues to influence behavior. Second, the form the symptom takes often symbolizes the nature of the repressed experience. And third, symptoms can be alleviated when the patient gains insight into the originating trauma, which is often rooted in early developmental stages. This revelation was foundational, suggesting that what modern medicine viewed as irrational or deceptive behavior might instead be expressions of deep psychic truth. Freud recognized that his society repressed sexuality, particularly for women, who were expected to engage in sex solely for reproduction. This social restriction created a climate ripe for neuroses. In response, Freud moved away from hypnosis entirely and developed the method of free association. By encouraging patients to speak freely and without self-censorship, Freud aimed to bypass conscious resistance and access unconscious material. The psychoanalytic couch became the symbolic threshold between surface discourse and subterranean drives. Goodwin emphasizes that free association became the cornerstone of psychoanalytic practice. It allowed patients to connect seemingly unrelated memories, fantasies, and desires, revealing the hidden architecture of their inner worlds. Freud complemented this method with dream interpretation, asserting that dreams are disguised fulfillments of unconscious wishes. Analyzing dreams enabled him to decode the latent content behind the manifest content, a process akin to archaeological excavation of the mind. Thus, Freud's abandonment of hypnosis in favor of verbal exploration marked a turning point. It redefined therapy as a dialogical process rather than a mechanistic one, requiring interpretive depth, patience, and a profound commitment to the psyche's complexity. This transformation not only birthed a new therapeutic model, but also a new philosophical vision of what it means to be human. A being divided within itself, haunted by memories it cannot name, yet capable of healing through speech, insight, and connection. Free association of ideas. However, given that Freud lived in a society where sexual activity was tightly regulated, especially for women, who were expected to engage in intercourse solely for reproductive purposes, many women repressed their desires. This widespread repression contributed significantly to the rise of neurotic symptoms, particularly among women. Freud realized that an effective way to help his patients was to place them on a comfortable couch and encourage them to speak freely and without censorship about whatever came to their minds. This technique became known as free association. According to Goodwin, free association quickly became the central axis of psychoanalytic practice. The method allowed patients to bypass their conscious defenses and bring to light unconscious thoughts and desires. By not filtering their thoughts, the patient could reveal psychic material previously inaccessible. These spontaneous associations often led to the uncovering of repressed conflicts, traumas, and symbolic connections that were key to understanding their symptoms. Freud observed that when patients spoke without inhibition, patterns began to emerge, repetitions of words, themes, and emotional tones that pointed to unresolved childhood experiences. These revelations provided crucial insight into the psychodynamics of neurosis. What at first seemed incoherent or irrelevant often turned out to be full of meaning, once interpreted within the symbolic structure of the unconscious. The therapy room thus became a stage where the unconscious could speak in its own language. This technique was radically different from previous medical approaches that sought immediate symptom relief. Instead, Freud's method required deep listening, patience, and a willingness to follow the patient's mind into unexpected territories. The therapist was no longer a distant authority, but an attentive interpreter of the patient's symbolic language. This new paradigm demanded a unique kind of presence, what Freud later described as evenly suspended attention or floating attention. By establishing the method of free association, Freud laid the groundwork for a therapeutic approach that was not about correcting behavior or diagnosing pathologies in the traditional sense. Rather, it was about helping the individual hear themselves for the first time, unearthing meanings buried beneath years of repression, guilt, or trauma. The unconscious, once viewed as a dark and chaotic realm, became a source of insight, transformation, and ultimately liberation. Combined with free association, Freud incorporated dream analysis as a vital method for accessing the unconscious. He argued that dreams were symbolic expressions of repressed desires and unresolved internal conflicts. These night visions, according to Freud, weren't mere hallucinations or meaningless images. They were coded messages from the psyche, disguised by the dream work, to slip past the conscious censor. By interpreting dreams, Freud believed he could uncover the latent content hidden beneath their manifest form, shedding light on symptoms and inner struggles that otherwise remained obscure. Dreams, in this framework, served as a bridge between conscious life and unconscious reality. They provided a map of the psychic terrain, one drawn not with logic, but with metaphor, displacement, and condensation. Through these symbolic processes, memories of early childhood, forbidden wishes, and emotional conflicts resurfaced in disguised form. In this sense, Freud called dreams the royal road to the unconscious, believing they held the key to deciphering the inner life of every patient. By working through these symbols, both patient and analyst could access what lay beneath the surface of neurosis. Consequently, free association and dream analysis became the twin pillars of psychoanalytic technique. They empowered the analyst to explore the intricate architecture of the psyche without imposing rigid structures or predefined narratives. Instead, they allowed the patient's unconscious to reveal itself in its own time and rhythm. In doing so, Freud developed a methodology that honored the complexity of human subjectivity while aiming for a radical truth-telling, not in the moral or factual sense, but in the psychic sense of recovering one's lost parts. This approach marked a revolutionary shift in the treatment of psychological suffering. Where medicine had seen symptoms to be eliminated, Freud saw messages to be interpreted. Where others had silenced hysteria, he listened to it, and found, in its incoherence, a hidden logic. He turned the clinical gaze inward, asking not just what patients were doing, but why their minds betrayed them, what their stories meant, and what deep emotional roots nourished their pain. This shift would forever alter the field of psychology and open new doors to understanding the human soul. Ultimately, Freud's legacy rests not merely in his specific theories, which have been debated, refined, or even discarded over time, but in his methodological daring. He gave voice to the silenced, meaning to the irrational, and dignity to the unconscious. Through his journey from hypnosis to catharsis to free association, he laid the foundation for a therapeutic model that views human beings not as machines to be fixed, but as mysteries to be unfolded. In the quiet space of the analytic room, he built a path, not to certainty, but to psychic truth. Studies on hysteria. Given the historical context presented up to this point, hysteria ends up occupying a certain centrality in the early studies of psychoanalysis. After all, it was through these clinical complaints that the treatment developed by Freud, and influenced by his contemporaries, could continue evolving within the theoretical and practical framework of psychoanalysis. In this sense, it is crucial to reserve a significant space within psychoanalytic training for the understanding of this pathology, its etiology, developments, forms of intervention and interpretation, as well as its treatment. It is fair to say that the book Studies on Hysteria, 1893 to 1895, co-authored by Freud and Breuer, was the founding work of psychoanalysis, although the content of the interpretation of dreams, 1900, was regarded by Freud as the true foundational book of the discipline. In Studies, the authors discuss and introduce the notion of hysteria as originating from a source the patients are reluctant to speak about or cannot even discern. Such origin lies in a psychic trauma that occurred in childhood, where a mental representation connected to a distressing effect was split off from the conscious circuit of ideas, with the effect dissociated from it and discharged into the body. This discharge is associated with the formation of the symptom which, triggered by childhood trauma, finds its correlate in the symbolic order, separating the effect from its representation. Thus, the repression of affects connected to the fulfillment of a desire results in an inhibition which, due to the psychic difficulty in attributing meaning to the experience, manifests itself somatically, characterizing the concept of hysterical conversion. This leads to the idea of repression, a barrier, which isolates the representations dissociated from their affects into a second consciousness, subordinate to moral consciousness. Within a chain of associations, these effects are transformed into somatic symptoms, hence the term conversion. Thus, the use of the cathartic method as a treatment proved effective, since the recall of representations previously dissociated from their effect, traumatic events, was made possible, allowing for the release of that effect and leading to symptom relief. This process of discharge was called abreaction, which, according to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, is an emotional release process through which the effect connected to the memory of a trauma is expressed, thereby neutralizing its pathogenic effects. Definition of hysteria in psychoanalysis. What is the concept or definition of hysteria in psychoanalysis and according to Freud? In the late 19th century, psychoanalysis was named by Sigmund Freud as a method of investigating unconscious processes. One of the first topics developed by Freud, still during his early phase with Charcot, was the topic of hysteria, which we will explore in this section. For Freud, psychoanalysis derived from hermeneutics, which is the field of knowledge that aims to interpret what is latent and implicit. The levels of psychoanalysis. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, psychoanalysis operates on 3 levels. Investigative method, a way of analyzing people, behavior, and society. Psychotherapeutic method, an analytic or therapeutic approach. A body of theories, a method of interpreting and reconstructing human knowledge. Therefore, psychoanalysis was constructed from clinical, investigative, and therapeutic experience, and also finds its place as a useful form of social reading. Hysteria as the starting point of psychoanalysis. The starting point of psychoanalysis was hysteria, which arises from a trauma that causes the memory of the incident to exit consciousness and enter the unconscious. However, the memory in the unconscious causes symptoms, since unconscious ideas struggle for expression and can alter the individual's thoughts and actions. Freud and his first contacts with hypnosis. Freud faced difficulty treating patients suffering from hysteria while studying with the neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot, who believed that mental disorders stemmed from abnormalities in the nervous system and that hypnosis could change the patient's state of consciousness. Freud began using hypnosis, analyzing connections and behaviors that might be linked to the presented symptom. Still, he felt inexperienced in the technique and decided to partner with Joseph Breuer, who used hypnosis differently. From the beginning of his studies on the mind, Freud encountered cases of hysteria and hysterical women, the result of a social structure that repressed sex, therapeutic speech, and women themselves. The talking cure. Breuer, an Austrian physician and physiologist unlike Charcot, who used direct suggestion, allowed patients to freely recount their symptoms in order to find relief through reenactment. This method was called cathartic, in which the patient's attention was directed toward the traumatic scene. Freud and Breuer worked to locate the mental conflict and release the repressed emotion. This effective discharge was called abreaction. replacing hypnosis with concentration. As the technique progressed, points of divergence emerged between Freud and Breuer, especially regarding Freud's emphasis on childhood sexual memories and contents. Freud abandoned hypnosis and adopted the concentration technique, in which he asked patients to focus on a specific symptom and search for memories that could help explain its origin. He refined the method by applying pressure to the patient's forehead to help bring unconscious content to consciousness. The treatment of hysteria and other psychic disorders gradually shifted away from hypnosis and moved toward dialogic interaction, free association between therapist and patient, as well as through slips, jokes, and dreams. Free-floating attention as a fundamental rule. Freud advanced his techniques until he arrived at free association, in which the patient speaks openly so that the therapist can investigate, analyze, and interpret. These techniques rely on the concept of free-floating attention, where the therapist provides the conditions for communication from unconscious to unconscious. Just as the patient is encouraged to speak freely, the therapist must also avoid the impulse to prioritize or select parts of the patient's discourse in advance. Unconscious, preconscious, and conscious. The first topography of the psychic apparatus introduces the idea of the unconscious, preconscious, and conscious. According to Freud, there are 3 narcissistic wounds to humanity. The first was Copernicus's discovery that neither Earth nor humanity is the center of the universe. The second came from Darwin's theory of evolution, which removed the notion of human superiority as a divine creation. The third wound was Freud's own contribution, the concept of the unconscious, which suggests that human actions are influenced by forces outside rational understanding. Dream formation. Hysteria is a symptom caused by censored content that does not reach consciousness but generates symptoms. One way to access the unconscious is through dreams. The unconscious houses content repressed by internal censorship. The preconscious holds material that is easily accessible to consciousness but does not currently belong to it. Consciousness, meanwhile, is where stimuli from the internal and external worlds are processed, being responsible for perception, attention, and reasoning. Freud found that the impulse behind dream formation originates in the unconscious. In this process, desires link with dream thoughts from the preconscious and conscious, seeking a way to reach awareness. The child and sexuality. One of Freud's greatest discoveries was the theory of infantile psychosexual development. The sexuality Freud referred to did not concern reproduction, but included desires and yearnings that could involve touch, gaze, and language. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, hysteria can be defined as a psychogenic illness in which symptoms are expressed symbolically, stemming from a conflict rooted in childhood. Personality development. Freud believed that personality develops through stages during childhood, where the energies seeking pleasure are channeled into specific erogenous zones. These stages are oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital. These stages are not linear or rigid, and they don't necessarily occur at fixed ages, though general age ranges can be outlined. Each phase leaves psychological imprints that shape the individual's functioning later in life. The oral stage focuses on the mouth as the primary source of pleasure. The anal stage centers around control and elimination, and the phallic stage explores genital-related pleasure and complex emotional bonds with parents. The Oedipus Complex. The Oedipus complex represents a symbolic behavior in which the child, particularly the boy, sees the mother as the object of desire and the father as a rival. The girl undergoes a similar process, termed the feminine Oedipus complex by Freud and the Electra Complex by Carl Jung. Freud posited that healthy development requires the child to relinquish the parent as the desired object in favor of identifying with the same-sex parent, thereby allowing integration into cultural and social norms. This resolution is crucial for mature sexual identity and psychological balance. Drives and defense mechanisms. Freud proposed key concepts to understand the psyche, such as drives and defense mechanisms. A drive is a process that propels the organism toward a goal. For Freud, drives sit at the boundary between mind and body and are rooted in biological needs. The psyche reacts to inner and outer tensions by creating defense mechanisms, unconscious strategies to cope with conflict and anxiety. These include repression, reaction formation, regression, projection, and others that aim to protect the ego from overwhelming stress or trauma. ID, ego, and superego. Freud's second structural model of the psyche introduced the ID, ego, and superego. The ID is a reservoir of psychic energy governed by the pleasure principle, seeking immediate satisfaction. The ego operates under the reality principle, mediating between the demands of the ID and the constraints of reality. The superego develops from parental and societal norms and acts as a moral regulator, issuing prohibitions and enforcing internalized rules. Together, these three elements interact continuously, shaping thoughts, actions, and emotional responses through a dynamic and often conflicting interplay. The analyst's role and the evolution of psychoanalysis. Significant contributors helped evolve psychoanalysis beyond Freud's original framework. Carl Jung, Melanie Klein, Donald Winnicott, Wilfred Bion, and Jacques Lacan added diverse interpretations. Zimmerman, 1999, categorized psychoanalysis into three branches: orthodox, classical, and contemporary. Contemporary psychoanalysis emphasizes the relational bond between analyst and patient, moving away from rigid technique and fostering therapeutic authenticity. Today's psychoanalyst seeks a broader training to meet diverse patient needs. Although many disorders are now studied beyond hysteria, its foundational insights still echo in the understanding of various modern anxieties and pathologies. What is hysteria? Concepts and treatments. Hysteria, from the Greek hystera, meaning uterus, has long intrigued both ancient and modern medicine. This section explores the psychoanalytic definition of hysteria, tracing its historical interpretations, therapeutic models, and conceptual evolution. In ancient Egypt, the uterus was believed to wander through the female body, causing various physical symptoms. This idea evolved in ancient Greece, where Plato described the uterus as a separate living creature inside the woman. Aratus referred to it as an animal within an animal, whose movements caused internal pressure and dysfunction. Freud and the psychoanalytic perspective. Within psychoanalysis, hysteria became foundational. Freud and Brewer defined it as originating from a source that patients were either unwilling or unable to recognize. This source was a psychic trauma, typically rooted in childhood, where an emotional charge, affect, was severed from its idea or representation and discharged into the body. This process underpins the concept of conversion hysteria. A childhood trauma leads to the repression of desire-related affect, which cannot be symbolically elaborated, and so manifests as physical symptoms. Freud introduced the notion of repression, a barrier isolating these affect-laden ideas into a second consciousness, leading to somatic symptoms via symbolic transformation. Conversion and catharsis. This mechanism, termed conversion, transforms psychic pain into bodily symptoms. The cathartic method emerged as a promising therapeutic response, enabling patients to recall the isolated representations and release the trapped affect. This emotional release was called abreaction. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, abreaction is an emotional discharge that, by releasing the affect linked to a traumatic memory, neutralizes its pathogenic effects. In essence, abreaction serves as a cleansing of the psyche, often through talk therapy or emotional expression, allowing repressed emotions to surface and be reintegrated into consciousness. Summary of the hysterical mechanism. To summarize the psychoanalytic understanding of hysteria, a traumatic event occurs in early childhood. The adult cannot recall it consciously. This is repression. The affect detaches from the original memory, representation. The repressed energy manifests as somatic symptoms. This is somatization. Ancient and early modern treatments of hysteria. In antiquity, hysteria was treated with aromatherapy, using unpleasant smells near the nose and pleasant ones near the genitals to guide the uterus back to its proper place. In the 2nd century, Galen refuted the wandering womb idea but still linked hysteria to uterine dysfunction. He prescribed sexual intercourse and topical creams administered by servants as treatment. During the Middle Ages and Renaissance, beliefs in demonic possession often replaced medical explanations. Aromatherapy and sex within marriage remained popular cures, based on the belief that sexual release removed the accumulation of harmful fluids. Contemporary perspectives on hysteria. By the 18th century, hysteria began to be viewed as psychological rather than biological. Still, many treatments remained rooted in outdated theories. During the Industrial Revolution, devices were used to mechanically induce orgasm in women, under the belief that this massage therapy treated hysteria. It's notable that masturbation via vibrators was not considered sexual because it lacked male penetration or ejaculation, in line with the period's androcentric view of sexuality. Freud and the scientific turn. In the 19th century, Jean-Martin Charcot shifted the discourse by examining hysteria as a medical condition, not a supernatural affliction. Freud advanced these studies, suggesting that hysteria was entirely emotional and could affect both men and women. He linked it to early trauma that prevented individuals from experiencing sexual pleasure conventionally. This led to his formulation of the Oedipus complex and the notion that femininity was defined through the absence or lack of masculinity, ideas that were later criticized for being patriarchal and misused to discredit feminist movements. The reappropriation and diagnostic shift. In the 1980s, feminist scholars began reinterpreting hysteria as a form of proto-feminist rebellion. Rather than a pathology, it was viewed as a reaction to oppressive social structures. Today, the term hysteria has largely been retired from diagnostic categories, replaced by more specific terms like somatization disorder or conversion disorder. Nonetheless, the history of hysteria remains crucial for understanding the early development of psychoanalysis and the shift from biological to psychological models of mental illness. Abreaction, meaning in psychoanalysis. Abreaction, sometimes spelled abreaction, is a key psychoanalytic concept referring to the release of pent-up emotional energy tied to a past trauma. Rooted in Freud's early clinical work, it explains how the psyche processes repressed affect by allowing it to emerge into consciousness. This emotional discharge can relieve the burden of unresolved experiences that manifest through psychological or psychosomatic symptoms. In psychoanalysis, abreaction isn't just a cathartic outburst. It represents a reconnection of the affect to its original representation. By re-experiencing the emotional intensity of the trauma within a therapeutic setting, the individual can integrate the once dissociated memory, reducing its pathogenic power. Social norms and psychic defense. Modern society imposes rigid standards of success, productivity, and morality. People are conditioned to repress their primal urges and emotional impulses in favor of socially accepted behavior. This repression strengthens the superego, while the ego struggles to mediate between instinctual drives, ID, and cultural demands. In this context, individuals often develop neurotic defenses to contain emotions that don't fit social norms. When these defenses weaken, due to stress, fatigue, or internal conflict, repressed material can erupt, producing symptoms or triggering abreaction. This eruption is the psyche's attempt to restore balance. The ego's role in managing trauma. As a regulatory force, the ego relies on various defense mechanisms to shield the individual from traumatic content. Among them, denial, displacement, sublimation. These unconscious operations help the individual navigate painful or socially unacceptable impulses. Yet, when these defenses falter, repressed emotions resurface violently. Abreaction is the psychic release that bypasses the ego's control and reclaims the blocked content. What's expelled isn't just intellectual recollection. It's the emotional storm once held back. Abreaction as psychosomatic expression. Many abreactions are expressed not through words, but via the body. Psychosomatic symptoms emerge when the psyche fails to symbolize trauma adequately, diverting emotional tension into physical form. A child who is abused, for instance, may not become abusive in adulthood. Instead, he might develop unexplained pain, emotional withdrawal, or public speaking anxiety, each a symbolic expression of a buried trauma. These symptoms act as unconscious cries for help, signaling the need to access and process the forgotten wound. Releasing the effect through abreaction helps the body and mind restore coherence. Toward healing and integration. Conventional treatments may suppress symptoms with medication, reinforcing the original repression and risking recurrence. Psychoanalytic treatment, however, aims to guide the individual back to the root of the trauma. In therapy, The patient is not simply reliving the event, but recontextualizing it through understanding and emotional reintegration. True abreaction involves reliving the affective intensity of the past, sometimes with tears, screams, or tremors, and recognizing its emotional truth. This allows the trauma to lose its unconscious hold, transforming from a haunting shadow into a remembered part of the self. This is the essence of catharsis. Fundamental concepts of Freudian psychoanalysis. Freud's writings sparked a paradigm shift in how humanity understands itself, particularly by challenging the dominant ideologies of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. He described his discoveries as the third great narcissistic wound to humanity. The first came with Copernicus, who removed Earth, and thus mankind, from the center of the universe. The second was Darwin's theory of evolution, placing humans on the same continuum as animals. And the third, according to Freud, was the recognition that human behavior is not governed solely by conscious rationality, but deeply influenced by unconscious drives. Through this lens, Freud spent his life uncovering the mechanisms behind the human psyche. His clinical practice became the foundation of a new method of psychological treatment. The fundamental concepts he developed form the pillars of psychoanalytic theory and will be addressed in more depth in upcoming modules. The unconscious and the first structure of the psychic apparatus. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, if Freud's discovery could be condensed into a single word, that word would unquestionably be unconscious. Unsurprisingly, these authors highlight the conceptual revolution Freud initiated by naming and defining the unconscious as a key to understanding the human psyche. In broad terms, the unconscious consists of contents that are not accessible to consciousness due to internal censorship. It is a structure within the psyche that operates according to its own laws. For instance, it communicates through memory images and symbolism and lacks temporal and logical structure. This concept enabled Freud to organize the psyche into three domains, described in his first Topography. The system UCS-PCS/CS. The unconscious, UCS, holds repressed content inaccessible to the preconscious and conscious. The preconscious, PCS, holds content that can be made conscious but is not currently in awareness. The conscious, CS, processes information from the internal and external world and is responsible for perception, attention, and reasoning. Stages of psychosexual development. Freud's clinical practice and theoretical framework deeply explore the roots and mechanisms of neuroses. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, 1996, neurosis is a psychogenic condition in which symptoms are symbolic expressions of a psychic conflict rooted in the individual's childhood history, forming compromises between desire and defense. Through his studies, Freud concluded that most repressed desires stem from early sexual conflicts, typically arising in childhood. These traumatic experiences were seen as the origin of later symptoms. This perspective shattered prevailing paradigms that restricted sexuality to reproduction, placing psychosexual development at the heart of human psychological evolution. Freud named the energy associated with sexual instincts libido, which seeks pleasure through bodily experience from birth onward. Thus, psychosexual development unfolds through phases in which libidinal focus shifts to different erogenous zones of the body, producing pleasure and shaping personality. Oral stage. The mouth is the primary source of pleasure. Anal stage. The anus becomes the focus, particularly around toilet training. Phallic stage. The genitals become the center of libidinal energy. Latency period. Sexual impulses are sublimated and redirected towards social, cultural, and intellectual pursuits. Genital stage. The libido is directed outward toward relationships and adult sexuality. These stages are not strictly linear or bound by rigid age ranges, but rather unfold within developmental windows. Their outcomes leave lasting marks on an individual's psychic structure. One major process that runs through these stages is the Oedipus complex, a concept as nuanced as its mythological namesake. Drawing from the Greek myth of Oedipus, who kills his father and marries his mother, Freud symbolically interpreted this as the child's unconscious desire for the opposite-sex parent and rivalry with the same-sex parent. The boy wants his mother and competes with his father, aspiring to become like him. In healthy development, the The child eventually renounces the mother as an object of desire and redirects that energy elsewhere, entering the cultural and social world. In the case of girls, the parental roles are reversed. Desire is directed at the father and rivalry toward the mother. Freud called this the female Oedipus complex, while Carl Jung coined the term Electra Complex to describe this dynamic. The concept of repression and symptom formation. Repression is a fundamental concept in Freudian psychoanalysis and serves as a cornerstone for understanding how unconscious material is organized and maintained. Freud defines repression as a psychological mechanism through which undesirable thoughts, memories, or desires, typically of a sexual or aggressive nature, are barred from conscious awareness. These contents are not eliminated, but rather pushed into the unconscious, where they remain active and continue to influence the subject's behaviors, emotions, and bodily symptoms. This process does not occur randomly, but as a response to psychic conflict. When a desire or idea threatens the ego or contradicts internalized moral codes, represented by the superego, repression acts defensively, establishing a boundary between consciousness and the repressed material. However, this defense is imperfect. The repressed content often seeks expression, which leads to a compromise formation, most notably in the form of neurotic symptoms, dreams, slips of the tongue, or psychosomatic conditions. In this context, Freud observed that the symptom is not a meaningless dysfunction, but a symbolic expression of the repressed content. That is, symptoms act as distorted or disguised representations of unconscious desires, thus maintaining a hidden connection to the original repressed material. The individual, however, is typically unaware of this connection. Freud's clinical work showed that bringing repressed material to consciousness, particularly through techniques such as free association, dream interpretation, and transference analysis, allowed the patient to gain insight and ultimately alleviate their symptoms. The process of working through these resistances is essential to psychoanalytic therapy. Moreover, the mechanism of repression highlights the dynamic nature of the mind. It is not static but continually engaged in managing conflicts between instinctual drives, societal demands, and internalized norms. Thus, repression illustrates the psychic economy that underpins the entire psychoanalytic framework, bridging the gap between theory and therapeutic practice. The role of dreams in psychoanalysis. Freud's revolutionary insight into the unconscious found one of its richest expressions in the analysis of dreams. He famously referred to dreams as the royal road to the unconscious, emphasizing their capacity to reveal the hidden desires and conflicts that escape the barriers of repression. In his seminal work The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900, Freud proposed that dreams are wish fulfillments, symbolic representations of unfulfilled desires, often rooted in childhood and censored by the psyche's internal structures. The dream, according to Freud, is composed of two key elements: the manifest content, which is the literal storyline the dreamer remembers upon waking, and the latent content, which is the hidden, symbolic meaning embedded within it. The transformation of latent content into manifest content is governed by a process Freud called the dream work. This includes mechanisms such as displacement, shifting emotional intensity from one idea to another, condensation, compressing multiple meanings into a single image, and symbolization, using imagery to represent unconscious desires. Dreams are not direct revelations, but riddles that require interpretation. The ego's censorship, even during sleep, distorts the unconscious material to make it more acceptable. As such, dreams often appear fragmented, illogical, or surreal, yet they carry the emotional residue of repressed conflicts that find a safer mode of expression in this disguised form. In the psychoanalytic setting, dreams are treated with utmost significance. The patient is encouraged to recount their dreams without judgment, allowing the analyst to trace the symbolic pathways that lead back to repressed material. Through this exploration, the analyst helps the patient uncover the hidden meanings of their dreams, gradually bringing unconscious content to consciousness. This process not only serves to illuminate the inner workings of the patient's psychic life, but also facilitates healing. As repressed material becomes integrated into conscious awareness, its grip on the individual weakens, reducing the need for symptomatic expression. Hence, dream analysis functions both as a diagnostic tool and a transformative path towards psychic integration. Libido and the development of sexuality. Freud's concept of libido marked a dramatic shift in the understanding of human motivation. Unlike the narrow Victorian interpretation of sexuality as merely reproductive, Freud expanded the term to describe a broader psychic energy derived from instinctual drives, particularly those associated with pleasure. Libido, for Freud, was not limited to genital sexuality, but encompassed the entire field of eroticism, including touch, gaze, fantasy, and symbolic expression. It was the fuel of psychic life, underlying both creativity and pathology. In his theory of psychosexual development, Freud proposed a series of stages through which the libido passes from infancy to adulthood, each associated with a specific erogenous zone. The oral stage, centered around the mouth, characterizes the infant's first experiences of pleasure through sucking and biting. The anal stage follows, where gratification shifts to bowel control and mastery over retention and expulsion. Then comes the phallic stage, during which children become aware of their genitals and engage in complex emotional dynamics, including the Oedipus complex. The latency period, which occurs from around age 6 to puberty, is marked by a relative quiescence of sexual drives, allowing the child to focus on intellectual and social development. Finally, the genital stage reactivates the libido in a mature, other-directed form, where sexuality becomes integrated into adult relationships. Successful passage through each stage supports healthy personality development. Failure or fixation can lead to neuroses or maladaptive behaviors. The libido's trajectory is not merely biological but deeply symbolic, shaped by interactions with caregivers, internal conflicts, and cultural norms. Freud's insight was to recognize that repression, fixation, or trauma at any of these stages could distort the flow of libido, resulting in unconscious conflicts that manifest in symptoms or dreams. This understanding offered a framework for interpreting not only individual suffering, but broader cultural expressions such as art, religion, and politics. Freud's model was both celebrated and criticized. While his linkage of sexuality with early childhood shocked many of his contemporaries, it paved the way for a new view of human development that emphasized internal dynamics over external behavior. It showed that behind adult neuroses often lie unresolved tensions from childhood, conflicts where the libido was redirected, inhibited, or denied, yet never extinguished. Through analysis, these energies could be recognized, reintegrated, and transformed. The Oedipus complex and the structure of desire. Among Freud's most controversial and influential contributions is the theory of the Oedipus complex, which he considered the nucleus of neurosis and a cornerstone of psychic development. Rooted in the Greek myth of Oedipus, the complex describes a stage in childhood where the child develops a deep emotional attachment to the opposite-sex parent and experiences rivalry and hostility toward the same-sex parent. This triangulated desire forms the structural basis of human subjectivity and the unfolding of repression, guilt, and identity formation. For the boy, this involves unconscious wishes to possess the mother and eliminate the father as a rival, leading to fear of punishment, castration anxiety. The resolution of the complex occurs when the child renounces these desires and internalizes the prohibitions, giving rise to the superego, the moral conscience. For the girl, Freud posited a parallel dynamic he termed the feminine Oedipus complex, later reinterpreted by Carl Jung as the Electra Complex. In this scenario, the girl shifts her attachment from the mother to the father, prompted by the realization of anatomical difference and the ensuing desire for the phallus, symbolizing power and completeness. The Oedipus complex is not resolved once and for all, but remains a deep structure of the psyche, shaping adult attachments, authority relationships, and social behavior. Repression of Oedipal desires fuels much of the unconscious material explored in psychoanalysis, emerging through dreams, slips of the tongue, or symptoms. Freud's idea was revolutionary because it revealed how desire is inherently social and mediated by symbolic relations, by names, roles, and prohibitions that inscribe the child into the world of law and culture. Critics have challenged the Oedipus complex on various grounds, including its heteronormative assumptions and cultural specificity. Feminist theorists have particularly critiqued Freud's formulation of female development, arguing that it situates femininity as a lack or deviation from male normativity. Yet even among critics, the central insight remains compelling. Early childhood relationships form the blueprint for future desires, anxieties, and defenses. The Oedipal structure, in this sense, is less a literal narrative than a metaphor for the formation of human desire within a symbolic order. Understanding the Oedipus complex is key to grasping the dynamics of transference in therapy, where the patient projects unconscious wishes and conflicts onto the analyst. This reenactment of early desires within the therapeutic frame allows for their interpretation and resolution. In this way, the Oedipus complex is not just a theory of childhood. It becomes the crucible of psychoanalytic work itself, a mirror through which one may decipher the tangled web of desire, law, and identity. Summary of the story of Oedipus. The myth or story of Oedipus, also known as Oedipus Rex, is one of the most striking in Western culture. Freud formulated the Oedipus complex from this Greek tragedy by Sophocles, a concept that became foundational in psychoanalytic theory. The formation of human personality. Understanding who we are and why we act as we do is not only an academic challenge, but a key to our human development at every stage of life. Observing our actions and uncovering the reasons behind them helps us foresee and correct behaviors we find inappropriate. There are many theories explaining human behavior. Hippocrates is among the numerous figures who attempted to decode it. Yet before explaining our conduct, we must understand the primal foundations that drive us. This article doesn't aim to cover all facets of human behavior, but focuses specifically on sexual behavior and its roots in personality formation. The Oedipus myth as a foundation for understanding psychic processes. Freud completed his medical studies in 1881 and decided to specialize in clinical neurology. Ahead of his time, he devoted himself to studying human behavior. For a decade, he studied independently, facing hostility from academia. Much of his theory has stood the test of time and continues to be explored. Freud drew heavily on Greek mythology to understand his patients' psychic processes. He was deeply interested in art, myth, and religion and gave special attention to dreams. The story of Oedipus Rex. In 1889, Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams, a groundbreaking work that launched psychoanalysis and forever altered how we view the self. Mythology played a major role in Freud's interpretations. One of the most iconic tales is that of Oedipus. Laius, king of Thebes, was warned by an oracle not to have children, as he would be killed by his son, who would then marry his mother. Ignoring this, Laius fathered a child with Jocasta, but later abandoned the boy, piercing his ankles and leaving him on a mountain to die. The child, named Oedipus, meaning swollen foot, was rescued by shepherds and raised by King Polybus of Corinth. Unaware of his origins, Oedipus consulted the oracle at Delphi, who told him he would kill his father and marry his mother. Solving the Sphinx's riddle. Disturbed, Oedipus fled Corinth to avoid his supposed fate. On his journey, he clashed with Laius and unknowingly killed him. He continued to Thebes, where he encountered the Sphinx, a monstrous creature tormenting the city by posing unsolvable riddles. The Sphinx asked, "What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening?" Oedipus answered, "Man, who crawls as a baby, walks upright as an adult, and uses a cane in old age." Defeated, the Sphinx killed herself. The tragic conclusion of Oedipus's story. Hailed as a hero, Oedipus became Thebes' king and unknowingly married his mother, Jocasta. A plague struck the city, and the oracle proclaimed it would end only when Laius's killer was punished. The truth eventually came out, leading Jocasta to hang herself, while Oedipus blinded himself in despair. The Oedipus complex, Freud's interpretation. Freud used this story to define the Oedipus complex, a universal and crucial stage of child development occurring roughly between ages 3 to 6. In this phase, the child experiences desire for the opposite-sex parent and rivalry with the same-sex parent. A boy, for example, competes with his father for his mother's affection. If unresolved, these early dynamics can shape neuroses in adulthood. Developmental consequences in childhood. All childhood stages are vital, and if not experienced healthily, they may have lifelong effects. In Oedipus's case, fears of castration in boys and penis envy in girls emerge. Healthy development involves girls accepting the absence of a penis and boys overcoming their castration fears. This transition is essential for mature sexual identity and psychic balance. Lasting effects in adulthood. Even in adult life, we see remnants of unresolved childhood conflicts. Men may remain psychologically dominated by paternal figures or harbor intense castration anxiety. Many neuroses trace back to a poorly resolved Oedipal phase. The Oedipus Complex, Freud's understanding. Freud used this story to conceptualize the Oedipus Complex, a stage that occurs between the ages of 3 or 4 and continues until around 6 or 7. The Oedipus complex is considered one of the foundational concepts of Freudian theory. This is a universal phase of child development, marked by a rivalry between the child and the parent of the same sex, driven by affection for the parent of the opposite sex. For example, the boy sees himself competing with his father for his mother's love. All developmental phases are important, and if not experienced in a healthy way, they can lead to lasting consequences. In Oedipus's case, the consequence is linked to the fear of castration in boys and penis envy in girls. The healthy development of this stage involves girls accepting the absence of a penis and boys overcoming their castration anxiety. Even in adulthood, unresolved childhood issues can leave traces, and the story of Oedipus can serve as a powerful reference. Some men may live under the shadow of their fathers, paralyzed by deep-rooted fears and unconscious guilt. Many neuroses in adulthood can be traced back to a troubled passage through this critical phase of development. The Oedipus complex in psychoanalysis. According to the founder of psychoanalysis, the Oedipus complex unfolds during the phallic stage, when the child becomes aware of sexual differences. During this phase, a child who is used to receiving undivided attention from the opposite sex parent begins to encounter numerous prohibitions, restrictions that had not existed before. The child is no longer allowed to do as they please, no longer shares the parent's bed, and must begin to cover their body and follow new social codes. This new reality forces the child to recognize the distinction between themselves and their parents. With this realization, a series of transitional experiences begin to shape the child's adult behavior, especially their future sexual attitudes and preferences. When the process unfolds normally, girls identify with the mother and develop feminine traits, while boys identify with the father and embrace their masculinity. However, if there's an intense fear of losing the affection of the parent they long for, unresolved conflicts may emerge and persist into adulthood, sometimes manifesting as homosexual behaviors or deep psychological discomfort. The function of the Oedipus complex. The function of the Oedipus complex is to help the individual transition from a realm dominated by instincts and impulses to the world of culture and social norms. When this transition is not successfully made, the individual may experience intense psychological unrest. To repress their libido, the child symbolically undergoes castration. This threat or fear plays a pivotal role in the resolution of the complex. In its resolution, the place of desire is either filled by identification with the mother or, more commonly, by an intensification of identification with the father. This outcome helps consolidate the boy's masculinity and align his values with social norms. In the case of girls, Freud argued that there is no threat of castration because they perceive themselves as already lacking a penis. Therefore, the girl accepts this absence and redirects her libido in a socially acceptable direction. Through this redirection, the child internalizes social values, represses incestuous desires, and projects them into the unconscious, which influences future romantic relationships with individuals who do not represent a familial taboo. The Electra Complex. The Electra Complex is the stage of psychosexual development involving young girls. According to Jung, girls begin to feel a stronger attraction to their father figure than to their mother. Just as boys experience rivalry with their fathers, girls also encounter someone to compete with for paternal attention. Complementing Freudian theory, Jung argued that a girl's relationship with her parents is influenced by her sexual development. As her psychological maturity progresses, so does her attraction to her father. Since he shares an intimate relationship with the mother, the girl starts to perceive her mother as a rival. This entire process begins around the age of 3 and generally dissolves by the time the child is 6. At that point, the attachment and fixation begin to fade naturally. The girl then detaches from her father and attempts to reconnect with her mother. The mother becomes her primary reference for femininity, and the girl begins forming her identity based on this renewed connection. How does it begin? Gradually, as children grow, they begin to sense the natural responses of the body to sexual impulses. When this process unfolds in a healthy manner, it leads to emotional and sexual maturity. If mishandled, it can result in mental health disorders. As with boys, girls also start developing emotional and physical bonds with their parents around the age of 3. In fact, the bond between mother and daughter is often stronger than that between mother and son. Before turning their focus to their father, girls first build a foundational relationship with their mother. This maternal connection serves as a base for later return. However, this bond fades as fixation on the father increases. According to Jung, the girl unconsciously realizes she lacks a penis and symbolically associates this absence with her father. Because he shares his attention with the mother, the girl begins to distance herself from the maternal figure. Until that connection is restored, specific behavioral signs may appear. Symptoms. Before going further, it's important to note that the Electra Complex is neither a disease nor a syndrome. It's a natural part of a child's developmental process and should be properly addressed. Even so, some notable behaviors can manifest, such as possessive affection toward the father. This is one of the clearest symptoms of the Electra Complex. Once the girl identifies her father as a source of affection and love, she'll do everything in her power to please him. What begins as simple gestures of affection often increases in intensity and frequency, eventually becoming a possessive attachment. Jealousy. Over time, this excessive affection can evolve into jealousy. Being too young to regulate her emotions, the girl may express visible signs of jealousy toward her father and even resentment toward her mother. Hostility. To monopolize her father's attention, the girl may attempt to push others away, showing signs of aggression. This is where parents must be particularly observant, as such extreme behavior can carry over into adulthood if not addressed. Imitation. Gradually, the girl may begin using her mother's belongings, clothes, makeup, shoes, in an effort to attract her father's attention. This behavior is most common near the end of this phase when the child begins trying to reconnect with her mother by mimicking her. Consequences. If not properly addressed during childhood, the Electra Complex can dangerously influence a girl's adult life. Unconsciously, the woman seeks to preserve the affectionate and secure bond she once had with her father. If this bond was never fully resolved, her adult persona reflects it in several ways. Romantic relationships. The woman often carries a childlike perspective of love into her relationships, projecting her unresolved attachment onto her partners. Because she subconsciously seeks a father figure in them, her expectations go unmet, leading to frequent conflicts. Responsibility. As an adult, the woman may struggle with handling responsibilities maturely. Signs include disorganization, inability to manage commitments, and a general lack of direction in personal and professional life. Conflict with the mother. Although the initial maternal rivalry may seem normal, if left unresolved, it can evolve into a deep and lasting tension. As an adult, the woman may have a strained and conflicted relationship with her mother, leading to emotional insecurity and abandonment issues. How to work through it. To prevent future issues stemming from the Electra Complex, parental intervention is essential. Parents should talk to their daughter about the nature of love, how it develops, and the different ways it can be expressed. This helps the child understand that it's possible to love many people at once and in different ways. With this guidance, the girl can make sense of her feelings toward both parents, recognizing the appropriate dynamic between daughter and father and between husband and wife. As a girl grows, she seeks an emotional reference point for affection. Naturally, the father becomes that reference, being the first male figure she encounters. Through him, she learns the emotional tools needed to develop loving relationships. She'll go to great lengths to gain his attention while navigating how to relate emotionally. This is the essence of the Electra Complex. The girl's attention turns toward the father, distancing from the mother. It's important to remember that her feelings and desires toward her father differ significantly from those experienced by adults. Even so, this attention must be properly directed and balanced between both parents, which is crucial for her healthy development. Concepts of psychic functioning. Some concepts are essential for grounding and understanding the theoretical constructs of Sigmund Freud. These and other ideas will be discussed in more detail in later modules, but for now, some fundamentals must be established. In Freudian theory, a drive pulseo can be understood as a psychic representative of internal bodily excitations. In other words, there's a somatic tension seeking release through an object. Drives can be analyzed in 4 components. Source, the part of the body where the stimulus originates. Magnitude, the intensity or energetic force of the drive. Aim, the purpose or need the drive seeks to fulfill. Object, that which allows the drive to reach its goal. Freud further categorized drives according to the psychic apparatus, suggesting that ego drives, focused on self-preservation like hunger, and sexual drives, concerned with species preservation, coexist and evolve. In his 1920 work Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud firmly established the duality of life drives, eros, and death drives, thanatos, which often coexist in varying degrees. Another crucial point is that psychic functioning can be interpreted through 3 lenses. Economic, related to the amount of energy fueling psychic processes. Topographic, refers to different mental systems and their nature, conscious and unconscious. Dynamic, involves the transmission of forces and effects between these systems. Psychic experiences, especially those related to internal or external disturbances, can be overwhelming and disorganizing. To protect itself from suffering, the psyche develops defense mechanisms. These are commonly found in neurotic individuals and include repression. Certain experiences are pushed into the unconscious due to their disturbing nature. Reaction formation. A person behaves in direct opposition to their unconscious desires. For instance, someone excessively sweet might be masking deep aggression. Regression. A return to more primitive behavior patterns, often as a way to avoid dealing with present challenges. Projection. Unacceptable inner impulses are unconsciously attributed to others, often followed by outward criticism or hostility. Rationalization. The creation of highly logical arguments to justify actions and minimize emotional discomfort, even when those actions stem from irrational or unconscious drives. These mechanisms typically appear in individuals with a relatively well-developed ego structure. More primitive or psychotic defenses, like splitting, idealization, and projective identification, are linked to earlier developmental stages and will be examined in detail in future modules. Drive theory. What is drive? The term drive refers to an increase in internal arousal and motivation aimed at achieving a specific goal. In this context, one may ask whether we can influence the way our body behaves in order to attain certain outcomes. According to psychologists, there's a distinction between primary and secondary impulses. Primary drives are directly related to survival, such as the need for food, water, and oxygen. Secondary or acquired drives, on the other hand, are culturally determined or learned, such as the drive for money, intimacy, or social approval. Drive theory suggests that these impulses motivate people to reduce their internal tension. As a result, individuals tend to choose responses that are most effective in satisfying these urges. For instance, when someone feels hungry, they're motivated to reduce that discomfort by eating. Similarly, when faced with a task, the individual is driven to complete it. Drive and the drive reduction theory. In the drive reduction theory, Clark L. Hull stands as a central figure. We mention his name because it was he who proposed this theory of motivation and learning. The theory itself was based on direct studies of rat behavior conducted by his students. The rats were trained to run through a maze to reach a food reward. Later, 2 groups of rats were food deprived, one for 3 hours, the other for 22. Hull hypothesized that the longer deprived rats would have greater motivation. Therefore, a higher level of drive would prompt them to obtain the food reward at the end of the maze. He also proposed that the more often a rat was rewarded for completing the maze, the more likely it was to develop a habit of running through it. As expected, Hull and his students found that both the level of deprivation and the number of reinforcements resulted in faster running times toward the reward. Thus, Hull concluded that both drive and habit equally contribute to performance in behaviors instrumental in reducing inner tension. Applying drive theory to social psychology. Translating these findings into the realm of psychology, we can see that when a person is hungry or thirsty, they experience internal tension. This discomfort motivates them to eat or drink to relieve it. Likewise, a similar state of tension may arise when a person is being watched by others or when they hold psychologically inconsistent beliefs or thoughts. The theory of cognitive dissonance, proposed by social psychologist Leon Festinger, asserts that when someone is confronted with two contradictory beliefs or thoughts, they experience psychological tension. This mental discomfort, in turn, can be seen as a negative drive state, similar to hunger or thirst. Unconscious social pressure examples. A compelling application of drive theory in both social psychology and psychoanalysis can be found in Robert Zajonk's explanation of the social facilitation effect. This concept suggests that in the presence of others, individuals tend to perform both simple and complex tasks more effectively, or experience inhibition, compared to when they're alone. This phenomenon has its roots in the work of social psychologist Norman Triplett, who observed that cyclists performed better when racing against each other than when racing alone against the clock. Zajonk argued that this effect stems from the perceived difficulty of the task and the individual's dominant response, i.e., the behavior most likely to occur based on their experience or skill level. When drives are activated, people tend to rely on their dominant, easily accessible response, or, as Hull would call them, habits. If the task is easy, their dominant response leads to success. But if the task is perceived as difficult, the dominant response may result in poor performance. For example, consider a ballerina who is underpracticed and often makes mistakes. According to drive theory, when she performs in front of an audience, her dominant response will likely prevail, leading her to make even more mistakes than if she were dancing alone. However, if she has invested significant time in polishing her performance, drive theory would predict that she might deliver the best performance of her life in front of that same audience, something she might never achieve in solitude. Natural motivation. Although behavioral and social psychological perspectives examine different phenomena, they share an important similarity. Humans experience arousal, drive, toward achieving a specific goal. In this context, habits or dominant responses dictate the means by which these goals are reached. With enough practice, the perceived difficulty of a task diminishes, increasing the likelihood of improved performance. How does the presence of others affect our behavior? We can never be entirely sure how others will react to our presence, preferences, or personality. Will they judge us, admire us, or disapprove? From an evolutionary perspective, because we can't predict others' reactions, it's advantageous for individuals to become alert in social settings. Thus, our instinctive drive to notice and respond to other social beings underlies Zajonk's drive theory. For example, imagine walking down a street late at night and seeing a dark shadow approaching. You'll likely prepare yourself for that unexpected encounter. Your heart rate will increase, and you may either run or interact socially, depending on the situation. Regardless, Zajonk maintains that our instinctive drive is to become socially aware of those around us, even if their intentions are unclear. Implications of drive theory. Drive theory merges motivation, learning, reinforcement, and habit formation to explain and predict human behavior. It outlines where drives originate, the behaviors they produce, and how those behaviors are maintained. This makes it a valuable framework for understanding habit formation as a product of learning and reinforcement. For instance, in order to change harmful habits like drug use, which may be seen as a method for reducing the need for euphoria, it's crucial to understand how habits are built. Moreover, drive theory helps explain the instinctive arousal we experience in the presence of others. Since human beings live in social environments, it's vital to understand how others influence us. In this context, It's essential to grasp the extent of others' power over our performance, our self-concept, and the impressions we create in the social world. Life drive and death drive. Sigmund Freud was a remarkable researcher when it comes to understanding the human mind, bringing forth complex ideas about the forces that shape human life. Much of his work challenged conventional thought, encouraging us to look beyond simplistic interpretations of human behavior. The idea of drive. In Freud's theory, a drive is the psychic representation of stimuli originating within the organism and arriving in the mind. It acts like an internal energetic impulse that shapes and directs our actions. The resulting behavior differs from that driven by conscious decisions, as this is an internal, unconscious force. Contrary to popular belief, Trieb, Freud's term for drive, does not equate to instinct, which refers to hereditary animal behavior. While instinct implies biological programming, Trieb reflects an irrepressible internal pressure. Freud approached drives as a dualistic framework. Over time, his understanding evolved into a more structured view, presenting a dialectic between the life drive, eros, and the death drive, thanatos. Life drive. In psychoanalysis, the life drive concerns the preservation and consolidation of life. Essentially, it refers to the will to live and maintain the existence of a living organism. This drive manifests in behaviors and systems that prioritize safety and continuity. It fuels a sense of connection, allowing smaller elements to combine into larger, more sustainable structures. For instance, think of cells multiplying under ideal conditions to form a body. Ultimately, the life drive seeks to establish and maintain organizational structures that protect life. It's a force of positive consistency, guiding living beings toward survival. Everyday examples of the life drive. There are numerous daily instances that illustrate the life drive. We are constantly striving to survive, grow, and actualize our potential through our thoughts and actions. Some clear examples include survival. We follow routines of eating when our body signals a need, or even without necessity. Eating supplies us with the essential substances for survival. It's instinctive. Both body and mind decline if this need is ignored. Reproduction and productivity. Creating, building, and propagating are direct expressions of the life drive. Whether working to earn a living, exercising for health, or teaching to spread knowledge, we engage in behaviors that sustain and enrich life. Sexuality. Sex is the union of bodies with the potential to generate new life. Beyond intimacy, it can result in procreation and the continuation of human existence. Thus, it becomes an instrument of life's expansion. Death drive. The death drive, on the other hand, implies the complete reduction of activity in a living being. It reflects a pull toward a return to an inanimate, inorganic state. Its purpose is to reverse the path of growth, guiding beings toward their most primitive form of existence. In his work, Freud adopted a term from psychoanalyst Barbara Lowe, the nirvana principle. This concept describes the exponential reduction of stimulation until a state of stillness or nothingness is achieved. In Buddhist philosophy, nirvana represents the extinction of desire and the arrival at perfect peace. The death drive outlines a path where living beings pursue their end autonomously, without external interference. In a poetically grim sense, it reflects each person's internal desire to die in their own way. Examples of the death drive. The death drive appears in many facets of life, even in the most mundane. That's because destruction is inherently tied to life. It's the natural counterpart to creation. Eating. Eating may serve life, but it requires destruction. The food must be broken down before it nourishes us. This act introduces aggression, making it both constructive and destructive at once. Suicide. Taking one's own life is a stark expression of the death drive. Whether conscious or not, the person rejects the life drive and ends their journey. As mentioned earlier, each individual, in their own way, may decide how to return to non-existence. Longing and grief. Nostalgia can be a source of deep pain for those unable to release what they've lost. Without realizing it, the individual seeks suffering. A child, for example, may look at a photo of their deceased mother, not to heal, but to relive the pain of her absence. The environment shapes our constructive and destructive paths. Discussions of the life and death drives often ignore the environmental context in which we grow up. But this context plays a fundamental role in shaping our individual identities. It also forms the basis of cultural plurality, providing symbolic resources for our development. Psychoanalysis suggests that it's the involvement of the unconscious that divides the individual from their worldly identity. Our inner experience defines where we end, and the outer world begins. This duality raises the question: does the driving force originate internally or externally? That's why psychoanalysis closely examines the symptoms brought on by modern life. Through this lens, we better understand the mechanisms of contemporary violence and gain insight into unconscious desire and drive satisfaction. Balance and supremacy. Life and death drives operate in opposition. When destructive forces are projected outward, one drive aggressively overwhelms the other. This can protect the organism, or result in self-destructive or harmful behavior. The moment one drive dominates the other, an action is triggered. For instance, in the case of suicide, the death drive prevails over the life drive. Final considerations on life and death drives. The life and death drives represent natural movements along the threshold of existence. While one strives to preserve life, the other moves to eliminate it. At any moment, either drive can take control, through simple behaviors or through critical events. Our environment directly influences the expansion of both forces, making them reflections of our surroundings. For example, someone struggling with depression might see suicide as a resolution. As we build our personal identities, we are constantly negotiating with our collective image, who we are to others, and how we choose to live or die in the world. Sublimation, drive, and repression meanings. Sublimation is one of the possible destinations of the drive. It represents the psychic energy that has not been repressed. It's often seen as the transformation of undesirable or destructive impulses into something less harmful and socially acceptable. In essence, it could be described as the encounter with the other and the resulting impact on the self. Sublimation emerges from the psychic process of maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain, often triggered by the discomfort of socialization and the individual's encounter with others. Drive and sublimation. Drive is a dynamic process involving a pressure or force that pushes the organism toward a goal. According to Freud, a drive originates in bodily excitation, and its goal is to eliminate the state of tension at its source. The drive finds satisfaction through or thanks to an object. It's also considered a form of pressure, a quantitative economic factor, a demand for work imposed upon the psychic apparatus. It functions as a boundary concept between the somatic and the psychic. Drives are linked to the notion of a representative, a kind of delegation sent by the somatic system into the psyche. When not repressed, the drive may be sublimated. This can happen through distraction or become a genuine ego defense mechanism. Repression and sublimation. Since our psyche is always under tension and burdened by troubling thoughts, it generates psychic energy. This energy must be channeled somewhere. Sublimation redirects it from destructive behaviors to socially accepted and creatively productive ones. Many sports and games are sublimated expressions of aggressive impulses that might otherwise erupt destructively toward others. Repression and sublimation often occur in parallel because they represent the two extreme poles of possible paths for drives. They are the most critical mechanisms for avoiding direct sexual satisfaction. In repression, the subject remains bound to the sexual, anchored to the forbidden. In sublimation, the subject bypasses the sexual reference altogether and transforms it into something unattainable yet expressible. Sublimation reveals human desire. This unattainable satisfaction within the drive finds its expression through sublimation. Sublimation reveals the structure of human desire in its purest form. It shows that beyond every potential sexual object lies the void of the thing, the radically lost object. Repression, as Freud states, is intrinsic to the ego itself. In his 1915 article, Freud asks, "Why should a drive impulse suffer the fate of repression?" The answer: because the path to satisfaction might bring more displeasure than pleasure. The principle of psychic economy must always be considered. Pleasure in one system of the psyche can easily turn into pain in another. What triggers repression? Thus, repression arises when the pain of satisfaction outweighs the pleasure it might bring. It's crucial to understand that repression serves the drive. It does not oppose it. Meanwhile, sublimation becomes a specific path for the drive, a constant mental stimulus with renewed pressure-seeking expression. Drive, in this sense, lies at the threshold between the body and the psyche, a liminal space between land and sea, flesh and language, carnal lust and spiritual longing. As Marilia Brandeo Lemos de More Callas puts it, the drive relates to the body governed by the pleasure principle, distinct from the purely biological body of medicine. The human body carries symbolic meaning, an interplay between erogenous zones and mental representations, sublimation and the survival instinct. In Civilization and Its Discontents, 1930, Freud explores the necessary renunciation of drives for society's survival. He asks, what do people want from life? They strive to be happy and to remain so. Freud teaches that to endure this discomfort, each individual must find their own golden rule. Clear examples of sublimation as a defense mechanism include feeling angry and chopping wood instead of lashing out, transforming rage into harmless, even productive action. A person with obsessive tendencies becoming a successful entrepreneur. A husband with extramarital desires focusing instead on household repairs while his wife is away. Sublimation stands out as one of the most useful and constructive ego defense mechanisms, as it transforms potentially harmful energy into something beneficial. Freud believed that the greatest achievements of civilization were made through sublimation, learning to reduce defense mechanisms. Ideally, we should minimize the use of defense mechanisms whenever possible. Over-reliance on them disrupts our relationships, damages our self-esteem, and hinders the path to emotional maturity. Pleasure principle. According to Freud's theory of personality, which we've previously discussed, the pleasure principle is what guides the ID. This means the ID is the driving force behind it. We know the ID seeks immediate satisfaction of human impulses, which can take the form of desires or primary needs. Since the pleasure principle is the core of the ID, we can conclude its sole objective is to satisfy our primal urges, such as hunger, rage, or sexual desire. Freud considered the ID to be the biological part of the human mind, present from birth. It's also regarded as the origin of our most intense motivations and remains largely buried within the unconscious. We can see this clearly in early childhood, when the ID dominates behavior. At that stage, the pleasure principle directs all actions towards satisfying basic needs, regardless of time or place. Infants, for instance, demand food, rest, or comfort without concern for social context. That's because the ego, which operates on the reality principle, has not yet developed. Reality principle. While the ID is governed by the pleasure principle, the ego is guided by the reality principle. Its main task is to fulfill the ID's desires in a socially acceptable manner. In this sense, the reality principle opposes the pleasure principle, but not to destroy it. Instead, it mediates the ID's impulses, ensuring they are expressed in ways that align with societal norms and moral standards. The reality principle and the ego emerge as personality matures and interacts with social reality. Cultural factors strongly influence the contents of the ego, even though its function remains fixed. Governed by the reality principle, the ego is preoccupied with avoiding danger and adapting the individual to reality through civilized behavior. Freud also noted that the preconscious level is governed by this same principle. Pleasure versus reality principle. It's very likely that the pleasure principle often conflicts with conscious psychic activity, which constantly seeks to avoid danger and ensure external adaptation. When the mind is dominated by the pleasure principle, essentially the pursuit of desire, we act impulsively. And impulsive actions, as we know, tend to ignore rules or logic. Thus, we can say that the reality principle rationalizes the archaic drives of the pleasure principle. It draws on cultural norms to determine which impulses are acceptable, when they can be fulfilled, and where they are appropriate. Freud concluded that all human thought is, on one hand, a conflict, and on the other, a compromise between the preconscious system, reality, and the unconscious system, pleasure. The second topography, Structure of the psychic apparatus. As Freud's studies and clinical experience advanced, he proposed a restructuring of the psychic apparatus, introducing a new functional model distinct from his original framework. This shift marked the transition from the first topography to the second topography. First topography. This earlier model divided the mind into three systems: conscious CS, preconscious PCS, unconscious ICS. Second topography. In his later model, Freud redefined the psychic apparatus into three psychic agencies: ID, ego, superego. Let's detail each according to the second topography. ID, the deepest and broadest psychic layer, containing psychic energy and primitive drives. The ID is ruled entirely by the pleasure principle, seeking immediate gratification without regard to reality or morality. It represents the raw, unconscious urges of the human psyche. Ego. This psychic agency mediates between the ID's impulsive demands and the constraints of both reality and the superego. Governed by the reality principle, the ego regulates the psyche by attending to desires in a balanced way. It also acts as a psychic supervisor, attempting to minimize psychic suffering and maintain internal order, such as through dream censorship mechanisms. Superego. This agency serves as the moral regulator of the psyche, shaped by societal and cultural expectations. It forms through the internalization of prohibitions, norms, and authority, often originating in early parental relationships. The superego imposes ideals, guilt, and ethical standards onto the ego's operations. Freud and the psychic agencies. In the realm of the psyche, what we don't know far outweighs what we do. This notion stems from the very premise of the unconscious. One of Freud's greatest breakthroughs was his assertion that unconscious psychic processes exist. In other words, what we consciously know about ourselves is just the tip of the iceberg compared to what lies beneath. For Freud, our mental processes are interconnected. That is, no thought, feeling, or memory arises in isolation or by chance. There are no mental accidents. For instance, when someone says they don't want something but secretly does, or when someone agrees to go somewhere they truly don't want to go, Freud argues that this isn't mere slip or coincidence. These expressions are linked to deeper mental chains we may not be consciously aware of. Even when thoughts or sensations seem spontaneous, hidden connections tie them to earlier mental events. Freud maintained that the psyche operates as a continuous process, even if we're unaware of its ongoing flow. Conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. To explain the layers of mental activity, Freud developed the CS/PCS-ICS system, the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious agencies. A powerful metaphor to visualize this is the image of an iceberg. The small, visible portion above water represents the conscious mind. The conscious mind holds the information we're aware of in any given moment. For example, as I write this explanation, my attention is focused on structuring a coherent argument by connecting current ideas with prior knowledge. Consciousness involves intentional mental focus, but it constitutes only a tiny fraction of our total psyche. In the iceberg metaphor, it's merely the visible tip. Below the surface lie the much larger zones Freud identified as the preconscious and unconscious, submerged and powerful in shaping behavior. How does consciousness function as a psychic agency? It's where mental events become explicit, but much of what influences us is not conscious. Traumatic memories, for example, may be repressed into the unconscious, unable to be recalled yet still impacting one's emotional life. Freud argued that even if we're unaware of these connections, thoughts and feelings, however random they may seem, are always linked to earlier experiences, often hidden in the unconscious. The preconscious. Returning to the iceberg metaphor, Freud's preconscious is the section just below the water's surface, accessible but not immediately present in awareness. It contains content that isn't actively conscious but can easily be brought into awareness. Think of recent memories, what you ate for breakfast, a phone number, or what you discussed with a friend. These are examples of preconscious material. What role does this agency play? The preconscious acts as a filter between the unconscious and the conscious, mediating what becomes mentally available. It's essential to healthy mental function. This first topography, Freud's original model of conscious, preconscious, and unconscious, was foundational to his early theory. He emphasized that the most critical region was the unconscious, the vastest and most mysterious part of the psyche. The unconscious. Modern neuroscience now supports Freud's early insight. The conscious mind uses only about 5% of the brain's total energy. That's the tip of the iceberg. Conscious thought operates through rationality and logic, demanding structure, plans, and meaning. In contrast, the unconscious governs 95% of our cognitive and emotional life. Unconscious thought is vastly more powerful. It works through association, not logic. Freud's principle of psychic continuity remains valid. Everything we feel and think today is linked to something that came before. Even if we're not aware of those links, they persist. How does the unconscious function as a psychic agency? It constantly forms connections. A smell, a song, a word can trigger deep associations. Pleasant or painful, joyful or traumatic. These reactions don't emerge from nowhere. They arise from deep structures within us. In that submerged space lies the vast and layered world Freud sought to explore and understand, a world still unfolding today. Freud's first and second topographies. In Freud's body of work, there are two major ways to understand the structuring of the human mind. The first topography, or topographical model, and the second topography, or structural model. This summary offers a synthesized understanding of both theoretical phases and the three psychic elements that make up each. The first topography, the topographical theory. In the early stage of his work, Freud proposed what became known as the first topography, which divided the psyche into three systems. Unconscious UCS, preconscious PCS, conscious CS. The term topography derives from the Greek topos, meaning place, suggesting these systems occupy a virtual space in the psyche, each with specific roles. The unconscious UCS. The unconscious is the entry point of the psychic apparatus. It operates under its own distinct logic, separate from rational or conscious thinking. It is the most archaic psychic layer, formed by primitive memory traces and deep-seated drives. It houses passions, fears, creativity, life instincts, and death instincts. The unconscious operates according to the pleasure principle, seeking to release energy to attain satisfaction. There is no logic of time, space, or causality in this realm, no room for doubt or contradiction. The role of dreams. Dreams are essential to understanding the unconscious, as they communicate using primary process thinking, characterized by mechanisms like condensation, displacement, and symbolic representation. The preconscious PCS. The preconscious serves as a filter or barrier, a transition zone between unconscious material and conscious awareness. It contains memories and representations that can be brought to consciousness with relative ease. Freud considered the preconscious to be where language and representation of words are formed, built from memory traces and their associated meanings during childhood. The conscious CS. The conscious mind is what we are actively aware of in any given moment. It deals with immediate perception, logical reasoning, and awareness. Freud believed that consciousness is formed by uniting the representation of the thing with the representation of the word. This region is guided by the reality principle, meaning it takes the external world into account and aims to behave appropriately within social and environmental constraints. Psychic energy and representation. Psychic energy is not free-floating. It attaches to specific representations. Primary processes in the unconscious become meaningful through organization and symbolization, while the conscious mind translates these into perceptions and rational thought. The second topography, the structural theory. Freud later proposed a revised model, the structural theory. This was designed to overcome the limitations of the earlier topographical model by introducing three interacting structures of the psyche. ID, ego, superego. These components form a dynamic system, where the psyche functions through tension, mediation, and regulation. The ID. The ID is the most primitive part of the psyche. It operates entirely in the unconscious and contains chaotic, irrational, and instinctual impulses. It is the reservoir of life, eros, and death, thanatos, drives. The ID is disorganized, doesn't plan, resists frustration, and cannot distinguish between fantasy and reality. For the ID, fantasy is just as fulfilling as real experience. The superego. The superego emerges as a moral regulator, often internalized through early relationships with parental figures. It evolves from the ego, forming as the child absorbs prohibitions, ideals, and norms from society and authority figures. Its functions include inhibiting forbidden desires through guilt and moral judgment, forcing the ego to act in a morally appropriate manner, even irrationally, pushing toward perfection in thought, behavior, and ideals. The superego enforces social conformity and punishes transgression through internal conflict and emotional suffering. The ego. The ego arises during early childhood, especially through emotional bonds with caregivers. It stores mnemonic traces, emotional memories, and serves as the executive mediator of the psyche. While partly conscious, the ego also extends into the unconscious. Its main role is to balance the demands of the ID, the moral constraints of the superego, and the realities of the external world. The reality principle. The ego operates according to the reality principle, which tempers the raw impulses of the ID by factoring in social context and external consequences. It introduces rationality, planning, and delayed gratification. It doesn't deny the desires of the ID, but rather channels them into realistic outlets that aim for maximum pleasure with minimal harm. Freud's first model mapped the regions of the psyche, while his second mapped the forces. Together, these two topographies form the foundation for understanding the psychodynamic interplay of desire, inhibition, and adaptation that governs the human mind. Freud's complete theory. Sigmund Freud was a neurologist whose early clinical experience involved working with patients diagnosed with hysteria, a highly prevalent condition at the time. Through his work with these patients and the initial use of hypnosis, Freud observed that hypnosis alone was insufficient. This led him to develop psychoanalysis, a therapeutic method designed to address the deeper psychological issues embedded within the mind. Free association. Free association marked the formal beginning of psychoanalysis. After recognizing the limitations of hypnosis, Freud introduced a new technique in which patients were encouraged to speak freely, sharing anything that came to mind without censorship. Through this unfiltered speech, the analyst could uncover deeper meanings buried in the unconscious. Free association remains a core component of psychoanalytic therapy and is also a crucial tool in the interpretation of dreams. Dream interpretation. For Freud, dreams were a vital pathway to the unconscious. He believed that the unconscious could speak to the conscious mind through dreams. In Freudian analysis, not only the content of the dream matters, but also the act of remembering and narrating the dream. By linking dream content to conscious thoughts, the therapist gains deeper access to the unconscious conflicts of the patient. These two techniques, free association and dream interpretation, form the basis for Freud's structural theories of the mind. The first topography. In Freud's first topography, also known as the topographical model, he divided the human mind into three domains: conscious, preconscious, unconscious. The conscious. This is the part of the mind where we are aware of our thoughts, memories, and perceptions. It's the domain of deliberate, intentional awareness, but only represents a small fraction of the mind's total functioning. The preconscious. Acting as a filter, the preconscious contains memories and information that are not immediately in conscious awareness, but can be easily retrieved when needed, like recalling a fact from a recent class. It bridges the gap between conscious awareness and deeper unconscious material. The unconscious. The unconscious holds the vast majority of our mental content, including traumas, emotions, and repressed memories. Even though we can't access it at will, it still profoundly influences behavior and emotion. An irrational fear, for instance, may stem from a repressed memory stored in the unconscious. Freud estimated that more than 90% of our mental life operates on an unconscious level. The second topography. In the second topography, also called the structural model, Freud reorganized his conception of the psyche into three new components. ID. Ego. Superego. The ID. Residing entirely in the unconscious, the ID is the source of primitive desires and drives, including libido and the death drive. It functions according to the pleasure principle, seeking instant gratification without regard for logic, rules, or consequences. The ID is irrational and impulsive, responsible for our wildest urges. The superego. The superego operates on both conscious and unconscious levels and seeks to inhibit the unacceptable impulses of the ID. It internalizes the moral standards taught by parents, teachers, and society. The superego is the seat of guilt, shame, and the internal voice of judgment, and sees no gray areas, only right and wrong. The ego. The ego, rooted primarily in conscious awareness but also reaching into the unconscious, acts as the mediator between the ID and the superego. Governed by the reality principle, it makes decisions based on rationality, social norms, and long-term benefit. The ego must balance the ID's wild impulses with the superego's strict morality while responding to the demands of external reality. Psychosexual development. Freud proposed that human sexuality develops from birth, challenging the notion of childhood innocence. He outlined 5 stages of psychosexual development, each associated with a particular erogenous zone and psychological task. Oral stage, 0 to 1 year. The infant explores the world through the mouth and derives pleasure from feeding and sucking. Anal stage, 2 to 4 years. The child gains control over bodily functions and derives satisfaction from mastering toilet training, symbolizing autonomy and control. Phallic stage, 4 to 6 years. The child becomes focused on their genitals and begins to explore questions of gender and identity, leading to the development of sexual curiosity. Latency stage, 6 to 11 years. Sexual impulses are sublimated into social activities, such as friendships, schoolwork, and hobbies. This stage is marked by psychological growth and social engagement. Genital stage, 11 plus years. With the onset of puberty, the individual begins to direct sexual impulses outward toward others, seeking mature romantic and sexual relationships. The Oedipus Complex. The Oedipus complex arises in the phallic stage when a boy experiences unconscious rivalry with his father for the affection of his mother. This generates jealousy and fear, especially the fear of castration as punishment. The conflict is resolved when the child begins to identify with the father, internalizing his values and adopting a socially acceptable sexual identity. Carl Jung later introduced the Electra Complex as the female counterpart, where a girl competes with her mother for her father's attention. The castration complex. The castration complex is not about literal castration, but symbolizes the child's realization that certain desires or behaviors will be punished or forbidden by authority figures. It represents the imposition of social and moral limits, often from the father, on the child's impulsive ID. Defense mechanisms. Because the ego is under constant tension from the ID, superego, and reality, it creates defense mechanisms to reduce anxiety. These distort reality in ways that protect the ego, allowing it to maintain coherence and avoid overwhelming discomfort. Common defense mechanisms include repression, denial, projection, and rationalization. They shield the psyche from trauma, shame, or guilt, and often reinforce narcissistic tendencies. Resistance and transference. Resistance. A psychological barrier the patient erects to avoid confronting painful unconscious content, often by avoiding certain topics in therapy. Transference. The process by which a patient redirects feelings about important figures, like parents, onto the therapist. Freud saw this as a reactivation of childhood emotional patterns, which, when interpreted properly, can unlock access to the unconscious. Conclusion. Freud's theories revolve around the unconscious mind, psychic conflict, sexual development, and human drives. He fundamentally reshaped our understanding of behavior, proposing that much of what we do is determined not by conscious intent, but by repressed memories and instinctual forces. Despite the controversies and evolutions in modern psychology, his foundational insights into trauma, repression, and the architecture of the psyche continue to influence both clinical practice and cultural thought. The Talking Cure. This essay aims to describe the beginnings of psychoanalysis and its method of intervention, the talking cure. It was developed by reviewing the bibliographic accounts of the first cases of hysteria treated by Breuer and Freud, from which the latter would go on to formulate the method of free association. Speaking, listening. The desire to write about the talking cure is connected to the beginning of my path in psychoanalysis. To speak of this matter is to recover psychoanalysis at its origin, seeking the foundation upon which it is built. Freud had to walk a path marked by listening in order to formulate important concepts such as the unconscious, transference, resistance, among many others. According to Sousa and Endo, Freud never had any other intention than to define psychoanalysis as the science of the unconscious. However, the scientific research of the time demanded extreme objectivity and impartial observation for its validation. In Vienna, at the turn of the 20th century, Freud's early writings were received with reservation. It took courage, boldness, and determination on his part not to abandon his convictions. Deeply attached to the most advanced science of his era, Freud wanted to make psychology a natural science. In 1895, he attempted, in an unfinished manuscript, to formulate correlations between brain structures and the psychic apparatus. However, he soon realized this was not feasible and dedicated himself instead to constructing a purely psychic theory. The method proposed by psychoanalysis originates in listening to the suffering subject. Thus, this analytical listening must unfold into a listening to oneself. Freud's own dream interpretation, which began even before analyzing the dreams of his patients, allowed him to delve into the complexity of the unconscious and its mechanisms. This fact alone already constitutes a paradigm shift in the sciences, since Freud himself was implicated in the construction of his theory, beginning to look inward. From this sort of self-analysis undertaken by Freud and from Anna O. Breuer's patient, whose clinical case was published in 1895 in Studies on Hysteria, this unprecedented treatment method began to take shape. The cited case was treated through catharsis and abreaction. According to the Dictionary of Psychoanalysis by Rudinesco, 1998, the cathartic method is the therapeutic procedure by which a subject manages to eliminate pathogenic effects and thus abreact them by reliving the traumatic events connected to them. Speech is the medium through which these affects are released. According to Ribeiro da Silva, 1996, for the first time in history, the hysterical woman was given the right to speak, and despite Freud's inability to translate her completely, her discourse was no longer deemed demonic, as it had been before. It is likely that even at that point, Freud was listening beyond morality, creating the first form of knowledge that gave voice to madness. Psychoanalysis tries, at every moment, to distance itself from the notion that psychic suffering results from a failure to adapt to the environment. Thus, it breaks away from the medical paradigm. Freud also broke with medicine by placing knowledge in the patient, as it was they who provided him with the content of symptoms, not the other way around. According to Psychical, 2007, when Freud began to listen to the hysterical patient instead of merely observing her, he subverted the medical order by hearing a different story than the one the patient consciously reported. This is how he removed hysteria from the domain of medicine. By accessing unconscious content through speech, the patient has the opportunity to come into contact with what Freud called the active force of the non-abreacted representation. When the strangled effect finds an outlet through discourse, that representation is subjected to a new associative chain. Thus, the curative effect Freud describes in his early texts on hysteria, 1893 to 1895, refers to an effect dissociated from the original repressed idea. It is precisely the resignification of this effect that speech makes possible. In the same text, when discussing psychic trauma, Freud asserts that when the reaction is repressed, the effect remains bound to the memory. Reaction is understood to include all types of involuntary reflexes, from tears to acts of revenge. He goes on to say that when a sufficient reaction occurs, much of the effect disappears, and he uses everyday expressions like crying it out or venting through rage to explain the therapeutic process achieved through speech. All of this reinforces his thesis that language serves as a substitute for action, that with the help of language, an affect can be abreacted almost as effectively as a concrete act of revenge. Through speech, The patient is given the opportunity to connect with repressed ideas that generate current symptoms. Thus, the individual begins to form a new understanding of this memory. It is supposed that as long as the patient maintains repressed ideas tied to the past, that past becomes present, constantly updated through symptoms. When the reaction is repressed, the effect remains connected to the memory and produces the symptom. The phrase that titles this work, The Talking Cure, belongs to Anna O., who also referred to the treatment as a chimney sweeping. According to Peter Gay, 1989, one reason Anna O. became such a renowned patient is that she carried out much of the imaginative work on her own. Considering the importance Freud attributed to the analyst's listening ability, it is reasonable to say that a patient contributed to the creation of psychoanalytic theory almost as much as her therapist Breuer or theorist Freud. Later, Breuer claimed that the treatment of this patient contained the germ cell of the whole of psychoanalysis. It was through conversations with Breuer about this case that, for Freud, listening became a method, a privileged path to knowledge, to which patients gave him access. This process of discovery can be traced through Freud's writings. In the end, her ailments were removed through speech. He who has eyes to see and ears to hear becomes convinced that mortals cannot keep a secret. An offense avenged, even if only with words, is remembered very differently than one that had to be accepted. Speech revealed reminiscences, Freud concluded. Therefore, it had to be announced as a secret, pathogenic, or unconscious, that kept the subject in a state of alienation. It was also in a session with the patient Emmy that Freud realized he should let her speak freely, as she herself suggested that he not interrupt with questions. According to Peter Gay, it was this patient who allowed Freud to see that hypnosis was in fact useless and meaningless. Until the early 1890s, Freud had attempted, like Breuer, to extract meaningful memories through hypnosis. The scenes brought to mind often had a cathartic effect. But some patients could not be hypnotized, and uncensored speech seemed to Freud a far superior method of investigation. Gradually abandoning hypnosis, Freud moved toward adopting a new mode of treatment: free association, which in later years became considered the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis. According to Freud, free association made it easier to access the elements capable of releasing affects, memories, and representations. According to Rudinesco, 1998, this is how Freud began listening to the dreams patients shared with him. In 1912, in Recommendations to Physicians Practicing Psychoanalysis, Freud introduced the notion of listening that privileges neither one content nor another: floating attention. He said, "It consists in not focusing attention on anything specific and in maintaining the same, evenly suspended attention to everything one hears. It will be found that the rule of paying equal attention to everything is the necessary counterpart to the demand made on the patient to say whatever comes to mind without criticism or selection." Freud teaches us that we listen to the patient with our unconscious, and therefore we should not worry about memorizing what the patient says. The analyst, like the patient, makes use of free association as if suspending conscious thought in that moment. Listening, like speaking, takes a central place in psychoanalysis. The unconscious and the impact of its discovery. It is difficult to speak of the talking cure and the technique of free association without mentioning one of the pillars of psychoanalytic studies: the discovery of the unconscious. With the notion of the unconscious, Freud's discourse disentangled the subject from the registers of consciousness and ego. According to Rudinesco, Freud introduced the idea of a place, disconnected from consciousness, populated by images and passions, traversed by discord. The Freudian subject is a free subject, endowed with reason. But that reason falters within itself. It is from speech and acts, not alienated consciousness, that the horizon of healing may emerge. According to Ogden, Freud believed psychoanalysis provided a transformation of the relationship a person has with themselves, a decentering, that had already occurred in 3 different ways in modern history. The first was the Copernican revolution, which displaced humanity from the fixed center of the universe. The second came through Darwinian restructuring of prevailing biological conceptions, displacing humans from divine superiority over animals. The third, and most disturbing according to Freud, was accomplished by psychoanalysis, undermining the illusion of identity between mind and consciousness. From this reference, the ego is not master in its own house. Freud gave new meaning to words, seeking not only what is said, but also what is not said. Words speak of what the subject wants to express, and also of what they want to hide. Thus, listening in psychoanalysis is not just any listening. According to Psychical, the psychoanalyst aims to hear what is not heard, go beyond what is seen, listening to conflict and human suffering. While writing this, I remember a patient who often says in sessions, "I'll be frank with you." He says this when he is about to say something that disturbs him, something he struggles to know. He speaks to me, but also as if speaking to himself for the first time. Other matters are latent in his speech, such as the place he assigns to me. But transference is not our concern here. What matters in this example is the fact that, through speech and in relation to me, he gives voice to a suffering that has accompanied him since childhood. This allows him, little by little, to take ownership of his life and history, as well as to contact repressed contents. Ogden, in The Subjects of Psychoanalysis, 1996, draws an analogy between the unresolved question in Shakespeare's work and the original theme of psychoanalysis, which remains unresolved through its century-long history. In the opening moments of Hamlet, a voice is heard from the darkness outside the castle walls. The guard asks, "Who's there?" Like a dissonant opening chord of a musical piece, the question, "Who's there?" echoes unresolved through the whole work. Isn't this the very question that permeates and defines the analytic process? Regardless of whether we are in the position of patient or analyst, "Who's there?" is a question we repeatedly ask ourselves. According to Ogden, the theme of the split in consciousness and the subject's place within that double consciousness has echoed through a century of analytic thought. Brief considerations on listening in Melanie Klein and Lacan. It is appropriate to briefly address the importance of speech and analytic listening in the work of Melanie Klein and Jacques Lacan, who expanded Freudian concepts to build new paradigms in both theory and clinical practice. Klein expanded the concept of unconscious fantasy with an emphasis on the patient's inner world, listening to fantasy as the psychic representative of the drive. She also proposed that child analysis was possible, pioneering the use of play as a tool for listening to the unconscious in children. Siegel explains that in Kleinian listening, it is important to analyze the ego's relationship to internal, subject to unconscious fantasies, and external objects. With this understanding, the analyst can glimpse the urgency translated in anguish and sadism turned against the self or the object. By understanding these fantasies, one can substantially interpret the ego's defensive operations in terms of emotions and behaviors. For Klein, fantasy is not simply an escape from reality, but a constant and inevitable interaction between real experiences and the inner world, a mode of grasping unconscious drive demands. Lacan, according to Rudinesco, listened to the unconscious not through a biological, Darwinian model, but a linguistic one. He restructured Freudian metapsychology by linking the theory of the subject with concepts such as the real, the imaginary, the mirror stage in ego formation, and the symbolic. The real refers to a phenomenal reality that is immanent to representation and impossible to symbolize. In Lacan's topology, the real is inseparable from the other two components, the imaginary and the symbolic. Still according to Rudinesco, the imaginary, in Lacanian terms, is defined as the place of the ego par excellence. The symbolic refers to a system of representation based in language, signs and significations that determine the subject, allowing them to refer to themselves, consciously or unconsciously, through the exercise of symbolization. In short, for Lacan, the symbolic is the realm of the signifier and the paternal function, the imaginary the realm of ego illusions, alienation, and fusion with the mother's body, and the real, a remainder impossible to symbolize. Final considerations. In this paper, I attempted to situate the origins and method of psychoanalytic treatment. However, one question arises constantly. What place does psychoanalysis hold in an increasingly immediate world, where singularity is less and less valued? It seems clear that we live in an age where the suffering subject has no social place. A great paradox, as suffering is inherent to the human condition. Berman, in Discomfort in Modernity, 2001, referencing philosophers Lasch and Debord, identifies two prevailing forms of subjectivation: the culture of narcissism and the society of spectacle. What characterizes subjectivity in the culture of narcissism is the impossibility of admiring the other in their radical difference, since it cannot dissentere from itself. Always referring to its own navel and unable to see past its own nose, the subject of the culture of spectacle sees others only as objects for its enjoyment. The other appears only as a body to be endlessly manipulated for pleasure. He adds that through these categories, it is possible to hypothesize what lies at the root of today's psychopathologies. Thus, psychoanalytic listening must also remain attuned to contemporary movements in order to respond to these new demands. Finally, according to Rudinesco, 2000, the psychoanalytic method is a treatment based on speech, where the act of verbalizing suffering, of finding words to express it, allows the subject, if not to be cured, at least to become aware of its origins, and thereby take ownership of it. Today, psychoanalysis faces the constant challenge of understanding new symptoms and pathologies. Even so, its method remains centered on listening to the human condition, giving voice to that which, through repression, cannot appear but expends energy to maintain a symptomatic mode of functioning. I believe it would be presumptuous to view psychoanalysis as the solution to all problems. However, it seems to me that in today's social bonds, the death drive and the disconnection from affective bonds predominate, deepening unnameable anxieties. In this sense, psychoanalysis offers an opportunity for people to reconnect with their inner dwellings. By way of illustration, I quote an idea by Fabrizio Carpinajar, 2004, that evokes the process of analysis, as well as the myth of the phoenix. The phoenix was a marvelous bird whose myth held great importance in ancient Egypt, later known to the Greeks through Heliopolis. The myth says the bird could not reproduce but only recreate itself. At the end of its life, it would retreat to a nest of aromatic herbs, set itself ablaze, and rise again from the ashes more splendid and powerful. Phoenix means death and resurrection, metamorphosis and evolution. In that sense, one must accept the challenge of resignifying loss, understanding that we are capable of dying many times in life and being reborn through a process of self-reinvention. Freud, Report on My Studies in Paris and Berlin, 1956-1886. The report that fittingly begins the standard edition of Freud's psychological works is a contemporary account by its author of a historic event, the turning point in Freud's scientific interests, from neurology to psychology. The circumstances under which Freud received a scholarship from the University of Vienna in 1885 to travel are described in detail by Ernest Jones. The grant, amounting to 600 florins and intended to support a 6-month period of study, was awarded by the College of Professors of the Faculty of Medicine, who expected Freud to submit a formal report upon his return. He spent about 10 days writing this report, completing it on April 22, 1886, shortly after his arrival back in Vienna. On the initiative of Siegfried Bernfeld, this report was found in the university archives by Professor Joseph Gickelhorn, enabling its publication 70 years after it was written, thanks to Dr. K.R. Eisler, secretary of the Sigmund Freud Archives in New York. The original, preserved in the archives of the University of Vienna, consists of 12 handwritten pages, the first of which contains only the title. It is well known how much Freud himself emphasized the significance of his studies with Charcot. This report clearly shows that his experiences at the Salpêtrière marked a turning point. When he arrived in Paris, his chosen field was the anatomy of the nervous system. When he left, his mind was filled with the problems of hysteria and hypnotism. He had turned away from neurology and was now moving toward psychopathology. One could even pinpoint a date for this shift: early December 1885, when he completed his work at the pathology lab of the Salpêtrière. However, Freud's own explanation of the lab's disorganization as a cause was merely the precipitating factor in a much deeper change in direction. Other, more profound forces were at play, including, without a doubt, the great personal influence Charcot had on him. Freud later acknowledged this influence more explicitly in the obituary he wrote upon Charcot's death, 1893 f. Indeed, much of what he said about Charcot in this report would reappear in his later writings. A more personal account of Freud's stay in Paris can be found in a series of vivid letters he wrote to his future wife, many of which are included in the volume of correspondence organized by Ernst Freud, 1906a. Report on my studies in Paris and Berlin. When I applied for the University Jubilee Fund scholarship for the academic year 1885 to 86, I stated my intention to go to the Hospice de la Salpêtrière in Paris and continue my studies in neuropathology there. Several factors led to this decision. First, there was the certainty of finding at that institution a vast collection of clinical material, which in Vienna could only be accessed through various separate departments, and thus was not easily available. Then there was the great renown of J.M. Charcot, who had been working and teaching in that hospital for 17 years. Lastly, I reasoned that nothing essentially new could be expected from a German university, having already benefited from both direct and indirect teaching in Vienna. The French school of neuropathology, on the other hand, seemed to promise something different and characteristic in its methods, while also having entered new fields of neuropathological study not yet explored by German and Austrian scientists. Due to the lack of stimulating personal exchange between French and German physicians, the discoveries of the French school, some on hypnotism, truly astonishing, and others on hysteria, of practical relevance, had been received in our countries more with skepticism than recognition. French researchers, especially Charcot, were accused of lacking critical judgment or, at the very least, of being prone to studying rare and unusual material and dramatizing their findings. Therefore, when the esteemed College of Professors awarded me the scholarship, I eagerly embraced the opportunity to form my own judgment through direct experience, and felt fortunate to be able to act on the advice of my respected mentor, Professor von Bruck. While visiting Hamburg during the holidays, I was warmly welcomed by Dr. Eisenlohr, a renowned neuropathologist there. He allowed me to examine a significant number of nervous patients at the General Hospital and the Heine Hospital, and also granted me access to the mental hospital. However, the studies covered in this report began with my arrival in Paris in the first half of October, at the start of the academic year. I will attempt to summarize in brief what Charcot accomplished in the clinical study of hysteria. Up to that point, the term hysteria hardly had a well-defined meaning. The morbid state denoted by that name was scientifically characterized only by negative signs. It had been studied rarely and reluctantly, and was burdened with widespread prejudices. These included the assumption that hysterical illness was due to genital irritation, the belief that no definite symptomatology could be assigned to hysteria because any combination of symptoms could occur, and finally, the exaggerated emphasis on simulation in the clinical picture. For decades, a hysterical woman was likely to be treated as a malingerer. Just as in earlier centuries, she would have been judged and condemned as a witch or possessed by the devil. In some respects, knowledge of hysteria may even have regressed. The Middle Ages were more familiar with the stigmata of hysteria, its somatic signs, and interpreted and used them according to their worldview. In the outpatient department in Berlin, however, I found that these somatic signs of hysteria were so ignored that there seemed to be no motivation to gather further information about the patient. In his study of hysteria, Charcot began with the most fully developed cases, which he considered perfect types of the disease. He first reduced the perceived connection between neurosis and the genital system to proper proportions by demonstrating the unsuspected frequency of male hysteria, especially traumatic hysteria. In these typical cases, he identified numerous somatic signs, such as the nature of seizures, anesthesia, vision disturbances, and hysterogenic zones, allowing him to diagnose hysteria based on positive indicators. By studying hypnotism scientifically, an area of neuropathology that had to be wrested from both skepticism and fraud, Charcot arrived at a kind of theory of hysterical symptomatology. He had the courage to accept these symptoms as mostly genuine while maintaining due caution regarding patient insincerity. His experience, quickly enhanced by excellent clinical material, enabled him to take into account the many variations of the typical picture. By the time I had to leave the clinic, he was moving from the study of hysterical paralyses and arthralgias to that of hysterical atrophies, the existence of which he had only come to believe in during the last days of my visit. The practical importance of male hysteria, often unrecognized, and especially of post-traumatic hysteria, was illustrated through the case of a patient who, for about 3 months, became the focal point of Charcot's clinical studies. Through his work, hysteria was removed from the chaos of the neuroses, distinguished from other similar conditions, and assigned a symptomatology that, despite its extreme variety, revealed an unmistakable internal logic and order. I engaged in a lively exchange of ideas with Professor Charcot, both in person and in writing, about the insights arising from his research. This led me to prepare an article, now awaiting publication in the Archives de Neurology, entitled XXX. At this point, I must note that the inclination to classify trauma-induced neuroses as hysteria was met with firm opposition from German authorities, especially Dr. Thomsen and Dr. Oppenheim, assistant physicians at the Charite in Berlin. I met both of them personally later in Berlin and hoped to verify whether their objections were justified. Unfortunately, the patients in question were no longer at the Charite. Nevertheless, I was left with the impression that the issue was not yet ripe for resolution, but that Charcot had rightly begun with the simpler and more typical cases, whereas his German critics had started with more indeterminate and complex examples. In Paris, the claim that such severe forms of hysteria as those described by Charcot did not occur in Germany was disputed. Reference was made to historical reports of similar epidemics, and it was insisted that hysteria was identical across all times and places. I also did not miss the opportunity to gain first-hand knowledge of the phenomena of hypnotism, which are so astonishing and so little believed, particularly the grand hypnotism described by Charcot. To my surprise, I found that these phenomena occurred openly before our eyes and were nearly impossible to doubt. Yet they were so strange that they could not be believed without personal experience. Still, I saw no indication that Charcot had any particular preference for rare or bizarre material, or that he sought to exploit it for mystical purposes. On the contrary, he treated hypnotism as a domain of phenomena to be described scientifically, just as he had done years earlier with multiple sclerosis or progressive muscular atrophy. He did not seem at all the type of man more fascinated by rarity than by the common. The general tendency of his mind led me to believe he could not rest until he had accurately described and classified a phenomenon of interest, yet could sleep peacefully without having uncovered its physiological explanation. On hysteria. The name hysteria originates from the early days of medicine and stems from a long-standing prejudice, only recently overcome, that linked neuroses to diseases of the female reproductive system. In the Middle Ages, neuroses played a significant role in the history of civilization. They appeared in the form of epidemics due to psychic contagion and were at the root of much of the historical record of possession and witchcraft. Some documents from that time prove that the symptomatology of hysteria has not changed significantly to this day. A more appropriate approach and better understanding of the illness began only with the work of Charcot and the school he inspired. Until then, hysteria had been the bête noire of medicine. Poor hysterics, who in previous centuries had been burned at the stake or exorcised, were, in more recent and enlightened times, subjected to ridicule. Their condition was regarded as unworthy of clinical observation, as if it were merely simulation or exaggeration. Hysteria is a neurosis in the strictest sense of the word. That is, not only have no perceptible alterations of the nervous system been found in this illness, but there is also no expectation that any improvement in anatomical techniques will reveal such changes. Hysteria is based entirely on physiological changes in the nervous system. Its essence should be expressed in a formula that considers the excitability conditions in different parts of the nervous system. However, no such physiopathological formula has yet been discovered. For now, we must be content with defining the neurosis in purely nosographic terms, by the totality of its symptoms, just as Graves' disease is defined by a constellation of symptoms: exophthalmos, goiter, tremor, rapid pulse, and psychic alteration, without regard to their deeper connections. Definition. Authorities still today use the labels hysteria and hysterical rather indiscriminately, lumping hysteria together with general nervous conditions, neurasthenia, various psychoses, and many neuroses that remain entangled in the chaos of nervous disorders. Charcot, by contrast, firmly argued that hysteria is a clearly circumscribed and well-defined clinical picture, which can be recognized most plainly in the extreme cases of what is known as grand hysteria, or hysteroepilepsy. Hysteria also includes milder and rudimentary forms, forming a spectrum ranging from grand hysteria to the normal type. Hysteria is fundamentally different from neurasthenia and, in fact, is strictly speaking its opposite. Symptomatology. The symptomatology of grand hysteria, while extremely rich, is not chaotic and includes the following. Convulsive attacks. These are preceded by a peculiar aura. Pressure in the epigastrium, throat constriction, temple throbbing, ringing in the ears, or portions of this complex. These aura sensations can appear as isolated symptoms or represent an attack in themselves. A well-known example is the globus hystericus, a sensation attributed to pharyngeal spasms, as if a ball were rising from the stomach to the throat. A full-blown attack unfolds in 3 phases. The first, the epileptoid phase, resembles a unilateral epileptic seizure. The second, the phase of major movements, includes dramatic contortions and arching of the body. The force during these attacks can be great. Unlike epileptic seizures, however, hysterical movements are coordinated and executed with some precision, lacking the brutal randomness of epileptic spasms. Even during the most violent hysterical convulsions, serious injuries are usually avoided. The third, the hallucinatory phase, involves passionate attitudes, where the patient acts out scenes of emotional turmoil, often speaking aloud. Consciousness may be retained or lost, more often the latter. These attacks may follow one another in succession and last for hours or days. Unlike epilepsy, they do not cause significant increases in body temperature. Each phase or part of a phase may occur in isolation in rudimentary cases. Shortened forms of attacks are far more common than complex ones. Particularly notable are the sleep attacks that resemble apoplectic comas. These may mimic natural sleep or present such low respiration and pulse that they resemble death. Some authentic cases have lasted weeks or months. During this time, bodily nutrition decreases gradually, but without life-threatening effects. In roughly 1/3 of cases, convulsions, the most characteristic symptom, are absent. Hysterogenic zones. Closely linked to attacks are hypersensitive body areas where slight stimulation can trigger a seizure, often starting with a sensation from that area. These zones may be in the skin, deep tissue, bones, mucous membranes, or even sensory organs. They are more common on the torso than the limbs and tend to cluster in specific regions. In women and also in men, on the abdominal wall over the ovaries, the cranial crown, and the inframammary region. In men, on the testicles and spermatic cord. Pressing these areas often triggers aura sensations rather than full convulsions. Pressure on these zones, such as over the ovaries, can inhibit seizures and even stop them mid-attack or during a hysterical sleep. Preventive belts applying pressure to such zones have been used. The number and laterality of these zones may vary. Sensory disturbances. These are the most frequent and diagnostically important signs of the neurosis. They persist even during remissions and are crucial because sensory disorders play a relatively minor role in organic brain disease. They consist of anesthesia or hyperesthesia, with variability in extent and intensity not seen in other illnesses. Anesthesia may affect skin, mucous membranes, bones, muscles, nerves, sensory organs, and intestines, but skin anesthesia is most common. In hysterical skin anesthesia, different types of sensations, pain, temperature, pressure, can become dissociated and behave independently. Total or partial anesthesia can occur. Analgesia, loss of pain sensation, is the most common. Tactile sensations may paradoxically cause pain, algesia. Some cases show such intense anesthesia that even strong electric stimulation produces no response. Hysterical anesthesia may be generalized or localized, often as hemianesthesia, distinct from that caused by internal capsule lesions. It tends to cross the midline, e.g., affecting both genitals or the entire tongue, and does not follow the pattern of organic hemianopsia, but instead presents as amblyopia or amaurosis in one eye. Variability is the rule. A sensitive area may be replaced by its symmetrical counterpart, spontaneous transference. The anesthesia may appear in unilateral or bilateral foci, in limbs or on internal organs, pharynx, stomach. In all such cases, hyperesthesia may substitute for anesthesia. Sensory reflexes are often reduced, e.g. corneal, gag, sneeze, though vital reflexes remain intact. Vasomotor and pupillary responses to skin stimulation are preserved, even in deep anesthesia. Hysterical anesthesia is often unnoticed by the patient, no matter how extensive or severe. Unlike organic anesthesia, hysterical sensitivity disturbances do not impair motor activity. Affected skin often shows local anemia and may not bleed on puncture, a secondary, not essential feature. There is often an inverse relationship between anesthetic areas and hysterogenic zones, as if all sensitivity of a region is condensed into one point. These disturbances are key for diagnosing even mild hysteria. In the Middle Ages, the discovery of anesthetic, non-bleeding skin areas, stigmata diaboli, was considered evidence of witchcraft. Sensory activity disorders. These can affect all sensory organs and may appear simultaneously with or independently of skin sensitivity changes. Hysterical visual disturbances consist of unilateral amaurosis or amblyopia, or bilateral amblyopia, but never hemianopsia. Symptoms include a normal fundus upon examination, absence of the conjunctival reflex, diminished corneal reflex, concentric narrowing of the visual field, decreased light perception, and achromatopsia. In the latter case, sensitivity to violet is the first to be lost, while sensitivity to red or blue lasts the longest. These phenomena do not conform to any theory of color blindness. The various color sensitivities behave independently of each other. Accommodation disturbances are common, as are the false interpretations that result from them. Objects approaching or receding from the eye are seen in different sizes and duplicated or multiplied, monocular diplopia with macropsia or micropsia. Hysterical deafness is rarely bilateral. More often, it is more or less complete and combined with anesthesia of the auricle, auditory canal, and even the tympanic membrane. In cases of hysterical disturbances of taste and smell, anesthesia is usually found in the skin and mucous membrane regions associated with these senses. Paresthesia and hyperesthesia of the lower senses are frequent in hysterical patients. There may be an extraordinary increase in sensory activity, particularly of smell and hearing. Paralysis. Hysterical paralysis is rarer than anesthesia and is almost always accompanied by anesthesia of the paralyzed body part, whereas in organic diseases, motor disturbances prevail and arise independently of anesthesia. Hysterical paralyses do not respect the anatomical structure of the nervous system, which is clearly demonstrated in the distribution of organic paralysis. Above all, no hysterical paralysis resembles peripheral paralysis of the facial, radial, or long thoracic nerves, that is, affecting muscle groups or muscles and skin innervated by a common anatomical pathway. Hysterical paralyses are only comparable to cortical paralyses, yet differ from them in many respects. For example, in hysterical hemiplegia, only the arm and leg on the same side are affected. Facial paralysis does not occur. At most, alongside limb paralysis, there may be contraction of the facial or tongue muscles, sometimes on the same side and sometimes on the opposite, manifested by excessive tongue deviation. Another hallmark of hysterical hemiplegia is that the paralyzed leg does not swing at the hip in a circular motion, but is dragged like a lifeless appendage. Hysterical hemiplegia is always linked to hemianesthesia, usually quite severe. Additionally, hysteria may present with isolated paralysis of an arm or leg, or both legs, paraplegia. In the latter case, bowel and bladder paralysis may accompany leg anesthesia, closely resembling spinal paraplegia. Moreover, paralysis may affect only segments of a limb, hand, shoulder, elbow, etc., without preference for distal parts, whereas in organic paralysis, the distal parts are usually more severely affected. In partial limb paralysis, anesthesia often matches the paralysis in distribution and is bounded by lines perpendicular to the limb's longitudinal axis. In hysterical leg paralysis, the triangle of skin between the gluteal muscles, corresponding to the sacral nerve, remains unaffected by anesthesia. In all these paralyses, signs of descending degeneration are absent, regardless of their duration. Muscular flexidity may be pronounced, reflex behavior inconsistent. Yet the paralyzed limbs may atrophy, an atrophy that develops quickly, then stabilizes without any change in electrical excitability. Hysterical aphasia, or more accurately mutism, must be added to limb paralyses. It consists of an inability to produce any articulated sound or even to perform speech movements without voice. It is always accompanied by aphonia, which may also occur in isolation. In such cases, the ability to write is preserved or even enhanced. Other motor paralyses in hysteria do not correspond to body parts but to functions, e.g., astasia and abasia, inability to stand or walk. Even though the legs maintain full strength, sensitivity, and range of movement while lying down, a dissociation of muscular function not seen in organic lesions. All hysterical paralyses are notable in that they may be extremely severe but are always sharply localized, unlike organic paralyses, which typically spread as severity increases. Contractures. In the most severe forms of hysteria, there is a general tendency for the body to react to minor stimuli with muscular contracture. Even the application of an S-march band may suffice. These contractures occur frequently in severe cases and in various muscle groups. In the limbs, they are distinguished by their extreme intensity and can occur in any position, unexplainable by stimulation of specific nerve trunks. They are unusually persistent, do not relax during sleep, unlike organic contractures, and cannot be modified by excitement, temperature, etc. Only deep narcosis can relieve them, and they return with full intensity once the patient awakens. Muscular contractures are also common in the sensory organs, intestines, and frequently underlie functional suspension in paralyses. The tendency toward clonic spasms also increases considerably in hysteria. General characteristics. The symptomatology of hysteria has a number of general characteristics important for both diagnosis and understanding the disorder. Hysterical manifestations tend to be exaggerated. A hysterical pain is described as excruciating. An anesthesia or paralysis may become absolute. A hysterical contracture may cause the maximum possible muscular retraction. At the same time, individual symptoms may appear in isolation. Anesthesia and paralysis occur without the general symptoms that typically accompany organic brain lesions. Near an absolutely anesthetized patch of skin, there may be one with normal sensitivity. A completely paralyzed arm may coexist with a fully functional leg on the same side. It is especially characteristic of hysteria that the disorder is both highly developed and sharply localized. Moreover, hysterical symptoms shift in ways that rule out any suspicion of organic damage. This mutability occurs spontaneously, e.g., after convulsions, which often alter or interrupt the distribution of paralysis or anesthesia, or through artificial influence using so-called stereogenic methods such as electricity, metals, skin irritants, magnets, etc. This last form of influence is especially remarkable, given that the hysterical nervous system usually shows great resistance to chemical treatment and is refractory to narcotics like morphine or chloral hydrate. Among the means capable of eliminating hysterical symptoms, special emphasis is due to emotional arousal and hypnotic suggestion, the latter being especially effective because it acts directly on the mechanism of hysterical disturbances and can be assumed to produce no effect other than psychological. When hysterical symptoms change, several striking phenomena occur. Through aesthesiogenic methods, it is possible to transfer an anesthesia, paralysis, contracture, or tremor to the symmetrical area on the opposite side of the body, with normalization of the original site. Thus, hysteria demonstrates the principle of symmetry, and evidence suggests this relationship also plays a role in physiological states. In general, neuroses create nothing new but merely exaggerate normal physiological relationships. Another key characteristic of hysterical disorders is that they do not mimic the anatomical layout of the nervous system. Hysteria is as ignorant of the structure of the nervous system as we are before studying it. Symptoms of organic afflictions reflect the anatomy of the central organ and serve as the most reliable sources of our understanding. For this reason, we must reject the idea that hysteria stems from any organic illness and should not invoke vasomotor influences, vascular spasms, as its cause. A vascular spasm is, in essence, an organic modification with effects determined by anatomy. It differs from embolism only in that it causes no lasting alteration. Alongside the physical symptoms of hysteria, one can observe a whole series of psychological disturbances in which, in the future, the characteristic modifications of hysteria will undoubtedly be found, though their analysis has barely begun to this day. These psychological disturbances consist of alterations in the flow and association of ideas, inhibitions of volition, exaggeration and repression of emotions, etc., which may be summed up as alterations in the normal distribution of stable quantities of excitation within the nervous system. A psychosis, in the psychiatric sense of the term, does not form part of hysteria, even though it may develop on the basis of a hysterical state, in which case it should be considered a complication. What is popularly described as a hysterical temperament, volitional instability, mood fluctuations, heightened excitability with diminished altruistic feelings, may be present in hysteria, but is by no means necessary for its diagnosis. There are severe cases of hysteria in which this type of psychological alteration is entirely absent. Many patients in this category are among the most amiable, intelligent individuals with strong willpower, who clearly perceive their illness as something alien to their nature. Psychological symptoms are meaningful within the overall picture of hysteria, but they are no more constant than the various physical symptoms or stigmas. On the other hand, the psychological modifications that must be recognized as the foundation of the hysterical state occur entirely within the sphere of unconscious, automatic brain activity. It may also be emphasized that in hysteria, as in all neuroses, the influence of psychic processes over physical processes in the body increases, and that hysterical patients operate with an excess of excitation in the nervous system, an excess that sometimes acts as an inhibitor, sometimes as an irritant, moving with great mobility throughout the nervous system. Hysteria should be considered a state, a nervous diathesis, that flares up from time to time. The etiology of the status hystericus must be sought entirely in heredity. Hysterics always have an inherited predisposition to disturbances of nervous activity. Among their relatives, one finds epileptics, mentally ill individuals, Tibetics, etc. Direct hereditary transmission of hysteria has also been observed. For example, the emergence of hysteria in boys originating from their mothers. Compared to the hereditary factor, all other factors take a secondary place and serve as incidental causes, whose importance is almost always overestimated in practice. Incidental causes of hysteria are nonetheless important insofar as they trigger the onset of hysterical attacks or acute hysteria. Contributing factors to the development of a hysterical disposition may include overly indulgent upbringing, hysteria in only children, premature awakening of mental activity in children, and frequent or intense emotional excitations. All of these influences also tend to produce other forms of neuroses, such as neurasthenia, which clearly demonstrates the decisive role of hereditary predisposition. Factors that can trigger the outbreak of acute hysterical illness include trauma, intoxication, lead alcohol, bereavement, exhausting emotions, anything, in short, that may exert a harmful effect. At other times, hysterical states may arise from banal or obscure causes. Regarding what is often considered the predominant influence of abnormalities in the sexual sphere on the development of hysteria, one must say that its importance is usually overestimated. First of all, hysteria is found in sexually immature girls and boys, and neurosis in all its features also occurs in males, albeit much more rarely, 1 in 20. Moreover, hysteria has been confirmed in women who lack genitalia entirely, and every physician has likely encountered numerous cases of hysteria in women whose genitals show no anatomical abnormalities. Conversely, most women with sexual organ diseases do not suffer from hysteria. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that functionally related conditions tied to sexual life play an important role in the etiology of hysteria, as in all neuroses, due to the high psychic significance of this function, especially in women. Trauma is a frequent incidental cause of hysterical illness, in two senses. First, because a previously undetected hysterical disposition may manifest after a strong physical trauma accompanied by fear and momentary loss of consciousness. Second, because the body part affected by trauma may become the site of localized hysteria. Thus, for example, in hysterical individuals, a minor bruise on the hand may lead to the development of a contracture in that hand, or in similar circumstances, a painful coxalgia may develop, and so forth. For surgeons, it is vitally important to have an intimate understanding of these stubborn afflictions. In such cases, surgical intervention can only cause harm. Differential diagnosis of these conditions is not always easy, especially when joints are involved. Morbid states caused by severe general trauma, e.g. railway accidents, known as railway spine and railway brain, are considered hysteria by Charcot, a view shared by American authors who hold unquestionable authority on the matter. These states often present with the gravest and most somber appearance. They are accompanied by depression and melancholic mood and exhibit, in many cases, a combination of hysterical, neurasthenic, and organic symptoms. Charcot proved that encephalopathy resulting from lead poisoning is also related to hysteria, and further that the common anesthesia found in alcoholics is not a distinct disease, but a symptom of hysteria. Nonetheless, he opposed the idea of establishing different subtypes of hysteria: traumatic, alcoholic, lead-induced, etc. He insisted that hysteria is always the same and simply triggered by a series of different incidental causes. Even in recent-onset syphilis, hysterical symptoms have been observed. Evolution of hysteria. Hysteria, more than a circumscribed disease, represents a constitutional anomaly. In general, its first signs likely appear during adolescence. In fact, hysterical illnesses, even those of considerable severity, are not uncommon in children between the ages of 6 and 10. In boys and girls with a strong hysterical disposition, the pre- and post-pubertal periods often give rise to a first outbreak of the neurosis. In childhood hysteria, the same symptoms as in adult neuroses are found. However, stigmas are usually less frequent. Psychological disturbances, spasms, seizures, and contractures tend to dominate. Hysterical children are often precocious and highly gifted. In numerous cases, hysteria is certainly simply a symptom of deep degeneration of the nervous system, manifested as permanent moral perversion. As is well known, youth from the age of 15 onward is the period in which hysterical neurosis is most frequently active in females. This can occur through a continuous sequence of relatively mild disturbances, chronic hysteria, or through several severe episodes, acute hysteria, separated by symptom-free intervals that last years. In general, the first years of a happy marriage interrupt the illness. When marital relations become colder and successive births result in emotional depletion, the neurosis reappears. In women over 40, the disease usually does not present new phenomena. However, former symptoms may persist, and even in old age, the disease can intensify under strong provocation. Young men seem particularly susceptible to trauma and intoxication-induced hysteria. Male hysteria appears as a severe illness. The symptoms it produces are almost always persistent, and because it often leads to work incapacitation, it has greater practical relevance. There is also something characteristic in the trajectory taken by various hysterical symptoms, such as contractures and paralyses. In some cases, isolated symptoms disappear spontaneously and rapidly, being replaced by others equally transitory. In others, all phenomena are dominated by marked fixation. Contractures and paralyses may last for years and then suddenly vanish. Generally, there is no limit to the duration of hysterical disturbances. It is characteristic that a function impaired for years can suddenly be completely restored. On the other hand, the development of hysterical symptoms often requires a kind of incubation, or more precisely, a latency period, during which the triggering cause continues to act unconsciously. Thus, it is rare for hysterical paralysis to appear immediately after trauma. Individuals involved in train accidents, for example, may be fully mobile afterward and return home apparently unscathed, only for symptoms resembling spinal concussion to appear days or weeks later. Similarly, sudden recovery usually requires several days to unfold. In any case, it can be said that hysteria never poses a serious threat to life, even in its most alarming manifestations. Moreover, in even the most prolonged cases, complete intellectual clarity and the ability to perform uncommon tasks are preserved. Hysteria can coexist with many other neurotic and organic nervous disorders, making analysis difficult. The most common combination is hysteria with neurasthenia. This occurs when either the hysterical disposition becomes nearly exhausted or when aggravating impressions simultaneously trigger both neuroses. Unfortunately, most physicians have not yet learned to distinguish between these two. This combination is often seen in hysterical men. The male nervous system is as predisposed to neurasthenia as the female to hysteria. Additionally, the frequency of female hysteria is overstated. Most women assumed to be hysterical by physicians are, strictly speaking, merely neurasthenic. Furthermore, local hysteria can accompany local diseases of isolated organs. A genuinely mycotic joint can become the site of hysterical arthralgia. A stomach affected by catarrhal illness may give rise to hysterical vomiting, globus hystericus, and anesthesia or hyperesthesia of the epigastric mucosa. In such cases, the organic disease becomes the incidental cause of the neurosis. Febrile illnesses typically interrupt the development of hysterical neurosis. Hysterical hemianesthesia may regress in the presence of fever. Treatment of the neurosis. This subject can hardly be addressed in a few words. No other disease lends itself so readily to miraculous cures or leaves the physician feeling so powerless. From a treatment perspective, 3 tasks must be distinguished. The treatment of the hysterical disposition of hysterical attacks, acute hysteria, and of isolated hysterical symptoms, local hysteria. Treating the hysterical disposition allows the physician some freedom in choosing methods. The disposition itself cannot be eliminated, but prophylactic measures can be instituted. Maintaining physical exercise and hygiene without sacrificing them to intellectual work, avoiding overburdening the nervous system. Treating anemia or chlorosis, which seem to support the tendency toward neurosis, and not overemphasizing mild hysterical symptoms. Physicians should be cautious not to reveal excessive interest in mild hysterical symptoms, lest they reinforce them. Serious intellectual work, though demanding, rarely causes hysteria, though some criticism may be directed at the over-sentimental education found in upper-class circles. In this sense, the older generation's approach, treating youthful hysteria as poor upbringing and willpower weakness, even threatening punishment, was not entirely misguided, even if based on flawed premises. In children, authoritative prohibition can be more effective than any other method. However, this strategy is ineffective for adult hysteria or severe cases. Treating acute hysteria, in which neurosis constantly produces new symptoms, is laborious. Errors are easy and success is rare. The first requirement for successful intervention is often removing the patient from their usual environment and isolating them from the context in which the attack occurred. These measures alone are not beneficial, but allow for strict medical observation and personalized care, without which the treatment of hysteria is unlikely to succeed. Generally, a hysterical individual is not the only neurotic member of their family. Parental alarm or excessive concern only heightens the patient's tendency to present stronger symptoms. If, for instance, an attack occurs at a certain time, it will be anticipated regularly by the mother, whose anxiety ensures its repetition. Rarely can relatives be convinced to treat a child's hysterical attacks with calm indifference. Typically, family life must be replaced with hospitalization, which often faces more resistance from relatives than from patients. In a clinic, the patient's distorted perceptions are transformed by the physician's reassuring confidence, soon adopted by the patient, who comes to believe the neurosis is neither dangerous nor permanent. Emotional triggers are avoided. Revitalizing treatments, massage, general faradization, hydrotherapy, are applied. Under these conditions, even severe cases of acute hysteria, those that resulted in total physical and moral collapse, often yield to full recovery within a few months. In recent years, where Mitchell's so-called rest cure, also known as Playfair's treatment, has gained significant and deserved renown. It combines total isolation and rest with systematic massage and general faradization. A skilled nurse and the physician's consistent influence are essential. This treatment is exceptionally valuable for hysteria, combining moral treatment with improved general nutrition. However, it should not be seen as a complete system in itself. isolation, and the physician's presence remain primary elements. Massage and electricity must also not be neglected. The best approach is 4 to 8 weeks of bed rest, followed by hydrotherapy, gymnastics, and encouragement of full movement. In other neuroses such as neurasthenia, treatment success is much less certain and depends largely on nutrition and rest. In hysteria, however, the success is often extraordinary and lasting. Treating isolated hysterical symptoms is rarely effective during acute hysteria, as removed symptoms reappear or are replaced by others. Eventually, both doctor and patient become exhausted. The situation changes when the symptoms are remnants of past hysteria or arise in chronic hysteria from specific excitations, as localized neurotic manifestations. In principle, internal medication is discouraged in such cases, and narcotics should be avoided. Prescribing a narcotic for acute hysteria is a serious error. In chronic local hysteria, internal medication may sometimes be necessary, but its effects are unreliable, sometimes rapid and miraculous, sometimes absent, seemingly dependent on the patient's autosuggestion or belief. One may choose between direct and indirect treatment of hysterical illness. The latter involves disregarding the local problem and applying general nervous system therapy. Outdoor life, hydrotherapy, electricity, preferably high tension, arsenic and iron to improve the blood. If a physical source of stimulation exists, it should be removed. For instance, benign gastric catarrh may underlie hysterical stomach spasms. A reddened larynx or swollen turbinates may trigger chronic hysterical cough. Whether genital abnormalities are as frequent a cause as claimed remains doubtful and should be examined critically. Direct treatment involves eliminating the psychic sources that stimulate hysterical symptoms, assuming their causes lie in the unconscious ideational life. This means giving the patient, under hypnosis, a suggestion aimed at eliminating the disturbance. For example, a hysterical cough may be treated by pressing the larynx during hypnosis and assuring the patient the irritation has been removed. A paralyzed arm may be treated by compelling the hypnotized patient to move it, part by part. The effect is even greater if one applies a method first used by Joseph Breuer in Vienna, leading the patient, under hypnosis, to trace the psychic history of the illness and recognize the originating mental event. This treatment method is new, but produces cures not achievable by other means. It is especially suited to hysteria because it mimics the origin and cessation mechanism of these disturbances. Many hysterical symptoms resistant to all treatments disappear spontaneously when sufficient psychic motivation is present, e.g., a paralyzed hand recovers when the patient feels the urge to punch someone during an argument, or under moral excitement, fright, or anticipation, as in a pilgrimage, or after a nervous system jolt such as a seizure. The direct psychic treatment of hysterical symptoms may one day be considered the best option, once physicians better understand suggestion. It remains unclear how much psychic influence plays a role in seemingly physical treatments. For example, contractures may be cured by transferring them with a magnet. Through repeated transfers, the contracture weakens and eventually disappears. Summary. In summary, hysteria can be described as an anomaly of the nervous system, grounded in an altered distribution of excitations, likely accompanied by an excess of stimuli within the organ of the mind. Its symptomatology indicates that this excess is distributed through conscious or unconscious ideas. Hysteroepilepsy. In hysteroepilepsy, one observes generalized convulsive seizures similar to those in epilepsy. As precursors, the following symptoms may appear: a sensation of suffocation, difficulty swallowing, headaches, stomach pain, dizziness, and peculiar sensations of tension in the limbs. Patients fall with a loud scream and are seized by convulsions. Their mouths foam and their facial features become distorted. Initially, the convulsions are tonic in nature, but later become clonic. However, unlike in epilepsy, the seizure usually does not begin abruptly. For a short period, patients attempt to resist the convulsions, prevent serious injuries from falls, and avoid dangerous situations. While an epileptic may fall into fire, this typically does not occur with hysterics. Whereas the epileptic turns pale at the beginning of the seizure and later becomes cyanotic, the hysterical patient's facial coloration remains approximately normal. Tongue injuries from biting are rare in hysteria. In hysteroepileptic seizures, a full opisthotonus often occurs, something generally absent in epilepsy. Following the seizure, the hysterical patient usually recovers immediately. There is no lingering drowsiness or fatigue as observed in epileptics. However, visual hallucinations of rats, mice, and snakes, along with auditory hallucinations, are not uncommon afterwards. Alongside these seizures, patients also exhibit all other symptoms typical of hysteria. Drafts for the 1893 preliminary communication. The 3 condensed notes that follow were found among Freud's posthumous writings. The editors of the German edition inform us that all 3 had been in Breuer's possession, but were returned to Freud in 1909, the year after the second edition of Studies on Hysteria was published. Freud acknowledged receipt of the documents in a letter dated October 8, 1909. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to recover the old sketches and drafts, which I find very interesting. As for the notes on hysterical seizures, it must be as you say, but I did not keep the manuscript after it was published. Although the second of these drafts bears no date, there is little doubt that all 3 were written at the end of 1892, in preparation for the preliminary communication on the psychic mechanism of hysterical phenomena. This work, produced in collaboration with Joseph Breuer, was published on January 1st and 15th, 1893. Much of the material in these drafts is highly condensed, but it is possible to identify almost every element that was later more clearly articulated in the preliminary communication. A comprehensive overview of the history of the principle of constancy can be found in the appendix. Letter to Joseph Breuer. June 29, 1892. Dear friend, the satisfaction with which I carelessly handed you these few pages has given way to the unrest that so easily follows an effort to think. I am troubled by the problem of how to present a two-dimensional picture of something as solid as our theory of hysteria. Undoubtedly, the key question is whether we should describe it from a historical standpoint, beginning with all the clinical cases, or 2 of the best, or whether we should instead start by dogmatically stating the theories we formulated by way of explanation. I believe the latter is preferable. The material would be arranged as follows. Our theories. The theorem regarding the constancy of the sum of excitation. The theory of memory. The theorem stating that the contents of different states of consciousness are unrelated. The origin of chronic hysterical symptoms, dreams, autohypnosis, effects, and the results of absolute trauma. The first 3 of these factors relate to predisposition. The last relates to etiology. It seems that chronic symptoms correspond to a normal mechanism. They are displacements, subsidiary theme. In part along a normal pathway, internal modification, of sums of excitation that were not dissipated. Reason for the displacement, attempt at reaction. Reason for persistence, the aforementioned theorem regarding associative isolation, comparison with hypnosis. Subsidiary theme, the nature of displacement, localization of chronic hysterical symptoms. The hysterical seizure, also an attempt at reaction through recollection, etc. The origin of hysterical stigmata, highly obscure, scant evidence. The pathological form of hysteria, dispositional and accidental hysteria. The series proposed by me. The magnitude of the sum of excitation, the concept of trauma, the second state of consciousness. In the above, we emphasized as an observed fact that the memories underlying hysterical phenomena are absent from the patient's accessible memory, but under hypnosis can be retrieved with hallucinatory clarity. We also noted that many such memories relate to events occurring in peculiar states, such as cataplexy due to fright, dream states, autohypnosis, and so on, whose content is not associatively linked to normal consciousness. Accordingly, we could not yet discuss what determines the occurrence of hysterical phenomena without considering a specific hypothesis aimed at characterizing hysterical predisposition. In hysteria, according to this hypothesis, the content of consciousness readily becomes temporarily dissociated, and certain idea complexes, lacking associative connection, easily detach themselves. Thus, the hysterical predisposition must be studied wherever such states appear spontaneously, due to internal causes, or are easily produced by external influences, and we may assume a spectrum of cases in which these two factors play variable roles. We describe these states as hypnoid, emphasizing that an essential feature of them is their disconnection from the rest of consciousness, thereby depriving them of the possibility of being released via associations. Just as when awake or dreaming, we are not inclined to form associations across states, but only within each one. In persons with a hysterical disposition, any effect may give rise to such division, and an impression received during the affect's duration may thus become a trauma, even if it is not traumatic in itself. Moreover, the impression itself may generate the effect. In its fully developed form, these hypnoid states, which may be associatively linked, form the condition seconds so well known from clinical cases. But the rudiments of such a disposition, apparently, can be found in nearly anyone and may be developed by appropriate trauma, even in those without the disposition. Sexual life is particularly suited to supplying the content for such traumas, due to the profound contrast it presents to the rest of the personality and the impossibility of reacting to its ideas. It must be understood that our therapy consists in eliminating the results of unreleased ideas, either by reliving the trauma in a somnambulistic state and thus abreacting and correcting it, or by bringing it to the surface of normal consciousness under relatively light hypnosis. On the theory of hysterical attacks. As far as we know, there is currently no formal theory of hysterical attacks, but merely a description, provided by Charcot, related to the rare and prolonged grand hysterical seizure. According to Charcot, a typical attack of this kind is composed of 4 phases. Epileptoid phase, phase of grand movements, phase of passionate attitudes, phase of terminal delirium. All the various forms of hysterical attacks, which physicians more frequently observe than the typical grand attack, arise, as Charcot tells us, to the extent that these distinct phases become independent or are prolonged, modified, or omitted altogether. This description sheds no light whatsoever on any possible connection between the phases, on the significance of attacks within the overall clinical picture of hysteria, or on how attacks are modified in each individual case. We may not be mistaken in assuming that most physicians tend to consider the hysterical attack as a periodic discharge of the motor and psychic centers of the cerebral cortex. We have formed our opinion on hysterical attacks by treating hysterical patients through hypnotic suggestion and, in this way, investigating their psychic processes during the attack. The exposition that follows is what we believe about the nature of the hysterical seizure. And we must first emphasize that explaining hysterical phenomena requires the assumption of a dissociation, a division in the content of consciousness. The constant and essential element of a recurrent hysterical attack is the return of a psychic state the patient has previously experienced, in other words, the return of a memory. Thus, we assert that the essential part of a hysterical attack is situated in the phase Charcot called passionate attitudes. In many cases, it is quite evident that this phase contains a memory from the patient's life, and often, this memory is always the same. But in other cases, this phase seems to be absent, and the attack appears to consist solely of motor phenomena, epileptoid contractions, a cataleptic state of immobility, or a sleep-like condition. However, even in such cases, examination under hypnosis clearly reveals a psychic mnemonic process that generally manifests openly in the passionate phase. The motor phenomena of an attack are never without relation to their psychic content. They either express the concurrent emotion in their overall appearance or correspond precisely to the actions involved in the hallucinatory process. The memory that forms the content of a hysterical attack is not just any memory. It is the return of the event that triggered the outbreak of hysteria, the psychic trauma. This relationship is also manifested in classical cases of traumatic hysteria, as demonstrated by Charcot in male patients. In these cases, a previously non-hysterical individual begins to suffer from a neurosis following a single episode of intense fear, such as a railway accident, a fall, etc. In these cases, the content of the attack consists in a hallucinatory reproduction of the life-threatening event, possibly accompanied by the sequence of thoughts and sensory impressions that went through the person's mind at the time. However, the behavior of these patients does not differ from that of common female patients. It is a precise model of the latter. If we examine the content of attacks in one of these female patients as described, we encounter events that, by their nature, are also suited to act as traumas, for example, shocks, humiliating offenses, disappointments. In these cases, however, the large isolated trauma is generally replaced by a series of lesser traumas that are interconnected through similarity or by being part of a painful narrative. These patients, consequently, often suffer from multiple types of attacks, each with a particular mnemonic content. This fact necessitates a considerable expansion of the concept of traumatic hysteria. In a third group of cases, we find that the content of attacks consists of memories we would not, in themselves, consider capable of constituting traumas. Evidently, they owe this effect to a fortuitous association with a moment when the person's hysterical disposition was pathologically intensified and, thereby, they were elevated to the status of traumas. The memory that forms the content of a hysterical attack is an unconscious memory, or, more precisely, belongs to the second state of consciousness, which is present to varying degrees in all cases of hysteria. Consequently, this memory is either entirely absent from the patient's recall when in their normal state, or is present only in a rudimentary, condensed form. If we succeed in bringing this memory fully into normal consciousness, it ceases to be capable of producing attacks. During an actual attack, the patient is partially or completely in the second state of consciousness. In the latter case, the entire attack is covered by amnesia during normal life. In the former, the patient perceives the alteration in their state and their motor behavior, but the psychic events occurring during the attack remain hidden. However, these can be recalled at any time under hypnosis. The question of the origin of the mnemonic content of hysterical attacks coincides with another. What determines whether an experience, an idea, an intention, etc., becomes located in the second consciousness and not in the normal consciousness? In hysterical individuals, we have identified two such determinants. If a hysterical person intentionally tries to forget an experience or deliberately suppresses, inhibits, and rejects an idea or intention, these psychic acts consequently enter the second state of consciousness. From there, they exert lasting effects, and the memory of them returns in the form of hysterical attacks. Cf. hysteria in nuns, chaste women, well-bred adolescents, people with artistic or theatrical aspirations, etc. Impressions received during non-ordinary psychic states, such as affective states, ecstasy, or autohypnosis, also enter the second state of consciousness. It may be added that these two factors often combine through internal links, and that there are likely other determinants as well. The nervous system seeks to maintain constancy in what we might call the sum of excitation, in its functional relations. It accomplishes this precondition of health by eliminating any significant buildup of excitation, either associatively or by discharging it through an appropriate motor reaction. Based on this proposition, which, incidentally, has broad implications, we find that the psychic experiences forming the content of hysterical attacks share a common characteristic. They are all impressions that failed to find adequate discharge. Whether because the patient refused to confront them out of fear of distressing mental conflict, or because, as in the case of sexual impressions, the patient felt forbidden from acting due to shyness or social constraints, or finally, because the impressions were received in a state in which the nervous system was unable to perform its usual function of eliminating them. Thus, we also arrive at a definition of psychic trauma that can be employed in the theory of hysteria. A psychic trauma is any impression that the nervous system finds itself unable to abolish through associative thinking or motor reaction. On the psychical mechanism of hysterical phenomena. Preliminary Communication, 1893. A casual observation led us, over several years, to investigate a wide variety of different forms and symptoms of hysteria in order to uncover their precipitating cause. The event that had provoked the first occurrence of the phenomenon, often many years earlier. In the vast majority of cases, it is not possible to determine the point of origin through simple patient questioning, no matter how thorough. This is due, in part, to the fact that the event in question is often one the patient is reluctant to discuss. But more significantly, It is because the patient is actually unable to recall it and is often unaware of the causal connection between the triggering event and the pathological phenomenon. As a rule, it is necessary to hypnotize the patient and, under hypnosis, evoke memories from the time when the symptom first appeared. Once this is done, the causal connection can be demonstrated with the utmost clarity and conviction. This method of investigation has yielded, in a large number of cases, results that seem valuable both theoretically and practically. They are theoretically significant because they have taught us that external events determine the pathology of hysteria to a much greater extent than is generally recognized. Naturally, in cases of traumatic hysteria, it is obvious that an accident provokes the symptoms. The causal link is equally evident in hysterical attacks when it is possible to deduce from the patient's statements that, during each attack, they hallucinate the same event that caused the first one. The situation is more obscure in the case of other phenomena. However, our experiences have shown that a wide variety of symptoms, which appear to be spontaneous and, one might say, idiopathic products of hysteria, are just as strictly related to the triggering trauma as those phenomena just mentioned that clearly display the causal connection. The symptoms we have been able to trace back to such triggering events include neuralgias and anesthesias of many kinds, some of which had persisted for years, contractures and paralyses, hysterical attacks and epileptoid seizures, mistaken by observers for genuine epilepsy, petit mal, tic disorders, chronic vomiting and anorexia reaching the extreme of complete food refusal, various visual disturbances, recurrent visual hallucinations, etc. The disproportion between the many years of the symptom's duration and the isolated event that caused it is something we invariably encounter in traumatic neuroses. Quite often, the triggering event occurred in childhood, giving rise to a more or less serious symptom that persists throughout subsequent years. In many cases, the connection is so clear that it becomes obvious why the triggering event produced a specific phenomenon rather than another. In such cases, the symptom is quite evidently determined by the precipitating cause. A common example is an unpleasant emotion experienced during a meal, suppressed at the time, later manifesting as nausea and vomiting that persist for months in the form of hysterical vomiting. A young woman who had been watching over a sick person, tormented by anxiety, fell into a twilight state and experienced a terrifying hallucination while her right arm, hanging over the back of the chair, became numb. From this came a paresis of the same arm, accompanied by contracture and anesthesia. She tried to pray but couldn't find the words. Eventually, she managed to recite a children's prayer in English. Later, during the onset of a severe and highly complicated hysteria, she could only speak, write, and understand English, while her native language remained incomprehensible to her for 18 months. A mother watching over her sick child, who finally fell asleep, concentrated all her willpower on remaining absolutely still so as not to wake the child. Precisely because of this intention, she made a clicking sound with her tongue. An example of hysterical counterwill. This sound recurred on subsequent occasions when she tried to remain still and developed into a tic, manifesting as a tongue click whenever she felt agitated, for many years. A highly intelligent man was present when his brother's ankylosed hip joint was forcibly extended under anesthesia. At the moment the joint cracked with a pop, he experienced severe pain in his own hip, which persisted for nearly a year. Other examples could be cited. In other cases, the causal connection is less straightforward. It may consist only in what might be called a symbolic relationship between the triggering cause and the pathological phenomenon, a relation of the kind healthy individuals produce in dreams. For example, neuralgia may arise after emotional distress, or vomiting after a feeling of moral disgust. We have studied patients who habitually made extensive use of this kind of symbolic transformation. Still, in other cases, it is not immediately clear how the symptoms can be determined as we suggest. It is especially the typical hysterical symptoms, such as hemianesthesia, contraction of the visual field, epileptiform convulsions, that fall into this class. An explanation of our views on this group must be reserved for a more thorough examination. Observations like these seem to us to establish an analogy between the pathogenesis of ordinary hysteria and that of traumatic neuroses, and to justify an expansion of the concept of traumatic hysteria. In traumatic neuroses, the operative cause is not the minor physical injury, but the emotional shock, the psychic trauma. Similarly, our research reveals that, for many if not most hysterical symptoms, the triggering causes can only be described as psychic traumas. Any experience capable of evoking distressing emotions, such as fear, anxiety, shame, or physical pain, can act as such a trauma. Whether it does or not naturally depends on the susceptibility of the person affected, as well as another condition to be mentioned later. In ordinary hysteria, instead of a single major trauma, there is often a set of partial traumas forming a cluster of triggers. These only exerted a traumatic effect collectively, being linked either by thematic similarity or as part of a shared story of suffering. There are also cases where a seemingly trivial circumstance combines with the truly operative factor or occurs at a moment of peculiar susceptibility to stimulation, thereby taking on the role of a trauma it otherwise would not have, but that persists thereafter. However, the causal relation between the determining psychic trauma and the hysterical phenomenon is not such that the trauma acts merely as a deus ex machina that liberates the symptom, which then lives on independently. Instead, we must assume that the psychic trauma, or more precisely, the memory of the trauma, acts like a foreign body that, long after its entry, must still be considered an active agent. We find the proof of this in an unusual phenomenon which, at the same time, brings considerable practical interest to our findings. Namely, we discovered, initially with great surprise, that each individual hysterical symptom disappeared, immediately and permanently, once we had succeeded in clearly awakening the memory of the event that caused it, evoking the emotion associated with it, and when the patient had described the event in as much detail as possible and verbalized the effect. Memory without emotion almost invariably had no effect. The original psychical process had to be relived as vividly as possible. It had to be brought back to its status nascendi and then expressed in words. When dealing with phenomena involving stimulation, such as spasms, neuralgias, and hallucinations, these would reappear momentarily at full intensity and then disappear forever. Functional deficits, such as paralyses and anesthesias, would vanish in the same way, though without the visible temporary intensification. One might suppose that unconscious suggestion was at play. The patient expects relief from the procedure, and this expectation, not the verbal expression, is the operative factor. But this is not the case. The first such case we observe dates back to 1881, that is, to the pre-suggestion era. A very complicated case of hysteria was analyzed in this manner, and the symptoms that stemmed from distinct causes were clearly eliminated. This observation was made possible through spontaneous autohypnosis by the patient and came as a great surprise to the observer. We may reverse the maxim cessation of the cause ends the effect, and conclude from these observations that the determining process continues to operate, in one way or another, for years, not indirectly through a chain of intermediate causal links, but as a directly active cause, just as a remembered emotional trauma can still cause tears long after the event has passed. Hysterics suffer mainly from reminiscences. 2. At first glance, it seems extraordinary that events experienced so long ago could continue to exert such intense effects, that their memory would not be subject to the fading process to which, after all our recollections eventually succumb. Perhaps the following considerations may make this a bit more intelligible. The fading of a memory or the loss of its effect depends on various factors. The most important of these is whether an energetic reaction followed the event capable of provoking an effect. By reaction, we mean any kind of voluntary or involuntary reflex, from tears to acts of revenge, through which, as experience shows, effects are discharged. When such a reaction occurs to a sufficient degree, a large part of the effect vanishes as a result. Everyday language confirms this observation through expressions such as to cry it out or to vent one's anger. When the reaction is repressed, the effect remains attached to the memory. An insult that has been retaliated, even verbally, is remembered differently from one that had to be silently accepted. Language acknowledges this distinction in its mental and physical consequences. It characteristically describes a silently endured offense as a mortification. The reaction to the trauma by the person offended only has a fully cathartic effect if it is an appropriate response, such as revenge. Yet speech serves as a substitute for action. Through it, an affect can be abrogated almost as effectively. In other cases, speech itself is the appropriate reflex. For instance, when it takes the form of lament or the confession of a tormenting secret. When no such reaction occurs, whether in actions, words, or at the very least in tears, any memory of the event retains its original affective coloring. Abreaction, however, is not the only method available to a normal person who has experienced a psychic trauma. A memory of such trauma, even if not abrogated, enters the wider network of associations, is confronted by other contradictory experiences, and is subject to correction through new representations. After an accident, for instance, the memory of danger and the repeated, diminished fear is associated with the memory of what followed, rescue, and the conscious awareness of current safety. Likewise, the memory of humiliation is corrected when the person puts the events in proper perspective, weighing their own worth, etc. In this way, a normal person is capable of dissipating the associated effect through the process of association. To this we must add the general obliteration of impressions, the fading of memories we refer to as forgetting, which erodes representations no longer charged with effect. Our observations, on the other hand, have shown that the memories that become the determinants of hysterical phenomena persist for an astonishingly long time with undiminished vividness and affective strength. We must note another remarkable fact, which we may later use to our advantage. These memories, in contrast to others from the patient's past life, are not accessible to the patient. On the contrary, these experiences are entirely absent from the patient's conscious memory in the normal state or are present only in very rudimentary form. Only when the patient is questioned under hypnosis do these memories emerge with the clarity and vividness of a recent experience. Thus, for no less than 6 months, one of our patients reproduced under hypnosis, with hallucinatory clarity, everything that had excited her on the same day the year before, during an acute hysterical episode. A diary kept by her mother, without the patient's knowledge, confirmed the completeness of the reproduction. Another patient, partly under hypnosis and partly during spontaneous attacks, vividly relived all the details of a hysterical psychosis she had experienced 10 years earlier, and which she had mostly forgotten until its reemergence. Furthermore, we found that certain etiologically significant memories, dating from ages 15 to 25, remained surprisingly intact and showed remarkable sensory intensity, and when they returned, they acted with the full effective power of fresh experiences. This can only be explained by the fact that these memories are exempt from all the processes of decay we described earlier. In other words, it seems these memories correspond to traumas that were never adequately abrogated. And if we delve deeper into the reasons this abreaction failed, we find at least 2 sets of conditions under which the trauma failed to elicit a reaction. The first group consists of cases where the patient did not react to a psychic trauma because the nature of the trauma did not allow for reaction, such as the clearly irreparable loss of a loved one, or because social circumstances made a reaction impossible, or because the events were ones the patient wished to forget and therefore intentionally repressed, inhibiting and suppressing them from conscious thought. These are precisely the distressing experiences we find under hypnosis as the basis for hysterical phenomena. For example, the hysterical delusions of saints and nuns, of chaste women and well-bred children. The second group of conditions is determined not by the content of the memories, but by the mental states in which the patient received those experiences. For under hypnosis, we find among the causes of hysterical symptoms representations that, in themselves, are unremarkable but persist because they originated during paralyzing effects such as shock, or in clearly abnormal mental states like the twilight states of daydreams, autohypnosis, etc. In such cases, it is the nature of these states that made reaction to the event impossible. Clearly, both categories of conditions can coexist, and in fact they often do. This happens when a trauma that is independently effective occurs during a paralyzing affective state or a state of altered consciousness. But it also appears to be true that, in many people, a psychic trauma produces one of these abnormal states, which in turn blocks the reaction. Both categories share in common the fact that psychic traumas not eliminated through reaction also cannot be removed through associative processing. In the first group, the patient is determined to forget the painful experiences and thus excludes them from association as much as possible. In the second group, associative elaboration fails to occur because there is no broad associative link between the normal state of consciousness and the pathological states in which the representations were formed. We shall soon have the opportunity to examine this more deeply. Thus, we can say that the representations that became pathological persisted with such vividness and affective intensity because they were denied the normal processes of decay through abreaction and associative integration. 3. We have discussed the conditions which, according to our experience, are responsible for the development of hysterical phenomena stemming from psychic traumas. In doing so, we were already compelled to mention the abnormal states of consciousness in which these pathogenic representations arise, and to emphasize the fact that the memory of the affective psychic trauma does not reside in the patient's normal memory, but in their memory under hypnosis. The more we studied these phenomena, the more convinced we became that the division of consciousness, so striking in the classic cases of double consciousness, is present in rudimentary form in all hysteria, and that the tendency towards such dissociation, along with the emergence of abnormal mental states, which we group under the designation hypnoid, constitutes the fundamental feature of this neurosis. In this respect, we agree with Binet and the two Janets, even though we have not had experience with the remarkable discoveries they made with anesthetic patients. We would like to counterbalance the familiar thesis that hypnosis is an artificial form of hysteria with another, that the foundation and sine qua non of hysteria is the existence of hypnoid states. These hypnoid states share with each other and with hypnosis, despite their other differences, a common feature. The representations that arise within them are highly intense, but isolated from associative communication with the rest of the consciousness. Associations can occur between these hypnoid states, and their representational content may thereby reach varying degrees of psychic organization. Moreover, one must assume that the nature of these states and the degree to which they are isolated from the rest of consciousness vary in the same way hypnosis does, from light drowsiness to full somnambulism, from full memory retention to total amnesia. When such hypnoid states are present prior to the manifest onset of illness, they form the ground on which the effect implants the pathogenic memory along with its somatic manifestations. This corresponds to dispositional hysteria. However, we have found that a severe trauma, as in traumatic neurosis, or a laborious suppression, such as the repression of a sexual affect, may cause a forcible splitting off of representational groups, even in persons who otherwise show no such predisposition, and this would be the mechanism of psychologically acquired hysteria. Between the extremes of these two forms, we must presume a spectrum of cases in which individual tendencies toward dissociation and the effective magnitude of the trauma vary in inverse proportion. We have nothing new to offer on the question of the origin of these dispositional hypnoid states. They seem to frequently emerge from daydreams, which are common even among healthy individuals, and to which women are particularly prone due to tasks like needlework and similar occupations. Why the pathological associations formed during these states are so stable, and why they exert so much greater influence on somatic processes than normal representations, are questions that coincide with the general problem of the efficacy of hypnotic suggestions. Our observations offer no new insights into that question, but they do shed light on the apparent contradiction between the dictum, hysteria is a psychosis, and the fact that among hysterics one can find people of the clearest intelligence, strongest will, best character, and highest critical faculty. This characterization is valid for their waking thoughts, but in their hypnoid states they are, like all of us in our dreams, insane. However, while our dream psychoses have no effect on our waking life, the products of hypnoid states intrude into wakefulness in the form of hysterical symptoms. 4. What we have stated regarding chronic hysterical symptoms can be applied almost entirely to hysterical attacks. As is well known, Charcot provided a schematic description of the grand hysterical attack, according to which 4 distinct phases can be identified in a complete seizure. The epileptoid phase, the phase of large movements, The phase of passionate attitudes, hallucinatory phase. The phase of terminal delirium. Charcot deduced all the various forms of hysterical attacks, those more commonly observed in practice than the full grand attack, from the abbreviation or prolongation, the omission or isolation of these four distinct phases. Our explanatory attempt takes as its starting point the third of these phases, the passionate attitudes. When this phase is prominently present, it displays a hallucinatory reproduction of a memory that played an important role in triggering the hysteria. Whether the memory of a single, major trauma, as seen in traumatic hysteria, or of a series of interconnected partial traumas, as found in common hysteria. Alternatively, the attack may revive events that gained relevance due to their coincidence with a moment of special predisposition to trauma. However, there are also attacks that seem to consist exclusively of motor phenomena and in which the phase of passionate attitudes appears to be absent. When rapport is established with the patient during such an attack, featuring generalized clonic spasms or cataleptic rigidity, or during a somnol sleep seizure, or better yet, when the seizure is induced under hypnosis, it is revealed that even in these cases a memory underlies the psychic trauma or the series of traumas that typically capture our attention during the hallucinatory phase. Thus, for years, a girl suffered generalized convulsions that could be, and indeed were, mistaken for epileptic seizures. She was hypnotized for differential diagnosis and immediately entered one of her seizures. When asked what she was seeing, she replied, "The dog. The dog is coming." It turned out that she had had her first attack after being chased by a vicious dog. The success of treatment confirmed the diagnosis. Similarly, a civil servant who became hysterical after being mistreated by his superior suffered attacks in which he would fall to the ground in fits of rage, without saying a word or displaying any signs of hallucination. A seizure was induced under hypnosis, during which the patient revealed he was reliving the scene where his boss had insulted and struck him with a cane. Days later, he returned reporting another attack of the same kind. This time, under hypnosis, it became evident that he was reliving the scene in court where he had failed to obtain reparation for the abuse he suffered. In all other respects as well, the memories that surface, or can be provoked, during hysterical attacks correspond to the triggering causes we have found at the root of chronic hysterical symptoms. Like those, the memories underlying hysterical attacks are related to psychic traumas that were not discharged through abreaction or the associative activity of thought. Similarly, they are, whether entirely or in their essential elements, beyond the reach of normal conscious memory and appear to belong to the representational content of hypnoid states of consciousness, where associative linkage is restricted. Finally, they are also subject to therapeutic testing. Our observations have often shown us that such a memory, which had previously triggered attacks, ceases to do so once processes of reaction and associative correction are applied to it under hypnosis. The motor phenomena of hysterical attacks may partly be interpreted as universal forms of reaction appropriate to the effect accompanying the memory, such as kicking and flailing arms and legs, just as infants do, and partly as a direct expression of those memories, but in part, as with the hysterical stigmata found among chronic symptoms, they cannot be explained in this way. Hysterical attacks are also particularly interesting if we bear in mind the theory previously mentioned. In hysteria, certain groups of representations originating in hypnoid states are present and remain isolated from associative connection with other representations, but may associate with each other, forming the more or less organized rudiment of a second consciousness, a condition second. If this is the case, a chronic hysterical symptom would correspond to an intrusion of this second state into somatic innervation, which is normally under the control of the primary consciousness. The hysterical attack, by contrast, is evidence of a more advanced organization of this second state. When an attack occurs for the first time, it indicates a movement whereby the hypnoid consciousness has seized control over the individual's entire existence, marking, in other words, an acute hysteria. When it recurs and includes a memory, it marks a return to that moment. Charcot had already suggested that hysterical attacks constitute a rudimentary form of a condition second. During the attack, control over all somatic innervation passes to the hypnoid consciousness. Normal consciousness, as is well documented, is not always entirely suppressed. It may even perceive the motor phenomena of the attack, while the accompanying psychic events remain hidden from it. The characteristic course of a severe case of hysteria, as we know, is as follows. Initially, a representational content forms during hypnoid states. As this content increases, it seizes control, during a period of acute hysteria, of somatic intervention and of the patient's entire existence, creating chronic symptoms and attacks. Thereafter, it recedes, leaving behind only residual elements. When the normal personality regains control, what remains of the hypnoid representational content reappears in hysterical attacks, occasionally bringing the individual back to similar states themselves once again susceptible to trauma. A sort of equilibrium, so to speak, can then be established between the two psychic groups coexisting in the same person. The hysterical attacks and normal life proceed side by side without interfering with each other. The attack occurs spontaneously, as memories do in normal individuals. Yet it can also be provoked, just like any memory may be elicited through associative laws. It may be triggered by stimulating a hysterogenic zone or by a new experience that activates it through similarity to the pathogenic event. We hope to demonstrate that these two types of triggers, though apparently different, do not differ essentially, for in both cases a hyperesthetic memory is evoked. In other cases, this equilibrium is highly unstable. The attack arises as a manifestation of the residue of hypnoid consciousness whenever the personality is exhausted and incapacitated. It cannot be ruled out that, in such cases, the attack has been stripped of its original meaning and is recurring merely as a motor reaction, devoid of content. It remains for further investigation to determine what decides whether a hysterical personality will manifest through attacks, chronic symptoms, or a combination of both. V. It may now be clearer why the psychotherapeutic method described in these pages has a curative effect. It terminates the active force of a representation that was not abrogated at the time of its original experience by allowing its strangled effect to be discharged through speech. And it subjects that representation to associative correction by integrating it into the normal consciousness, under light hypnosis, or eliminating it by suggestion from the physician, as is done in somnambulism with amnesia. In our view, the therapeutic benefits of this method are considerable. Of course, it is true that we do not cure hysteria inasmuch as it depends on dispositional factors. We cannot prevent the recurrence of hypnoid states. Furthermore, during the productive phase of an acute hysteria, our method cannot prevent the laboriously removed phenomena from being immediately replaced by others. But once the acute phase has passed, any residues that may remain in the form of chronic symptoms or attacks are typically removed permanently by our method, because it is radical in nature. In this sense, it appears significantly more effective to us than elimination by direct suggestion, as currently practiced by psychotherapists. If, by discovering the psychic mechanism of hysterical phenomena, we have advanced a step along the path first so successfully opened by Charcot with his explanation and artificial imitation of hysterotraumatic paralyses, we must also acknowledge that we have only moved slightly closer to understanding the mechanism of hysterical symptoms, not the internal causes of hysteria. We have barely touched the etiology of hysteria and, strictly speaking, have only illuminated its acquired forms, the significance of accidental factors in this neurosis. Vienna, December 1892. A brief analysis of psychoanalysis. One can say that psychoanalysis was born with the 20th century, for the publication in which it emerged before the world as something new. The interpretation of dreams bears the date 1900. However, as one might expect, it did not descend fully formed from the heavens. It originated from earlier ideas, which it later developed, and drew from previous suggestions, which it then elaborated. Any history of its development must therefore begin with a description of the influences that determined its origin, and must not overlook the era and circumstances that preceded its creation. Psychoanalysis grew within a very limited field. At the outset, it had but a single aim: to understand something of the nature of what was then known as functional nervous diseases, in order to overcome the helplessness that had thus far characterized their medical treatment. The neurologists of that time had been trained to hold great respect for chemical, physical, and pathological anatomical facts, and were heavily influenced by the findings of Hitzig and Fritsch, Ferrier, Goltz, and others, who seemed to have firmly established a close, and possibly exclusive, connection between certain functions and specific parts of the brain. They did not know what to make of the psychic factor, and were unable to comprehend it. They left it to philosophers, mystics, and charlatans, and considered it unscientific to have anything to do with it. As a result, they could find no approach to the secrets of neuroses, and particularly of the enigmatic hysteria, which in truth was the prototype of the entire category. As early as 1885, while studying at the Salpêtrière, I discovered that people were content to explain hysterical paralyses through a formula asserting that they were based on slight functional disturbances of the same brain regions which, when severely damaged, led to corresponding organic paralyses. Naturally, this lack of understanding also seriously affected the treatment of these pathological states. In general, treatment consisted of measures intended to harden the patient, prescriptions of medication, and poorly conceived attempts, often executed with insensitivity, to mentally influence the patient through threats, ridicule, admonishments, or exhortations to simply pull themselves together. Electrical treatment was presented as a specific cure for nervous conditions, but anyone who tried to follow Erb's detailed instructions must marvel at how much room fantasy can occupy even in what professes to be an exact science. A decisive turning point came in the 1880s when the phenomena of hypnotism once again sought admission to medical science. This time with greater success than in previous attempts, thanks to the work of several professionals. The essential development was the recognition of the genuineness of these phenomena. Once admitted, two fundamental and unforgettable lessons could not fail to be drawn from hypnotism. First, there was convincing proof that remarkable somatic changes could indeed be caused solely by mental influences, ones that we ourselves had set in motion. Second, one received the clearest impression, especially from observing the behavior of subjects after hypnosis, of the existence of mental processes that could only be described as unconscious. The unconscious, it is true, had long been a theoretical topic among philosophers, but now, for the first time, it became something concrete, tangible, and open to experimentation through the phenomena of hypnotism. Independently of all this, the hypnotic phenomena showed an unmistakable similarity to the manifestations of certain neuroses. It is not easy to overestimate the significance of the role played by hypnotism in the history of psychoanalysis. From both a theoretical and therapeutic perspective, psychoanalysis inherited a valuable legacy from hypnotism. Hypnosis also proved to be a valuable tool in the study of neuroses, again, above all, of hysteria. Charcot's experiments made a strong impression. He suspected that certain paralyses occurring after trauma, accidents, were hysterical in nature, and he demonstrated that, by suggesting a trauma under hypnosis, he could artificially provoke similar types of paralysis. Thus emerged the expectation that traumatic influences might universally contribute to the production of hysterical symptoms. Charcot himself did not pursue further psychological understanding of hysteria, but his student Pierre Janet returned to the question and was able to demonstrate, with the help of hypnosis, that the symptoms of hysteria ultimately depended on certain unconscious thoughts, fixed ideas. Janet attributed hysteria to a supposed constitutional inability to maintain cohesion among mental processes, an inability leading to a dissociation of mental life. Psychoanalysis, however, was by no means based on Janet's research. The decisive factor in its development was the experience of a Viennese physician, Dr. Joseph Breuer. In 1881, independently of any external influence, he was able, using hypnosis, to study and restore to health a highly gifted young woman who was suffering from hysteria. Breuer's findings were not made public until 15 years later, after he had taken the present author, Freud, as his collaborator. That case of Breuer's retains its unique significance for our understanding of neuroses to this day, and we cannot avoid dwelling on it a little longer. It is essential to clearly understand what made it distinctive. The young woman had fallen ill while nursing her father, to whom she was deeply attached. Breuer was able to establish that all her symptoms were related to that period of caregiving, and could be explained by it. For the first time, it became possible to gain a comprehensive view of a case of this enigmatic neurosis, and every one of its symptoms proved to have meaning. Furthermore, it was a universal feature of the symptoms that they had arisen in situations involving an impulse to action that, for other reasons, had not been carried out, but had instead been suppressed. The symptoms, in fact, had appeared in place of those unrealized actions. Thus, to explain the etiology of hysterical symptoms, we were led to the individual's emotional life, affectivity, and the interplay of mental forces, dynamics. And since then, these two lines of investigation have never been abandoned. Breuer compared the triggering causes of the symptoms to Charcot's traumas. It was remarkable, however, that all these traumatic precipitating causes and the mental impulses originating from them had been lost to the patient's memory, as if they had never occurred, while their products, the symptoms, persisted unchanged, as if untouched by what is generally called the obliterating effects of time. Here, then, was further proof of the existence of mental processes that were unconscious, yet, precisely for that reason, especially powerful, processes previously encountered in post-hypnotic suggestion. The therapeutic procedure adopted by Breuer was to induce the patient under hypnosis to recall the forgotten traumas and react to them with strong emotional expression. When this was done, the symptom, which had taken the place of that emotional expression, disappeared. Thus, one and the same procedure served both to investigate the disorder and to remove it, and this unusual conjunction was later preserved by psychoanalysis. After the present author had confirmed Breuer's results with a considerable number of patients during the early 1890s, Breuer and Freud jointly decided to publish studies on hysteria, which contain their findings and an attempt at a theory based on them. This theory asserted that hysterical symptoms arose when the effect of a mental process, one strongly charged with emotion, was prevented by internal force from being consciously elaborated in the normal way and was thereby diverted down an abnormal path. In hysteria, according to this theory, the effect would be redirected into an unusual somatic innervation, conversion. But it could be rechanneled and released if the experience were relived under hypnosis. The authors called this procedure catharsis, purging, releasing a strangled effect. The cathartic method was the immediate precursor to psychoanalysis, and despite the expansion of experience and the modification of theory, it still lies at its core. However, it was no more than a new medical procedure aimed at influencing certain nervous diseases, and did not yet suggest that it could become a subject of broader interest, or of the fiercest controversy. 2. Shortly after the publication of studies on hysteria, the partnership between Breuer and Freud ended. Breuer, who was actually a consultant in internal medicine, abandoned the treatment of nervous patients, while Freud devoted himself to further refining the tool left to him by his older collaborator. The technical innovations he introduced and the discoveries he made transformed the cathartic method into psychoanalysis. The most momentous step was undoubtedly his decision to forego the assistance of hypnosis in his technical procedure. He did so for two main reasons. First, because despite a course of instruction with Bernheim and Nancy, he could not induce hypnosis in a sufficient number of cases. And second, because he was dissatisfied with the therapeutic results of catharsis based on hypnosis. It is true that these results were remarkable and appeared after a short course of treatment, but they proved to be impermanent and too dependent on the patient's personal relationship with the physician. Abandoning hypnosis created a break in the developmental path of the method and marked a fresh beginning. Hypnosis, however, had served the purpose of restoring to the patient's memory what had been forgotten. It was necessary to find another technique to replace it, and Freud conceived the idea of substituting it with the method of free association. This meant that he required his patients to commit to abstaining from any conscious reflection and instead to relax into a state of calm concentration, allowing their thoughts to emerge spontaneously, involuntarily, to skim the surface of their consciousness. They were to report these thoughts to the analyst, even if they felt objections to doing so. For example, if the thoughts seemed unpleasant, nonsensical, trivial, or irrelevant. The choice of free association as a means to investigate the unconscious forgotten material may seem strange, so a brief justification is in order. Freud was led to it by the expectation that so-called free association would not in fact be free, since, once all conscious intellectual purposes were suppressed, the ideas that arose would seem to be determined by unconscious material. This expectation was confirmed by experience. When the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis, as stated above, was followed, the stream of free association produced an abundant supply of ideas that could place the analyst on the trail of what the patient had forgotten. Admittedly, this material did not reveal the forgotten content itself, but it contained such clear and numerous allusions to it that, with the help of some supplementation and interpretation, the analyst could infer, or reconstruct, the forgotten material from it. Thus, free association, combined with the art of interpretation, performed the same function previously carried out by hypnosis. It seemed as though the work had become more difficult and complex. Yet the priceless gain was that it now allowed internal insight into the interplay of forces that had been hidden from the observer during the hypnotic state. It became evident that the effort to uncover what had been pathologically forgotten had to contend with a constant and intense resistance. The very critical objections raised by the patient to avoid reporting the ideas that occurred to them, and against which the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis was aimed, were themselves manifestations of this resistance. A consideration of resistance phenomena led to one of the cornerstones of psychoanalytic theory of neuroses, the theory of repression. It was plausible to suppose that the same forces now struggling against the pathogenic material becoming conscious had once successfully carried out the same efforts. A gap in the etiology of neurotic symptoms was thus filled. The impressions and mental impulses for which the symptoms were now serving as substitutes had not been forgotten without cause or due to a constitutional incapacity for synthesis. Through the influence of other mental forces, they had encountered repression, whose success and proof consisted precisely in their being blocked from consciousness and excluded from memory. Only as a result of this repression had they become pathogenic. That is, they succeeded in manifesting along unusual pathways, such as symptoms. A conflict between two groups of mental tendencies must be considered the foundation of repression and therefore the cause of all neurotic illness. And here, experience taught a new and surprising fact about the nature of the forces in conflict. Repression invariably stemmed from the patient's conscious personality, their ego, and was based on aesthetic and ethical motives. The impulses subject to repression were those of selfishness and cruelty, which may generally be summarized as evil, but above all, sexual impulses, often of the most crude and forbidden kind. Thus, symptoms were substitutes for forbidden satisfactions, and the illness appeared to correspond to an incomplete subjugation of the immoral side of human beings. Advances in knowledge made even clearer the enormous role played by sexual impulses and desires in mental life, and led to a detailed study of the nature and development of the sexual instinct. However, another purely empirical discovery also emerged: that the experiences and conflicts of the earliest years of childhood represent an unexpectedly important part of an individual's development and leave behind indelible predispositions that burden adult life. This led to the revelation of something that science had previously neglected: the existence of infantile sexuality, which, from the earliest age, manifests itself in both physical reactions and mental attitudes. To reconcile this childhood sexuality with what is described as the normal sexuality of adults and the abnormal sex life of perverts, the concept of what was considered sexual itself had to be revised and broadened in a way that could be justified by the evolution of the sexual instinct. After hypnosis was replaced by the technique of free association, Breuer's cathartic procedure was transformed into psychoanalysis, which was developed by Freud alone for over a decade. During this time, it gradually acquired a theory that seemed to provide a satisfactory description of the origin, meaning, and purpose of neurotic symptoms, and offered a rational foundation for medical attempts to cure them. Once again, I will enumerate the factors contributing to this theory. Emphasis on instinctual life, affectivity, on mental dynamics, on the fact that even the most obscure and arbitrary mental phenomena invariably possess meaning and causation. The theory of psychic conflict and the pathogenic nature of repression. The view that symptoms are substitute satisfactions. The recognition of the etiological importance of sexual life and, specifically, of the beginnings of infantile sexuality. From a philosophical standpoint, this theory was bound to adopt the view that the mental is not synonymous with the conscious, that mental processes are themselves unconscious and only become conscious through the function of special organs, instances, or systems. To complete this list, I will add that among the affective attitudes of childhood, the complex emotional reactions of children toward their parents, known as the Oedipus complex, emerged prominently. It became increasingly clear that it was the core of every case of neurosis, and that certain phenomena of emotional transference in the patient's relationship with their analyst would also prove of great theoretical and technical importance. In the form it thus assumed, the psychoanalytic theory of neuroses already contained several elements that contradicted established opinions and inclinations and were bound to provoke astonishment, disgust, and skepticism among outsiders. For example, its stance on the problem of the unconscious, its acknowledgement of infantile sexuality, and the emphasis it placed on the sexual factor in mental life more broadly. Yet more was still to come. 3. Even to begin to understand how, in a young hysterical woman, a forbidden sexual desire can transform into a painful symptom, it was necessary to formulate complex and far-reaching hypotheses about the structure and functioning of the psychic apparatus. There was an obvious contradiction between the amount of effort required and the result obtained. If the conditions postulated by psychoanalysis truly existed, they would be of fundamental importance and should find expression in other phenomena beyond hysteria. If this inference were correct, psychoanalysis would no longer be of interest solely to neurologists. It would demand the attention of anyone for whom psychological research held any significance. Its findings would have to be taken into account not only in the field of pathological mental life, but also in the understanding of normal psychological functioning. Evidence that it could illuminate other activities beyond pathological mental life soon emerged, in connection with two types of phenomena: the frequent parapraxes that occur in daily life, such as forgetting things, slips of the tongue, and misplacing objects, and dreams experienced by mentally healthy, normal individuals. Minor malfunctions, such as the temporary forgetting of familiar proper names, slips of the tongue and pen, and so on, had not previously been considered worthy of explanation, or were thought to result from states of fatigue, distraction, and the like. The present author then demonstrated, through numerous examples in his book The Psychopathology of Everyday Life, that such events have meaning or occur due to interference from a suppressed or genuinely unconscious idea. In most cases, a brief reflection or short analysis is enough to reveal the interfering influence. Due to the frequency of parapraxes such as slips of the tongue, it became easy for anyone to convince themselves, through personal experience, that unconscious processes are nonetheless operative and at least express themselves as inhibitions or alterations of intended actions. Dream analysis took things further. It was brought to the public by the present author in 1900 in The Interpretation of Dreams, which showed that dreams are constructed in exactly the same way as neurotic symptoms. Like those symptoms, dreams may seem strange and meaningless. However, if we examine them through a technique closely related to free association, we are led from their manifest content to a hidden meaning, to the latent dream thoughts. This latent meaning is always a wishful impulse that is represented as fulfilled within the dream. Yet, except in young children or under the pressure of urgent physical needs, this secret wish can never be expressed in a recognizable form. It must first undergo distortion, which is the result of censoring forces, restrictions remembered from waking life. The wish is so distorted as to be unrecognizable through compromises with the dream censorship. But through analysis, it can once again be revealed as the expression of a situation of satisfaction or as the realization of a wish. It is a reconciliation between conflicting mental tendencies, just as we find in the case of hysterical symptoms. The formula that best captures the essence of the dream is this: a dream is the disguised fulfillment of a repressed wish. The study of the process that transforms the latent wish fulfillment into the manifest dream content, a process known as dream work, has taught us most of what we know about unconscious mental life. Now, a dream is not a morbid symptom, but the product of a normal mind. The wishes it represents as fulfilled are the same as those repressed in neuroses. Dreams owe their possibility simply to the favorable condition that, during sleep, a state that paralyzes physical action, repression is relaxed and censorship is weakened. Thus, it is shown that the same forces and processes found in mental illness are also at work in normal psychological life. From the publication of the Interpretation of Dreams onward, psychoanalysis took on a dual significance. It was no longer just a new method for treating neuroses. It became a new psychology, demanding the attention not only of nerve specialists but of all those concerned with the mental sciences. The reception it received in the scientific world, however, was far from friendly. For nearly 10 years, no one paid any attention to Freud's work. Around 1907, a group of Swiss psychiatrists, Bleuler and Jung in Zurich, brought attention to psychoanalysis, and a storm of indignation, not exactly scrupulous in its methods or arguments, soon erupted, especially in Germany. In this respect, psychoanalysis shared the fate of many innovations that, after a certain period, eventually gained general acceptance. Nevertheless, its very nature inevitably aroused particularly violent opposition. It offended the sensibilities of civilized humanity in several especially delicate areas. It subjected every individual, so to speak, to analytical examination by revealing what had been universally repressed into the unconscious, and thus forced Freud's contemporaries to behave like patients who, under analysis, first bring their resistances to the fore. It must also be admitted that it was not easy to convince others of the correctness of psychoanalytic theories or to acquire instruction in the practice of analysis. Despite this general hostility, psychoanalysis continued to expand over the next decade in two main directions. Geographically, as interest in it emerged in more and more countries, and intellectually, as it found applications in a growing number of mental sciences. In 1909, President G. Stanley Hall invited Freud and Jung to deliver a series of lectures at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, where they were warmly received. Since then, psychoanalysis has remained popular in the United States, although in that very country it has also been subjected to much superficiality and some misuse. As early as 1911, Havelock Ellis could report that psychoanalysis was being studied and practiced not only in Austria and Switzerland, but also in the United States, England, India, Canada, and no doubt in Australia as well. Moreover, it was during this period of struggle and initial blossoming that journals devoted exclusively to psychoanalysis were founded. These included the Jahrbuch für Psychoanalytische und Psychopathologische Forschungen, Yearbook for Psychoanalytic and Psychopathological Research, 1909 to 1914, directed by Bleuler and Freud and edited by Jung, which ceased publication at the outbreak of World War I. The Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Central Journal for Psychoanalysis, 1911, with Adler and Steckel as editors, later replaced by the Internationale Zeitschrift, among others. The strong interest shown by Anglo-American physicians was evident in 1913 with the founding of the still-active Psychoanalytic Review. Naturally, the literature of psychoanalysis is not confined to these journals, most of which are supported by psychoanalytic societies. It appears widely in numerous publications of both scientific and literary nature. Among the journals in the Latin world that gave special attention to psychoanalysis, the Revista de Psiquiatria, edited by H. Delgado in Lima, Peru, deserves special mention. A key difference between this second decade of psychoanalysis and the first lies in the fact that the present author was no longer its sole representative. An ever-growing circle of students and supporters had gathered around him, first devoting themselves to disseminating psychoanalytic theories, then expanding, supplementing, and deepening those theories. Over the years, some of these adherents inevitably parted ways, pursued their own paths, or became part of an opposition that seemed to threaten the continuity of psychoanalytic development. Between 1911 and 1913, C.G. Jung in Zurich and Alfred Adler in Vienna caused a stir with their attempts to offer new interpretations of psychoanalytic findings and to shift away from the analytical viewpoint. However, it soon became clear that these defections had not caused lasting damage. The temporary success they achieved was easily explained by the eagerness of many people to escape the demands of psychoanalysis by any means available. The vast majority of collaborators remained steadfast and continued their work along the lines initially indicated. Their names appear repeatedly in the brief account that follows, describing psychoanalysis's discoveries in the many and varied fields of its application. 4. The loud rejection of psychoanalysis by the medical establishment could not prevent its defenders from continuing to develop it, initially along its original lines, focused on pathology and the specialized treatment of neuroses, a task that remains incomplete even today. Its undeniable therapeutic success, which far exceeded anything previously achieved, continually encouraged further efforts, while the difficulties encountered as the material was examined in greater depth resulted in major changes to analytical technique and important corrections to its hypotheses and theoretical postulates. In the course of this development, the technique of psychoanalysis became as refined and delicate as that of any other specialized field in medicine. A failure to understand this fact led to many abuses, particularly in England and the United States, as individuals who had acquired only a literary familiarity with psychoanalysis through reading deemed themselves capable of conducting analytical treatments without any formal training. The consequences of such behavior were harmful both to science and to patients, and brought much discredit to the field. The founding of the first psychoanalytic outpatient clinic thus marked a significant practical advancement. This institute aimed, on one hand, to make analytical treatment accessible to broader segments of the population, and, on the other, to train physicians in clinical analysis through a structured course, requiring as a condition that the trainee also undergo analysis themselves. Among the hypothetical concepts that equip the analyst to work with psychoanalytic material, the first to mention is the concept of libido. In psychoanalysis, libido initially refers to the force, conceived as quantitatively variable and measurable, of the sexual instincts directed toward an object, sexual in the broader sense required by analytic theory. Further study demonstrated the need to place alongside this object libido a narcissistic, or ego libido, directed toward the individual's own ego, and the interaction between these two forces enabled analysts to explain many normal and abnormal processes of mental life. A broad distinction soon emerged between what are known as the transference neuroses and narcissistic disorders. The former, hysteria and obsessive-compulsive neurosis, are the proper focus of psychoanalytic treatment, while the latter, narcissistic neuroses, though accessible to analysis, present fundamental obstacles to therapeutic influence. It is true that psychoanalytic libido theory is far from complete, and its relationship to a general theory of instincts remains unclear. Psychoanalysis, after all, is still a young, evolving science in rapid development. Yet it must be strongly emphasized how mistaken is the frequent accusation of pansexualism leveled against psychoanalysis. This critique claims that psychoanalytic theory recognizes no other mental motivators besides the purely sexual and exploits popular prejudices by using the word sexual in its colloquial rather than analytic sense. The psychoanalytic view would also have to include within narcissistic disorders all the illnesses classified in psychiatry as functional psychoses. There could be no doubt that neuroses and psychoses are not separated by any rigid boundary. No more than health is from neurosis, and it was plausible to explain the mysterious phenomena of psychosis through discoveries made in neuroses, which had once seemed equally incomprehensible. The present author, during the period of his isolation, took a case of paranoid illness and made it partially intelligible through analytic investigation, identifying in this unmistakable psychosis the same contents, complexes, and similar dynamics as those found in simple neuroses. Bleuler followed these clues, what he called Freudian mechanisms, in a great number of psychoses, and Jung earned instant high regard as an analyst in 1907 when he explained the most bizarre symptoms of late-stage dementia praecox based on the patient's personal life histories. Bleuler's comprehensive study of schizophrenia probably demonstrated once and for all the legitimacy of a psychoanalytic approach to understanding these psychoses. Psychiatry thus became the first field to which psychoanalysis was applied, and it has remained so ever since. The same researchers who contributed most to deepening analytic knowledge of neuroses also played a key role in shedding analytic light on psychoses. The conviction of the unity and intimate connection between all disturbances presenting as neurotic or psychotic phenomena is becoming increasingly firmly established, despite all the efforts of traditional psychiatry. People are beginning to realize that the psychoanalytic study of neuroses is the only real preparation for understanding psychoses, and that psychoanalysis is destined to make possible a scientific psychiatry of the future. One that will not be limited to describing curious clinical pictures and unintelligible sequences of events, or to tracing the influence of gross anatomical or toxic traumas on a psychic apparatus otherwise inaccessible to our understanding. The significance of psychoanalysis for psychiatry, however, would never have been enough to capture the attention of the intellectual world or to earn it a place in the history of our times. That recognition was brought about by psychoanalysis's relationship to normal mental life, not to pathology. Originally, analytical research had no other aim than to establish the determinants behind the onset, the genesis, of certain morbid mental states. But in the course of its efforts, it succeeded in uncovering facts of fundamental importance, essentially creating a new psychology, making it obvious that the validity of its findings could not be limited to the sphere of pathology. We have already seen when the decisive proof of this conclusion appeared. It came with the successful interpretation of dreams using analytical technique. Dreams, which are part of the mental life of normal individuals, yet can be viewed as pathological products that occur regularly in healthy states. If the psychological discoveries made through dream analysis were firmly remembered, only one further step was required before psychoanalysis could be proclaimed as a theory of the deeper mental processes not directly accessible to consciousness, as a depth psychology, and before it could be applied to nearly all fields of the mental sciences. That step lay in the transition from the mental activity of individuals to the psychic functions of human communities and peoples. That is, from individual to group psychology. Many striking analogies compelled this transition. For example, it had been discovered that in the deep layers of unconscious mental activity, opposites are not distinguished from one another, but are expressed by the same element. As early as 1884, the philologist Carl Abel had expressed the view that the oldest known languages treated opposites in this same way. Thus, in ancient Egyptian, for instance, there was originally only one word to signify both strong and weak, and only later were the two sides of the antithesis distinguished by slight modifications. Even in modern languages, clear relics of such antithetical meanings persist. For example, in German, Boden means both attic and floor, the highest and lowest parts of a house. Likewise, in Latin, altus means both high and deep. Therefore, the equivalence of opposites in dreams is a universal archaic trait of human thought. Taking another example, one cannot ignore the perfect correspondence that can be found between the obsessive actions of certain neurotic patients and the religious observances of believers around the world. Some cases of obsessive neurosis, in fact, behave like caricatures of a particular religion, making it tempting to compare official religions to obsessive neuroses that have been mitigated by becoming universalized. This comparison, which is certainly objectionable to all believers, nonetheless proved to be psychologically very fruitful. Psychoanalysis quickly discovered, in the case of obsessive neurosis, the conflicting forces that battle one another and ultimately express their conflict in ceremonial compulsive acts. Nothing similar had been suspected in the case of religious ritual until the feeling of religiosity was traced back to the child's relationship with the father as its deepest root. This allowed for the identification of a similar dynamic structure in religion. This example also warns the reader that even when applied outside the medical field, psychoanalysis cannot avoid wounding cherished prejudices, stirring deep-rooted sensitivities, and provoking fundamentally emotional hostilities. If we can assume that the most general aspects of unconscious mental life, conflicts between instinctual drives, repressions, and substitute satisfactions, are present everywhere, and if there is a depth psychology that leads us to knowledge of these aspects, then we can reasonably expect that the application of psychoanalysis to the most diverse areas of human mental activity will bring to light results both important and previously unattainable. In an exceptionally valuable study, Otto Rank and Hans Sachs attempted to compile what psychoanalytic work had so far accomplished in meeting these expectations. A lack of space prevents me from completing their enumeration here. I can only mention the most important findings, adding a few details. If we leave aside little-known internal impulses, we may say that the main motivating force behind humanity's cultural development was the real external demands that prevented the easy gratification of natural needs and exposed individuals to enormous dangers. This external frustration compelled humans to struggle with reality, which led in part to adaptation and in part to mastery over it. It also compelled them to work and live in communities with others, which already required the renunciation of many instinctual drives that could not be socially satisfied. As civilization advanced, so did the demands of repression. After all, civilization is entirely built upon instinctual renunciation, and each individual, on their path from childhood to maturity, must recapitulate in their own life this same development of humanity toward a state of regulated resignation. Psychoanalysis has shown that it is predominantly, though not exclusively, instinctual drives that have succumbed to this cultural suppression. Some of them, however, possess the valuable characteristic of being capable of sublimation. Diverted from their immediate goals, their energy can be harnessed for cultural development. Others, though, persist in the unconscious as unfulfilled wishes and continue to seek satisfaction, even in distorted forms. We saw that one part of human mental activity is directed toward mastering external reality. Psychoanalysis now tells us that another part, particularly cherished, is devoted to wish fulfillment, the substitute satisfaction of repressed desires that, since childhood, have remained unmet in each of us. Among such creations, long suspected of having ties to the incomprehensible unconscious, are myths, imaginative literature, and art. Psychoanalytic research has shed abundant light on mythology, literary studies, and the psychology of artists. Otto Rank's work alone provides ample illustration. We have shown that myths and fairy tales can be interpreted like dreams. We have traced the winding paths that lead from the pressure of unconscious desire to its artistic realization in works that impress the observer. In the case of the artist, we clarified their emotional kinship with the neurotic, as well as their distinction from them. We pointed to the link between the artist's innate disposition, their accidental experiences, and their achievements. The aesthetic appreciation of art and the elucidation of artistic genius do not fall under psychoanalysis's responsibilities. But it appears that psychoanalysis is in a position to offer decisive insights on every question involving the imaginative life of humankind. Finally, as a third argument, psychoanalysis has revealed, much to our astonishment, the enormous role played by what is known as the Oedipus complex, the emotional relationship of a human child to their two parents. Our astonishment diminishes when we realize that the Oedipus complex is the psychic correlate of two fundamental biological facts: the long period of human childhood dependency and the remarkable manner in which the child's sexual life reaches a first climax between ages 3 and 5, then undergoes a latency period before re-emerging at puberty. We have thus discovered that a third, extremely serious component of human intellectual activity, the creation of major institutions like religion, law, ethics, and all forms of civic life, has as its fundamental aim the mastery of the Oedipus complex and the redirection of libido from infantile bonds to socially desirable connections. The application of psychoanalysis to the study of religion and sociology, which led to these findings, is still new and underappreciated. But there is no doubt that future studies will only confirm the validity of these important conclusions. By way of a postscript, it should also be noted that educators cannot ignore the insights they have gained through analytical exploration of children's mental life. Furthermore, among therapists, a growing number are asserting that psychoanalytic treatment of serious organic complaints yields promising results, since many such conditions involve a psychological factor over which influence can indeed be exerted. We may therefore express the expectation that psychoanalysis, whose development and accomplishments have been briefly and inadequately summarized in these pages, will enter the cultural progress of coming decades as a meaningful ferment, deepening our understanding of the world and helping to combat many of life's acknowledged hardships. However, it must not be forgotten that psychoanalysis alone cannot offer a complete worldview. If we accept the distinction I recently proposed, dividing the psychic apparatus into an ego, oriented toward the external world and equipped with consciousness, and an ID unconscious and driven by instinctual needs, then psychoanalysis must be described as a psychology of the ID and its effects on the ego. In every field of knowledge, then, it can offer only contributions that must be supplemented by a psychology of the ego. If those contributions often contain the essence of the matter, this merely reflects the vital role that, one may claim, the mental unconscious, so long hidden, plays in our lives. Freud's contemporaries. It is an undeniable fact that Freud's psychoanalysis left a deep mark on various fields of study and drew the attention of many professionals interested in exploring the human psyche. During the early 20th century, this emerging area of knowledge steadily gained recognition within the scientific community. In this context, several prominent figures contributed to the growth of psychoanalysis, developing highly original perspectives and theories that were just as revolutionary as those found in the foundations laid by Freud. Names such as Carl Abraham, Sándor Ferenczi, and Wilhelm Reich frequently appear throughout psychoanalytic literature. Though their presence in the broader history of psychology may seem modest at first glance, their influence on Freud's thinking is undeniable. These thinkers were pivotal figures within the psychoanalytic universe, each offering unique insights that enriched and expanded the field. Their contributions provided a fertile ground from which key concepts would later emerge in the works of the authors we will explore next. Famous psychologists who changed psychology. The expansion of psychology was only made possible thanks to the brilliance of countless minds who contributed profoundly to the development of the science. These individuals, through theory, research, and innovation, laid the foundation for many psychological approaches still studied and practiced today. Mary Ainsworth. Ainsworth was a prominent figure in developmental psychology, particularly in her work on early childhood attachment and its impact on personality development. She pioneered the strange situation technique, where a mother and child are observed in a controlled environment through moments of separation and interaction with a stranger, offering key insights into patterns of attachment. B.F. Skinner. Burrhus Frederick Skinner, a psychologist, philosopher, and inventor, played a pivotal role in experimental psychology. He was one of the most influential advocates of behaviorism, asserting that human behavior could be understood as functions of environmental reinforcement histories, thus shaping the field with operant conditioning. Jean Piaget. The founder of genetic epistemology and a pioneer in educational psychology, Jean Piaget developed groundbreaking theories on childhood development and intelligence. His methods formed what many call the Piaget School, influencing classroom practices and educational systems worldwide to this day. Margaret Floy Washburn. A trailblazer in animal behavior studies and motor theory, Washburn was the first woman to receive a Ph.D. in psychology, 1894. Her work on comparative psychology produced detailed explorations into animal cognition, paving the way for future research in the field. Alfred Adler. This Austrian psychologist developed individual psychology and introduced foundational concepts such as inferiority complex, lifestyle, and the tension between aspiration and reality. His insights into human growth and transformation continue to shape therapeutic practice. William James. Widely regarded as the father of American psychology, William James taught the first psychology course at Harvard and authored influential works on pragmatism and functionalism. His contributions provided early American psychologists with a robust philosophical and scientific base. Lita Stetter Hollingworth. An American pioneer, Hollingworth conducted important studies on gifted children and challenged sexist assumptions in psychology. She dismantled myths about female intellectual inferiority and argued against gender discrimination, including beliefs about menstruation and cognitive ability. Wilhelm Wundt. Recognized as a founder of experimental psychology, Wundt established the first psychological laboratory in Leipzig. He contributed to both structural and social psychology and authored principles of physiological psychology, helping define psychology as a scientific discipline. Abraham Maslow. Maslow was a central figure in humanistic psychology. His hierarchy of needs framework explored human motivation, self-actualization, and the pursuit of meaning. He integrated insights from diverse disciplines to promote a psychology centered on human potential and dignity. John B. Watson. Watson was a founding figure of behaviorism. His emphasis on observable behavior and environmental conditioning shaped American psychology for decades. Even though behaviorism later declined, Watson's impact remains present in educational methods and behavioral therapy. Laura Perls. Together with her husband Fritz Perls, Laura Perls co-founded Gestalt therapy, which emphasizes awareness, present experience, and personal responsibility. Their work contributed to a deeper understanding of human personality and psychological growth. Gordon Allport. Allport developed trait theory to explain personality and human differences. He proposed the scale of prejudice, found in his work The Nature of Prejudice and the concept of functional autonomy, where behavior continues independently of its original motivation. Paul Ekman. Renowned for his research on facial expressions and emotion, Ekman developed the theory of the universality of emotions. He identified 7 universal emotions that are expressed through consistent facial patterns across cultures, influencing fields such as law enforcement and emotional intelligence. Aaron Beck. Beck revolutionized modern psychotherapy by developing cognitive therapy, one of the most widely practiced forms of psychotherapy today. His research on depression, suicide, and mental disorders redefined psychological treatment and informed cognitive behavioral therapy. Mary Whiton Calkins. Calkins pioneered memory research with her paired associate technique and authored over 100 important psychological writings. Despite being denied her PhD due to gender discrimination, she became the first female president of the APA and remains a symbol of resilience in the face of systemic injustice. Final thoughts. Each of these individuals brought forth groundbreaking theories that speak directly to the essence of human nature. Whether through experimental rigor, clinical insight, or philosophical exploration, their legacy continues to shape how we understand the human mind. Approaches in psychology and psychoanalysis. Keep in mind 2 types of police approaches. When seeing a suspicious person leaving a store at the mall, Officer 1 chooses to approach immediately. In doing so, he seeks to make contact with the individual as quickly as possible, fearing they may have committed a crime. We might call this approach aggressive or even desperate, since the officer approached someone merely based on suspicion. On the other hand, Officer 2 chooses to review the suspect's actions through the store's security cameras. Only upon confirming that the person actually committed a crime does the officer proceed with the approach. Note that both approaches carry risks. Officer 1 runs the risk of being wrong, while Officer 2 risks acting too late and missing the chance to apprehend a guilty person. Understanding the concept of approach. In the example above, you saw that an approach is a kind of contact or confrontation. With that in mind, transfer this concept to the therapeutic setting. Now, the person initiating the approach is the therapist, while the one being approached is the patient. Alternatively, what is approached might not even be the individual, but the issue they bring into therapy. With this in view, the approaches in psychology and psychoanalysis are distinct. 6 psychology approaches. In general terms, psychology is the science that studies human behavior and mental processes. However, just as there are different ways to approach someone in psychoanalysis, there are also different ways to practice psychology. Jungian analytical psychology. Although we talk a lot about Carl Jung, his work falls under the umbrella of psychological approaches rather than psychoanalysis. That's because Jung disagreed with several key points of Freud's theory, the founder of psychoanalysis. The main pillars of Jungian psychology are dreams and art. For Jung, the primary object of study is the person's dreams. When we dream in narratives. Jung noticed a strong connection between our active imagination used in dreaming and the pursuit of self-knowledge. For this reason, therapeutic work in the Jungian approach often encourages artistic expression. It's not uncommon for patients to develop a deep connection with painting, sculpture, drawing, or writing techniques. Behaviorism or behavioral analytical approach. We don't need much space to explain how behaviorism works. It's an approach that studies people's behavior, as its name suggests. Just as you can alter lab rats' responses by changing stimuli, here it's believed that different environments condition people into different responses. One of the most recognized names in this field is Skinner. Humanism. In humanism, there is a collaborative effort between therapist and patient to promote recognition and acceptance of one's true self. This is rooted in the statement made by one of the field's leading figures, Carl Rogers. According to him, "When I accept myself just as I am, then I can change." This is one of the most effective psychological approaches, especially for patients dealing with issues such as drug and alcohol abuse. Body psychotherapy. In body psychotherapy, therapy goes beyond the conventional. When we think about therapy sessions in movies, we usually imagine them taking place in an office. There, the therapist sits and scribbles on a notepad while the patient shares their struggles. In body psychotherapy, the therapist addresses issues through conversation during sessions, but that's not all. There's also a focus on bodily interventions, including changes in posture, breathing, and releasing tension in different parts of the body. Cognitive behavioral approach, CBT. When we reach the cognitive behavioral approach, we return to the realm of words. This psychological approach works with the language that reflects a negative mindset. Think of someone who constantly says they can't do something. If they commit to therapy, they'll be encouraged to develop a different perspective about themselves and the experiences they've had. 6 psychoanalytic approaches. Freud. Since Freud is the father of psychoanalysis, it's essential to begin discussing psychoanalytic approaches with his findings. Admittedly, there is a lot to study here. In general terms, his work focused on studying the ego, which acts as the mediator of our impulses when dealing with reality. The theory behind those impulses is complex, but it's heavily rooted in the role of sexuality. Additionally, a key method for analyzing patients was free association, which could trigger repressed memories. Lacan. Jacques Lacan introduced a more philosophical direction to psychoanalysis. For him, it was fundamental to study the construction of the self and how it relates to others through language. Winnicott. For Winnicott, the relationship between a child and their mother was of critical importance. While the family, social, and economic environments directly influence a person's development, the maternal relationship is even more essential. According to this psychoanalyst, everyone is born with great potential, and the earliest experiences in life determine how well we develop our emotional side. Klein. While many focused on studying mental disorders in adults, Melanie Klein turned her attention to children's minds. She believed it was crucial to study their fears, fantasies, and anxieties. In doing so, she developed a playful method for this kind of analysis. If today we can practice psychoanalysis through games and play, much of that is owed to her work. Bion. With Bion, we return to the territory of language, similar to what we saw in psychological approaches. However, this psychoanalyst developed a theory known as the theory of thinking. For him, our thoughts are ways we find to deal with frustration. Contemporary psychoanalysis. Finally, let's briefly mention the currents of contemporary psychoanalysis, that is, psychoanalysis as it is practiced today. Keep in mind that everything we described above was developed throughout the 20th century, and much has changed since then. In general terms, the contemporary approach seeks to confront repressed emotions, find new experiences, and release what lies in the past. Who is Sándor Ferenczi? One of the greatest psychoanalysts on record, Sándor Ferenczi left a lasting mark on clinical practice. He was born in distant Hungary, in Central Europe. Ferenczi was born into a Jewish family, and his household was deeply immersed in the intellectual culture of the time, which greatly influenced his development. From a young age, he was encouraged to break mental boundaries, shaping the adult he would become. Ferenczi's parents were booksellers by vocation, running their business while caring attentively for their family. From an early age, the young boy was exposed to artists and thinkers who frequented his parents' shop. This setting played a crucial role in the flourishing of his intellect. He graduated as a physician at the age of 21 from the University of Vienna, following a noteworthy academic path for his time. Later, he focused his efforts on healthcare, earning specializations in neurology and neuropathology. He then began studying hypnosis, using it to enhance the effectiveness of his therapeutic work. He always showed concern for the mental suffering of individuals. From the beginning, he worked tirelessly to reduce psychic pain. Many patients in states of deep anguish found relief from their intangible torment through his care. To reach such results, he explored and consulted alternative healing methods. This led him to investigate Eastern sects and spiritualism, eventually finding a definitive home in psychoanalysis. Comfortable with the ideas of his future mentor and friend, Ferenczi continued his work in pursuit of mental healing. Characteristics. Sándor Ferenczi, though not widely known, is remembered by many for his unique traits. Thus, he gained recognition not only for his clinical work, but also for his human perspective in analyzing patients' problems, as recognized by those who study his legacy today. Through his contributions, we can outline some guiding principles that support scientific practice. Curious. Ferenczi was often compared to a child with a sharp and sincere curiosity. Not out of malice, but because he carried a kind of innocence in his questioning. As such, he was unrestrained and often left others at a loss for words. Bold. He never shied away from difficult or delicate topics. Ferenczi consistently dedicated himself to theoretical and clinical issues that others ignored. His focus on matters overlooked by Freud drew attention. This boldness allowed him to stand out and become Freud's favored disciple. Far ahead of his time. While many avoided addressing thorny topics such as homosexuality and the feminine experience, Ferenczi handled them with mastery and care. He dismantled the conservative and prejudiced barriers of society, displaying brilliance by speaking openly about taboo subjects without fear of judgment. His advocacy for marginalized groups is noteworthy. Thanks to his efforts, women had their issues heard, as did others excluded from society. In 1906, he supported the homosexual community by submitting a paper to the Budapest Medical Association. Work. Ferenczi was one of Freud's closest friends, part of the select circle that propelled psychoanalysis forward. His theoretical work emphasized the treatment of patients with psychosis. Thanks to him, we now have material to assess personality disorders and narcissistic structures, for instance. Moreover, he coined the term introjection. In his work Transference and Introjection, Ferenczi described introjection as a defense mechanism. He clearly explained that individuals use this mechanism differently depending on their age. While adults rely on it for self-protection, children use it as a growth tool. Until his death in 1933, Ferenczi was an active member of the psychoanalytic community. Every year, he published texts that clarified and reformulated early ideas in psychoanalysis. He also conducted analytic work with figures like Melanie Klein and Ghazar Rohim, both of whom continued the psychoanalytic tradition. Few know that the Kleinian movement only thrived because of Ferenczi. By creating the concept of introjection within psychoanalysis, he gave Klein the foundation she needed to reshape the discipline. This allowed treatment to extend to regressed patients, significantly broadening the scope of therapy beyond Freud's original focus on neuroses. Ferenczi also advocated for closer interaction between analyst and analysand during sessions. He proved that this generated positive psychic change. Empathy, previously avoided in analytic settings, became central to his practice, producing effective results in the search for healing. Ferenczi challenged his era, societal norms, and even himself through his psychoanalytic journey. His relentless efforts to refine psychoanalysis earned him a deserved place among its visionary pioneers. His work and influence continue to break barriers today, inspiring discoveries and raising new questions. However, Ferenczi remains underappreciated. Many failed to associate his face with his contributions. Thanks to him, we now have the flexibility to address clinical issues once deemed unsolvable. Wilhelm Reich's psychoanalysis. Reich was one of Freud's most prominent and loyal disciples. However, this did not mean blind adherence to his principles. Reich went further, asserting that the roots of neurosis lay in power struggles within social relationships. His reflections also extended to the psychological and emotional implications experienced by individuals. In his writings, a notable passage on repression describes how repression felt by the individual manifests in the body as tension. Over time, this tension develops into illness and chronic pain. However, unlike Freud, Reich did not believe that this repression could be addressed solely through verbal expression. He argued that treatment also needed to engage the physical body in order to be effective. Repression versus character armor versus orgasm. The concept of character armor, referring to our physical body, was described as the blockage that prevents full orgasm. Reich held a more sensitive view of romantic relationships. According to him, it is essential to nurture the free expression of emotional and sexual feelings. This would lead to emotional growth within individuals and in their relationships. Sex as a cure. Reich believed that sexual activity was the primary release valve for repressed energy. He claimed that through sexual expression, individuals could achieve liberation, leading to a better society. From this idea, he created clinics focused on sexuality and began advocating for sex education, including for teenagers. In his books, Reich outlined how character is shaped. Essentially, it functions as a defense mechanism linked to childhood anxiety and sexuality, especially the fear of punishment for sexual expression. Following treatment based on this energetic release, psychic energy would begin to flow freely in the individual. As a result, past memories and experiences would surface more easily, making therapy sessions more fluid and beneficial for the patient. Orgonomy. Upon arriving in New York, Reich publicly claimed the existence of a vital energy that could only be accessed during orgasm. This claim marked the birth of a new science he called orgonomy. He described this orgone energy as blue and claimed it could be seen through a microscope or an orgonoscope. Reich believed this energy was both universal and spiritual, equating it to what people call God. If diminished or blocked, it would lead to decay, illness, and death. He was persistent in his theories, grounding them solely in personal observation. According to Reich, the energies he discovered were directly related to sex and could be most strongly blocked in the pelvic region. Universal energy. The energy Reich described did not originate from any particular center or belong to any specific image. It was present in everything and everyone, including the universe and the vacuum of space. He called it orgone energy, and we channel only a fraction of it. Character armor represents the accumulation of repressions that block natural instincts. These are emotional knots left unaddressed and unresolved. Muscular armor, in turn, is the physical and tangible manifestation of this energy blockage. These tensions can be felt by the individual in specific areas of the body. The solution, according to Reich, involves physical therapy or massage targeted at these tension zones. Connection to the chakras. Reich noted that these armors function similarly to chakras in the human body. He identified 7 main zones, from the most important to the last. Eyes, mouth, neck, chest, diaphragm, abdomen, pelvis. Character formation. Sexual excitation, according to Reich, directly influences character by creating internal associations. This theory supports the idea of defense construction, which protects the ego from anxiety while navigating between the ID and the external world, helps build individual identity and uniqueness, shows how chronic muscular tension blocks biological energy flows. Anger, anxiety, or sexual excitement are all interrupted by muscular tension. Character traits, however, are not viewed as neurotic symptoms. Reich considered neurotic symptoms to be foreign experiences within the individual. In contrast, character traits are felt as integral parts of a person's personality. Invalidating the armor. Reich's work showed 3 primary methods of invalidating character armor: increasing bodily energy through breath work, applying pressure to relax muscles, or addressing emotional restrictions that arise. Vegetotherapy, his controversial method, involved massaging nearly nude patients to break down the muscular armor. This was meant to release repressed sexual energy thought to cause human suffering. However, this practice faced serious criticism after patients reported cases of abuse. When vegetotherapy was successful, Reich claimed to observe energy waves passing through the patient. This indicated that the body's armor had been unblocked, allowing energy to flow. Yet this aspect of his theory was heavily criticized, as Reich was the only one who reported being able to perceive such phenomena. Carl Jung, 1875 to 1961. A Swiss physician, Carl Gustav Jung specialized in psychiatry and, at the start of the 20th century, became acquainted with Freud's work. He joined Freud in developing various studies in psychoanalysis. Freud held great admiration for the promising young Jung, even naming him as his potential successor and appointing him president of the International Psychoanalytical Association, IPA. However, as their work progressed, Jung increasingly disagreed with key elements of Freud's theory, particularly regarding the role of sexual trauma. Meanwhile, Freud criticized Jung's growing interest in mythology, spirituality, and the imagination. These differences ultimately led Jung to break away from the psychoanalytic movement and develop his own theoretical framework, analytical psychology. Jung's contribution to psychoanalysis lies in this independent development. Through his studies of myths and symbols, Jung recognized cultural similarities as stemming from shared experiences throughout human history. He proposed the existence of a collective memory embedded in timeless human psyche, expressed through symbolic forms known as archetypes. This led to the development of a concept that extended beyond the individual's personal experiences, what Jung called the collective unconscious. In his own words, the individual unconscious rests upon a deeper layer. I call it the collective unconscious. Analysis of the film A Dangerous Method, on Jung and Freud. The film portrays the tumultuous relationship between Carl Jung and Freud in a near-biographical manner, focusing on one of Freud's fundamental principles, the non-involvement between analyst and patient. However, Jung breaches this principle by becoming romantically involved with the patient Sabine Spielrein, crossing the boundaries of a healthy clinical relationship. According to Freud, there should be an ethical boundary between the analyst and the patient to avoid compromising the success of therapy. The analyst must refrain from fulfilling the desires projected onto them by the client. However, Jung finds himself in a dilemma. He cannot welcome such desire, but he also cannot entirely suppress it. The film aims to show the duality of the three main characters, portraying their shared tensions. Freud and Jung appear as ordinary men, wrestling with their own natural instincts while functioning as psychoanalysts. Sabine is depicted both as a patient and as a woman, raising questions about the boundaries between connection and detachment in therapeutic relationships. The analysis. According to Freud in the film, analysis should be conducted in a neutral manner. The emotional bond formed between patient and therapist must remain impartial. Otherwise, it risks gravely undermining the desired outcomes. When Jung meets Sabine, this neutrality begins to erode. Gradually, Jung and Sabine enter a sexual relationship, disturbing their therapeutic dynamic. What is most striking is that Jung adopts an entirely opposite stance to Freud's recommendations, leading to conflict. Instead of distancing himself, Jung maintains the relationship and does not hide his feelings for her. Once Sabine achieves her goal with Jung, the analysis breaks down. When Jung tries to end the relationship, Sabine experiences a breakdown. Later, they reconnect, but another breakup, this time initiated by Sabine, further destabilizes Jung's sense of direction. Transference. One of the most evident psychoanalytic themes in the film is the concept of transference. It involves a projection of internal desires and conflicts onto the analyst. In the dynamic between Sabine and Jung, this is clear when she projects her eroticism onto him. Sabine reveals a troubled relationship with her father, one that awakened her sexuality through pain. She associates Jung with her father and demands to be punished, mirroring past experiences. She projected her desire for pleasure, as she had learned to recognize it, onto her analyst. Anger. Jung is consistently pressured to continue his encounters with Sabine. Yet he is caught in a moral dilemma, being married and committed to monogamy. As he wavers, Sabine redirects her anger at him, trying to hurt him emotionally. In their second breakup, it is Sabine who ends the relationship. Jung's dilemma. Carl Jung is portrayed vividly in the film. Throughout the narrative, we observe his deepening involvement with Sabine, fueling her sexual desires. He approaches her with the wrong mindset and intentions, He forgets his role as a psychoanalyst and acts simply as a man. Therapists should not engage romantically or sexually with their patients to avoid creating biased interpretations. Jung later recalls this boundary, but finds himself stuck. He cannot suppress what he feels, but he also cannot walk away. His involvement with Sabina intensified the theoretical disagreements he already had with Freud. Freud had established an ethical framework to protect both the patient and the analyst during the analytic process. Jung, by acting on his desires, put his emotional well-being and the integrity of the process at risk. Associations. Sabina Spielrein carries unresolved traumas that shaped her understanding of human behavior. She continually associated her present with her past, as seen in Standardization. Despite her relationship with Jung, Sabina never wished to be equated with his wife. This likely stemmed from how both women were socialized and how marriage was constructed at the time. Sabina had an intense desire to be punished, even without any wrongdoing. When imagining herself in the role of Jung's wife, she feared she would lose the sexual intensity and satisfaction tied to her masochistic desires. Repetition compulsion. Sabina's behavior directly derived from her childhood experience with her father. As a child, she was physically punished by him and, disturbingly, derived pleasure from the experience. Upon meeting Jung, she gradually projected this paternal image onto her analyst. She sought to reenact the experience, chasing a psychological trigger that brought her both arousal and gratification. Final thoughts on the film. The film provides an honest portrayal of the complexities involved in the analyst-patient relationship. Jung's behavior reveals a contradiction between his professional role and his personal conduct. As a psychoanalyst, he attempts to uphold the analytical process. As a man, he surrenders to the desires projected by his patient. In his relationship with Freud, Jung occupies the position of a son seeking guidance and connection. He desires that Freud behave more humanly, share his dreams, be less authoritarian, and offer recognition. Jung longed for affirmation, which Freud, as a father figure and intellectual mentor, heavily influenced. Jungian theory and the cognitive functions. Carl Jung demonstrated that each of us thinks, experiences, and feels the world in a unique way. The cognitive functions he described manifest differently in extroverted and introverted individuals and form part of their psychological makeup. Additionally, there is a so-called dominant function, while the less developed ones remain stored in the unconscious. These are: how does thought work according to Jung? Thought refers to the ideas we formulate in our conscious mind before taking any action. These are psychic projections of reality, whether that reality is true or not. From there, we begin to understand the world more deeply. The importance of intuition in Jungian psychoanalysis. Intuition is an immediate perception of reality that helps us anticipate or differentiate things. In this sense, intuition functions independently of analysis or reasoning. The value of sensation. Sensation is simply a reaction to a stimulus, whether external or internal. Through this perception, we gain intuitive knowledge of a particular object. Feeling in Jungian psychoanalysis. Feeling is a way of experiencing something emotionally. It allows us to perceive and appreciate something internally, within our emotional world. Introvert versus extrovert. In Psychological Types, one of Jung's most prominent works, he analyzes personality patterns and human behavior. In the book, we are exposed to the innate uniqueness of each individual. Jung concluded that this depends entirely on how a person utilizes their mental capabilities. For Jung, the human being functions like an emotional magnet, possessing two poles. Each of us distributes our energy between the internal and external world, varying in intensity. From this concept, he formulated the notions of introvert and extrovert, summarized as introverted profile. This is the person who turns everything inward. They feel more comfortable dwelling in their own thoughts and sensations. The external world matters less to them, as it pushes them out of their comfort zone. Extroverted profile. Unlike the introvert, the extrovert has no issue projecting themselves outward. The external world is their domain, where they feel a sense of belonging. Relationships and their impact on the world give them a sense of purpose and connection. New key concepts in Jungian theory. Here are key concepts from Jung's theory. These serve as entry points into the vast universe of Jungian thought. The ego as the center of consciousness. The ego is seen as one of the main elements of the unconscious in our personality, acting as its center. Through it, we direct our conscious life and are encouraged to analyze and plan our experiences. At this point, Jung aligns with Freud, as both consider the ego a catalyst of lived experience. We are interconnected beings. Jungian theory asserts the existence of a collective unconscious belonging to all humanity. It claims that humans share a psychological inheritance that provides access to psychic material not derived from personal experience. For example, the perception of a city we have never visited, but can imagine clearly. Masks, social masking in Jungian theory. Jung's approach claims that we adopt certain identities from the collective unconscious to participate in it. It is a way of integrating ourselves into society, even when it feels unpleasant. He also asserts that many people become so attached to these masks that they begin to believe in this illusion. The duality of life. In the 1960s, Jung stated that the word happiness is incomplete without sadness to balance it. According to him, duality is a fundamental part of these emotions. He added that it is natural to avoid gray moments when we are happy. He concluded that the wisest way to handle life is with patience and serenity as challenges arise. Jung's archetypes. This concept represents a prototype or an imprint. Archetypes are the first images of something, providing the foundation for ancient stories and cultural myths. Through archetypes, we gain understanding and imagination about the collective unconscious. In Patience, archetypes often appeared as fantasies without a traceable origin. The formation of complexes. Although the word was propagated by other psychoanalysts, including Freud, it was Jung who coined the term. For him, a complex involved highly emotional ideas and images that reflected a fractured personality. Each individual complex was linked to a personal archetype and closely related to the idea of the soul. The central role of libido. Jungian theory held a unique concept of libido. For Jung, libido was an adaptive energy that could be used wherever it was most needed for the individual's evolution, whether for food, death, or sex. Freud, on the other hand, believed this energy was purely sexual in nature. Transference. Jung maintained that transference remained a challenge during psychoanalysis. However, he disagreed with Freud's more formal interpretations. To explain this, Jung used a metaphor of different chemical substances reacting to each other. According to him, both substances change upon contact. The same applies to the phenomenon of transference. Rather than being one-directional from patient to analyst, Jung saw it as mutual. The relationship between patient and analyst was bidirectional, forming a collaborative exchange. This relational concept is a hallmark of Jungian therapy. In such relationships, there is no absolute truth, nor should there be authoritarian control by the analyst. Jungian analytical psychology. Jungian theory faced many challenges when it broke away from Freud's school of thought. Carl Jung remained deeply committed to unlocking the secrets of the human mind. In doing so, he launched one of the most influential psychoanalytic movements in history. His work remains highly relevant today, continuing to influence new generations. What attracts so many scholars is Jung's unique way of approaching the subjects he explored. His work bears the unmistakable imprint of his personality and depth, making it distinct from many other paths in psychology. Freud and Jung, differences and similarities. It is entirely possible to agree with someone on certain points and still disagree on others. Recognizing this reality is a sign of maturity and wisdom. On the other hand, supporting every idea someone presents without critical thinking reflects fanaticism. This text explores this dynamic by examining the relationship between Freud and Jung. Scientific progress typically occurs when researchers are willing to examine, test, and challenge the ideas of others. There is always room to offer different solutions to problems or to create entirely new methodologies. For this reason, major areas of knowledge often include various theoretical approaches, thanks to individuals who dared to rethink even well-established ideas. In this text, we will examine Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, two physicians who agreed on several points but ultimately followed divergent paths in their research. Who was Sigmund Freud? Freud is recognized as the founder of psychoanalysis. Anyone interested in the field should become familiar with his core ideas. He was born on May 6, 1856, in the city of Friedberg and died on September 23, 1939, in Hampstead. He studied medicine at the University of Vienna. Hypnosis and free association were prominent methods in his studies. As his work progressed, Freud replaced hypnosis with free association. He created psychoanalysis as a field dedicated to understanding the mechanisms that govern the human mind. Through it, psychological illnesses can be treated by accessing repressed information stored in the unconscious. Who was Carl Jung? Carl Jung is known as the father of analytical psychology. He was born in Keswill on June 26, 1875, and died in Küsnacht on June 6, 1961. He studied medicine at the University of Basel and worked in psychiatric hospitals, where he conducted research using word association tests to help diagnose mental illness. Jung's analytical psychology was influenced by alchemy and mythology. His work was also deeply inspired by Freud's studies. This is particularly interesting, as although the two men agreed on several key points, Jung's ideas frequently diverged from Freud's, creating a new path of thought. With that in mind, let us explore some similarities and differences between psychoanalysis and analytical psychology. The aim is to show how it's possible to develop new thinking from pre-existing ideas without needing to accept them in full. Jung was not a psychoanalyst. To begin, it is important to clarify that although Jung was inspired by Freud's work, he was not a psychoanalyst. As mentioned earlier, he founded analytical psychology, giving rise to a new field of knowledge. Both studied the unconscious. One central element in both Freud and Jung's work is the unconscious. While both thinkers gave importance to the psychic realm, their approaches to it were quite different. For Freud, the human psyche is divided into the unconscious, the preconscious, and the conscious. He believed that the unconscious stored threatening content that had been repressed by the other two parts. According to Freud, our behaviors are influenced by this repressed material. He also believed that repressed content could be brought to consciousness through free association, a method where patients are asked to say whatever comes to mind, no matter how trivial, as each utterance may be meaningful. The human psyche. Freud and Jung had differing views on the structure of the human psyche. According to analytical psychology, the psyche is composed of the conscious, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious. Thus, for Jung, the unconscious had two layers. He believed the personal unconscious contained material repressed by the conscious because it was incompatible with the individual's moral standards. This layer is considered superficial. Furthermore, Jung maintained that dreams are often connected to the personal unconscious. The collective unconscious. The collective unconscious represents a fundamental divergence between psychoanalysis and analytical psychology. Freud only recognized the personal layer of the unconscious. For Jung, however, the collective unconscious is the deepest part of the human psyche. It contains material shared among all human beings. According to Jungian theory, the collective unconscious is composed of inherited experiences that have been repeated over generations. This serves as the foundation for the existence of myths and religious beliefs. Final considerations. By highlighting the similarities and differences in Freud and Jung's ideas about the unconscious, we hope to demonstrate that analytical psychology emerged from both agreements and disagreements between these two thinkers. As shown, Jung accepted the idea of the unconscious, but expanded upon it with his own concept of the collective unconscious. It is essential for individuals to cultivate critical thinking. This helps avoid the error of blindly following others' ideas, while also preventing the dismissal of potentially valuable insights. List of Jungian archetypes. Human beings often seek patterns to explain their motivations, behaviors, and reactions. This can be seen in the popularity of astrology or typologies like the Enneagram. Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist, also believed in the existence of emotional and behavioral patterns. He referred to these models as archetypes and argued that they arise not randomly, but as expressions of the collective unconscious. If these concepts still seem unclear, don't worry. We'll break them down in a straightforward way. But before diving into the list of archetypes, it's worth briefly reviewing Jung's background to better understand why he devoted himself to this area of study. Carl Jung was born in 1875 and died in 1961. He studied medicine at the University of Basel and focused his work on psychiatry. One of his core interests was deciphering the symbolic meaning of unconscious material. This pursuit led him to found analytical psychology. Through his research, he developed techniques to analyze dreams and artwork in relation to the unconscious mind. He also explored psychological types, such as introversion and extroversion, and introduced the concept of complexes. Most importantly for our discussion, Jung developed the idea of the collective unconscious, which is the basis for understanding what archetypes are. What is the collective unconscious? In psychoanalysis, the human psyche is composed of the conscious and the unconscious. Jung expanded on this framework by proposing that the unconscious itself has two layers: the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious. According to Jung, the personal unconscious holds repressed memories and forgotten experiences unique to each individual. In contrast, the collective unconscious is shared by all human beings and consists of inherited behavioral patterns accumulated through generations of repeated experiences. As a result, all humans share certain forms of experiencing life. This is why the same archetypes can be found in different cultures and across time. Our personality, according to Jung, is shaped by various archetypes, some of which are more pronounced in us than others. By identifying which archetypes dominate our behavior, we gain deeper self-awareness. Now let's explore some of the major archetypes described by Jung. While he believed their number could be infinite, we'll highlight the most prominent ones, as they play a key role in our behaviors and cultural structures. Persona. The persona is the image we project to the outside world. It does not fully reflect who we truly are, nor does it reveal all aspects of our personality. Rather, it conforms to the expectations and norms of society. Great Mother. This archetype encompasses both the nurturing and destructive aspects historically associated with the maternal figure. The Great Mother symbolizes both creation and annihilation, embodying life-giving and life-taking powers. Shadow. The shadow contains the aspects of ourselves that we deny or repress. These traits remain hidden in the unconscious because we refuse to accept them. Jung believed that true self-integration requires confronting and accepting our shadow. Wise Old Man. The wise old man represents wisdom and inner guidance. This archetype drives us to seek deeper meaning in life and to look for mentors or leaders who can provide insight and direction. Anima and Animus. These archetypes reflect the opposite gender within us. The animus is the masculine energy in women, linked to logic and reason, while the anima is the feminine energy in men, associated with emotion and intuition. Recognizing these inner figures can be challenging for many people. Hero. The hero archetype represents the figure who strives to overcome challenges and defeat adversity. This character is often engaged in a battle with the shadow and seeks to bring goodness or justice to society. Self. The self is the archetype of wholeness, balance, and individuation. It reflects our inner drive towards self-realization and harmony between all aspects of the psyche. Melanie Klein, 1882 to 1960. Born in Vienna, Melanie Klein was analyzed by Sándor Ferenczi and Karl Abraham, whose influence likely provided the foundations for the development of her own theories. Although she built a notable professional career in Hungary and Germany, it was in London that Klein firmly established her name among Freud's most prominent contemporaries. Klein's major contributions emerged from her clinical work with children and infants, making her a pioneer in psychoanalytic theory and technique. She developed her own methods for working with children, introducing the idea that symbolic understanding could be accessed through play and toys. In her view, these elements served as a language through which the child's inner world could be expressed. She proposed the existence of a rudimentary ego present from birth. According to Klein, both the life and death drives are innate, existing within the infant from the beginning and shaping existence through their constant tension. Klein also described defense mechanisms that were even more primitive than those identified by Freud, revealing archaic mental functioning characterized by deeper forms of regression. Moreover, She conceived of the mind as a universe of internal objects that relate to one another through unconscious fantasies, forming psychic reality. These internal objects, experienced as whole or partial, carry symbolic meaning for the child and may be felt as good, bad, persecutory, and so on. Departing from Freud's linear psychosexual stages of development, Klein proposed a different model of psychic development based on the idea of positions. These positions, the schizoid paranoid and the depressive, became central to the understanding of early mental life and had a profound impact on psychoanalytic theory. She also made significant contributions to the understanding of emotional processes such as envy, gratitude, guilt, and the impulse for reparation. Melanie Klein's theory. Arriving in England in 1926, Melanie Klein, 1882 to 1960, began working with Ernest Jones. Her psychoanalytic theory diverged from and redefined several aspects of Freud's original framework. One of the key differences lies in the attention Klein gave to children, much greater than Freud had. However, it is essential to note that Melanie Klein consistently regarded herself as a follower of Freud. She made a point of emphasizing this allegiance throughout her career. Despite this self-identification, Klein introduced significant innovations by dedicating her psychoanalytic focus to the inner world of children, something Freud had not considered feasible. One of Klein's major disappointments was Freud's indifference to her work. Although Anna Freud also developed a psychoanalytic approach to children, Klein's theories differed sharply from those of her contemporary. Klein ultimately established a new branch within psychoanalysis. Since her primary clinical subjects were children, she devised a therapeutic method using play to work with children as young as 2 years old. Through this playful technique, she accessed unconscious material in early developmental stages. Unlike Freud, Klein emphasized the importance of the child's earliest psychological phases, even before the Oedipus complex. She maintained that these initial stages were more crucial than Freud had acknowledged. Klein's work expanded beyond psychoanalysis, influencing related fields such as education and early childhood development. Her contributions were so impactful that, after Freud's death, many regarded her as his intellectual successor. Her influence reshaped the future of psychoanalytic theory and clinical technique. Klein's contributions to psychoanalysis are far-reaching. Several of her ideas have become classical concepts, including theorization of the earliest stages of psychosexual development, the introduction of the notion of positions, new perspectives on ego and superego formation, and a redefinition of the Oedipal situation, the concept of the internal world, a revised understanding of object relations, the early presence of introjection and projection mechanisms, culminating in the formulation of projective identification. For many scholars, the defining distinction between Freud's and Klein's theories lies in how they conceptualize psychic dynamics. Freud postulated development through distinct psychosexual stages, oral, anal, and phallic, progressing in a linear and structured fashion. Klein, however, proposed a more fluid and cyclical framework for psychic development. Klein rejected the term stage in favor of position, suggesting that these positions do not end but continue to alternate throughout life. In her model, the child's psyche oscillates between two core positions within the first year of life: the schizoid paranoid and the depressive. Unlike Freud's sequential stages, these positions coexist and fluctuate rather than succeed one another. According to Kleinian theory, the schizoid paranoid position is marked by persecutory anxieties, while the depressive position gives rise to depressive anxieties. All emotional disturbances in Klein's framework are viewed through the lens of these two positions. For Klein, the psychic balance, and thus mental health, depends on the successful integration and navigation between these two fundamental states. This equilibrium holds the potential for resolving conditions such as depression, schizophrenia, and various neuroses. Fantasies in pathological content and analytical work. One of Melanie Klein's most recognized contributions to psychoanalysis is her study of what she termed fantasies. According to her, both normal minds and those classified as neurotic, perverse, or psychotic all possess fantasies. This phenomenon is present across all age groups, regardless of developmental stage. The crucial distinction between a normal fantasy and a pathological one lies in how the fantasy is managed by the psyche. That includes the mental processes through which these fantasies are worked through or transformed, as well as the degree to which the individual can successfully adapt to reality. In pathological conditions, the neurotic subject often exhibits reduced or insufficient censorship regarding their unconscious fantasies. These individuals are distinguished by the greater clarity with which their fantasies, typically hidden within the normal mind, become evident. In such cases, the line between inner fantasy life and external reality becomes blurred, exposing deeper psychic conflicts and revealing how unresolved inner turmoil expresses itself more freely. Klein strongly emphasized the importance of the analytical process as a privileged avenue for accessing the internal world of fantasy. For her, the function of psychoanalysis with children serves the same purpose as with adults: to uncover and interpret unconscious fantasies. She resisted perspectives that reduced child analysis to mere education or ego strengthening, as suggested by other scholars. Instead, she advocated for a consistent interpretive approach rooted in the symbolic dimension of fantasy life, regardless of the patient's age. Sigmund Freud had already introduced the concept of unconscious fantasy, closely associating it with repressed sexual content. Klein built upon this Freudian foundation, acknowledging the sexual dimension of fantasy, but expanding its implications. In her view, human existence is fundamentally shaped by the ongoing battle between the life and death instincts. This conflict finds its psychic representation in fantasies, which, while often sexual in nature, also reflect deeper existential dynamics. Sexuality, in this framework, forms the base upon which the life instinct is structured and expressed. Klein also observed that these fantasies, especially those of a sexual nature, persist well into adulthood, although they often become less apparent or more symbolically expressed. Nevertheless, their influence remains active within the adult psyche. Unconscious sexual fantasies may lead to disturbances such as frigidity or impotence, revealing how unresolved conflicts from early childhood continue to affect adult sexual function. Thus, Klein's work demonstrated that fantasy is not simply an ephemeral feature of childhood, but a core element of psychic life, shaping both pathology and the therapeutic journey. Melanie Klein and the play technique. Melanie Klein was born in 1882 in Austria. In 1916, she had her first contact with psychoanalysis and underwent analysis herself with a psychoanalyst. From 1919 onward, she dedicated herself fully to psychoanalysis and joined the Psychoanalytic Society of Budapest. With consistent dedication and study, in 1924 Klein presented her groundbreaking work titled Technique of Analysis of Young Children. Klein laid the groundwork and developed new techniques for child analysis, offering a transformative perspective on childhood development. Moreover, she was responsible for extending the scope of clinical psychoanalysis to include the treatment of psychotic, borderline, and autistic patients, something previously discouraged by Freud and his followers. Her discoveries demonstrated that children, even in their earliest years, experience not only sexual impulses and anxieties, but also profound disappointments. Although the first recorded case of child analysis was Freud's study of little Hans, this case was not based on direct observation by Freud, but was instead conducted by the child's father. Freud doubted that children could articulate their feelings sufficiently for proper analysis, believing the technical challenges made such work nearly impossible. Years later, the field of child analysis remained largely unexplored until Anna Freud and Melanie Klein each developed new methodologies, initiating proper analytic work with children. In the 1920s, Klein began working with children and infants, and like many scientific advances, the emergence of new discoveries brought about the adoption of new tools. In the context of child analysis, that new tool was the play technique. Because of the primitive structure of a child's psyche, a specialized analytic method was required. This method was found in the symbolic and therapeutic use of play. The difference between this technique and adult analysis lies solely in methodology, not in principle. The analytic goals and outcomes remain the same, though adapted to the child's developmental capacity. Klein observed that a child's play could symbolically represent their anxieties and fantasies. Since small children cannot produce free associations in the traditional sense, play became the symbolic equivalent of verbal expression, revealing the child's unconscious conflicts. Her attention to early life and the most primitive stages of mental development led to significant innovations even beyond clinical settings, influencing early childhood care practices like mother-infant rooming, parental presence in pediatric wards, early intervention strategies, and the kangaroo care method. The play technique. In her clinical work with children, Klein discovered that both the Oedipus complex and the superego are active at a much earlier age than previously assumed. This led to three fundamental contributions that became central to Klein's psychoanalytic approach: the existence of an early Oedipus complex, the presence of an archaic form of the superego, the possibility of transference in child analysis, even from the first session. Klein developed her own method of symbolic interpretation through play. She noted that children's games, stories, performances, and drawings could all be understood as analogous to the verbal narratives of adults in analysis. She believed that as long as the therapist could speak the language of the child, using comprehensible and symbolic communication, then the interpretations offered could deeply impact the child's psyche, bringing emotional, social, and cognitive relief. The primary goal of child analysis using play is to help the child gain mastery over the anxiety that drains their psychic energy and causes suffering. According to Klein's theory, the analyst's role is to identify and receive the child's anxiety, give it shape, and verbalize it in ways the child can begin to process and understand. Sometimes anxiety does not appear directly but rather through defensive behaviors, and in these cases, interpreting the defenses allows access to the underlying anxieties and unconscious fantasies. Conclusion. The triad of anxiety, defense, and unconscious fantasy forms the central thread of Klein's analytic model. The deep enjoyment children experience in their play is not only due to the gratification of wish-fulfilling impulses, but also because play serves as a crucial means for mastering internal anxiety. Through the play technique, Klein offered a revolutionary and compassionate path to healing in early childhood, expanding the reach and relevance of psychoanalysis well beyond its traditional boundaries. Donald Winnicott, 1896 to 1971. Donald Winnicott was a renowned English pediatrician who was the first to receive psychoanalytic concepts and incorporate them into his medical practice. Deeply influenced by both Freud and Klein, he developed a unique perspective shaped by his profession, especially as he worked with children separated from their families during World War II. This led him to focus intensely on the relationship between children and their caregivers. For Winnicott, the environment plays a fundamental role in the psycho-emotional development of the child. He introduced key concepts such as integration, understood as an innate human tendency, a journey that begins with non-integration, at birth, in a state of absolute dependence, and moves toward personalization, where the individual comes to inhabit and identify with their own body. This developmental process requires adaptability to the external world, which in turn depends on a secure environment that can contain and support the child, offering a space where they can confront their innate aggression and find meaning in their existence. Within this framework, Winnicott introduced the concept of the good enough mother, a caregiver capable of providing the essential conditions for development without excess or deprivation. To assist the infant in this developmental journey, Winnicott proposed the existence of transitional phenomena and transitional objects, subjective or concrete elements that help the child navigate the transition from their internal fantasy world to the external reality. These transitional experiences are crucial in the child's early development, laying the groundwork for how they relate to the world. Depending on how the child is supported during these early stages, the result may be the emergence of either a true self or a false self, both of which are central concepts in Winnicott's body of work. The true self is rooted in spontaneous, authentic experience, while the false self is a defensive construct developed in response to environmental failures, particularly those of the caregiving environment. Winnicott's theory. Donald Winnicott developed his therapeutic work with a primary focus on children. As a result, pediatrics received a solid foundation for the adequate construction of its clinical practice. Human potential. According to Winnicottian psychoanalysis, every human being holds the potential for development. This potential is directly influenced by the environment in which the individual is immersed and grows. If the environment is favorable, the person can venture into deeper layers of their inner self and become capable of exercising their full capacity. Development is gradual. A child's full development occurs through dependent phases. Children experience dependency in order to later walk toward independence in adulthood. Along this journey, they begin to form an identity that balances both parental influence and personal uniqueness. The family environment promotes the equivalent construction of the child's self. This environment is crucial in integrating the conditions necessary for proper growth. This can be observed through family as constant. The family acts as a constant in the child's life, providing security. It becomes a stabilizing force, presenting a steady, friendly circle without chaos. Catalytic role. The family holds the key to enabling healthy development, creating conditions that foster growth. A nurturing family environment facilitates the emergence of a mature individual. Tolerance. Though not universal, many families cultivate tolerance in the face of difficulty. Within this environment, the child has space to experiment with challenges under guided supervision. Maternal illusion and disillusionment. Winnicottian psychoanalysis affirms that the mother adjusts herself to the infant's needs. Initially, she feeds the child's illusions by fulfilling their desires. Later, she introduces disillusionment as needed. This process shapes the child's growing sense of reality. Holding. According to Winnicott, holding represents the mother's protective envelope against external and physiological threats. It's grounded in physical contact and the mother's capacity to interpret the infant's needs. This maternal care helps move the child from a disintegrated state toward integration, forming the base of healthy development. Psychic development. Winnicott breaks down psychic development into 3 parts. By examining them separately and then as a whole, we understand how the child evolves. Integration and personalization. The child engages with internal and external aspects of the mother. Through her, the ego takes form and internal chaos begins to be organized. Adaptation to reality. As the child grows, they start to face reality independently, learning to understand the world beyond the filtered reality the mother previously provided. Preconcern. Once the child realizes that the mother and the world are separate from them, their fantasies begin to shift. Winnicott emphasized the aggressive tendencies of infants and their struggle to preserve the external object over the internal fantasy of the mother. The self. Winnicott sees the self as a cluster of instincts, perceptions, and motor skills. These develop over time and integrate to form a cohesive identity. The mother supports this process by temporarily lending the child an ego, offering protection and meaning to their emerging selfhood. Transitional object. The transitional object is the child's first possession beyond their ego. It exists between internal fantasy and external reality. It symbolizes the child's negotiation with separation, marked by both distress and resistance. The father's role. The father becomes more prominent during adolescence, assuming an authoritative role. However, it's crucial to recognize that the adolescent was once a child. If their early environment was harmful, unresolved emotional wounds may resurface. Family psychosis relationship. Winnicott asserted that adult psychosis can indeed stem from early developmental failures within the family environment. Mental illness, in this view, is a consequence of early emotional misattunements. Winnicott dedicated himself to meticulously studying the mother-child bond. Thanks to this, we have access to Winnicottian psychoanalysis, a precise exploration of this unique connection. It gives us clear insight into how the relationship is structured. Maintaining a healthy family environment is essential. It is within this space that a child develops the emotional tools necessary for growth. A stable, nurturing environment produces a healthy, integrated adult. Winnicott's concept, the mother in the 21st century. Despite social advances, many archaic ideas and ideals remain present. One example is the outdated model of the perfect woman and mother, who lives solely for her children and husband. However, the 21st century mother no longer conforms to this Amelia standard, which generates internal and societal conflict. Furthermore, the patriarchal structure still reacts when a woman, in addition to being a mother, works outside the home, even when economic necessity demands it. The echoes of Donald Winnicott's concept of the good enough mother have perhaps never resonated more than in recent years. Feminine discourse on social media frequently uses expressions such as real motherhood and the motherhood taboo. The subject of female dedication to motherhood has gained visibility, stirring new reflections. Throughout human history, societies have been drawn to the mystery of fertility and the creation of life. In some cultures, even today, beings capable of generating or managing life are revered and feared. This cultural association between women and caregiving reinforces a sacred, almost mystical notion of motherhood. However, with technological and ideological progress, today's woman finds herself torn between motherhood and other roles, such as that of a professional. Consequently, the image of a mother entirely devoted to childcare is no longer sustainable. Winnicott's insights from the previous century remain relevant, envisioning the mother as someone who gradually introduces the infant to a world less sheltered and more attuned to real frustration and adaptation. What does it mean to be a good mother? Winnicott did not intend to teach women how to become good enough mothers. Yet, his concept opens the door to meaningful discussions about female identity, motherhood as fulfillment or duty, and the societal expectation of exclusive caregiving. Despite growing support for female empowerment, many modern conversations still reflect outdated beliefs. A recent public case involving presenter Sabrina Sato illustrates this point. She was heavily criticized for leaving her infant daughter to participate in a carnival parade. The use of the word leaving implies the mother is merely an extension of the child, especially in early life. This rhetoric reveals how distant society remains from Winnicott's concepts. He argued that part of the maternal role is to allow the child to experience frustration in manageable doses, cultivating emotional resilience. Yet today's dominant cultural narratives often still expect women to be exclusively responsible for their infants, as if the child could not be cared for by anyone else. Meanwhile, men are rarely scrutinized for leaving home to work or socialize. The revolution of psychoanalytic concepts regarding motherhood. Beyond these reflections, Alfredo Naffa Neto highlights that Winnicott significantly altered the psychoanalytic tradition by introducing his own unique perspective. While building on his predecessor's work, Winnicott innovated by acknowledging the woman's subjectivity, challenging Freud's more rigid views on the maternal role. For centuries, women were cast solely as nurturers in a male-dominated society. Winnicott, however, encouraged a new understanding of the mother in relation to her body, sexuality, and maternity, breaking from the notion that motherhood is an inseparable aspect of female identity. In Winnicott's work, we find a psychoanalytic refinement of the mother's unconscious influence on her child's bodily and sexual development. While Freud associated these experiences with compulsions and neuroses, Winnicott offered a more flexible view. He suggested that mothers foster autonomy in their children by encouraging them to gradually separate, thereby avoiding unhealthy dependence. Final considerations. Winnicott's good enough mother concept was ahead of its time. He anticipated a transformation in the societal representation of motherhood, a shift that aligns with the 21st century woman. His insights help mothers and fathers rethink standardized and stigmatized models of parenting. An urgent and broad social discussion is needed to help women shed guilt and embrace motherhood with freedom and shared responsibility. As women gain ground in society, children will develop a new perception of motherhood. In the future, more women may feel empowered to reject societal condemnation and choose a path of autonomy and liberation. Wilfred Bion, 1897 to 1979. Born in India, Wilfred Bion developed nearly all his work in London and spent his final years in Los Angeles. A dedicated physician, Bion specialized in psychiatry, but his profound humanistic formation, spanning philosophy, theology, and literature, clearly permeated his intellectual trajectory. As a psychoanalyst, he stood out as a brilliant mind, offering groundbreaking contributions, especially in the field of group psychotherapy and in the formulation of an original theory of thinking. During World War II, Bion carried out experimental work with therapeutic groups in a military rehabilitation unit. Following this, he continued studying group therapy dynamics in various clinics and in his private practice. Through these investigations, he formulated the idea that groups exhibit both conscious and unconscious processes, forming a collective mental functioning, or group mentality, shaped by the contributions of each individual member. In this context, the group becomes a space where regressive reactions, such as dependency, loss of affection, or fear, can emerge and be contained or processed. Heavily influenced by the theories of Melanie Klein, Bion later directed much of his attention toward the clinical treatment of psychotic patients. He became particularly interested in the disturbances related to language, thought, knowledge, and communication. Through his analytical work with these patients, Bion was able to develop an entirely original and sophisticated theory of thought and thinking processes. In Bion's view, thinking is not merely a function, but an active process designed to cope with primitive frustrations. In other words, when an individual faces an early disappointment or unfulfilled desire, their capacity to tolerate frustration determines the course of psychic development. If the hatred triggered by that early frustration is weaker than the ego's ability to contain and process it, thought will emerge as a means of symbolizing the experience. Consequently, a healthy psychic structure may take form. On the other hand, if the ego cannot manage the intensity of the primitive effect, thought cannot occur. Instead, this unresolved hatred will be expelled somatically, through bodily symptoms, or expressed via motor agitation and behavioral disturbance. Bion's work radically redefined the psychoanalytic understanding of thinking and emotional containment. His concept of container-contained continues to influence not only psychoanalysis, but also psychotherapy, education, and organizational studies. With unparalleled depth, Bion illuminated how thought emerges, develops, and collapses in both individuals and groups. Bion, Life and Theory. From a young age, Wilfred Bion seemed destined for a life marked by challenge and complexity. Born in India, he moved to England at the age of 8 to attend boarding school. Although he naturally stood out among his classmates, he often felt the absence of his parents and longed for the sense of security he once had in his birthplace. As he grew older, Bion became involved in both world wars, volunteering in the first and serving as a psychiatrist in the second, where he began developing his distinctive contributions to psychoanalysis while helping soldiers process the trauma of war. Through his professional relationships with Melanie Klein, Donald Winnicott, and Herbert Rosenfeld, Bion shaped his own original theories. These collaborations not only established his reputation within the psychoanalytic community, but eventually led him to become president of the British Psychoanalytical Society. Until his final years, Bion remained dedicated to expanding the reach and understanding of his insights into psychosis around the world. Group theory. One of Bion's central contributions was his study of group dynamics. Over the years, he refined a unique perspective on the mental activity within groups, showing how group interactions stimulate deeper relational awareness among individuals. Through his observations, he formulated general laws to explain the structure and behavior of groups. Group mentality. Group mentality refers to a type of mental functioning that develops within a collective setting. Often outside of conscious awareness, each individual contributes to its formation. Rather than being the sum of its parts, the group's mentality takes on an identity of its own, often shaped more by personal projections than by shared goals. The act of belonging to a group reawakens unconscious experiences of fusion, inclusion, and separation, allowing individuals to mirror their inner worlds against the backdrop of collective dynamics. Work group. In Bion's framework, a true group is one that operates consciously toward a shared task. These groups function through collaborative effort and active intention. Members reflect on their actions through ego-conscious mechanisms that operate on a secondary process level, engaging with reality in a structured way. Valency. Borrowing from the field of chemistry, Bion used the term valency to describe an individual's unconscious readiness to adopt specific roles or behaviors within a group. This dynamic aligns with the group's basic assumptions and activities. When these personal valencies harmonize across participants, the group achieves a stronger and more cohesive dynamic. Psychic functioning. Although Bion is widely known for his work with groups, he also deeply explored the individual psyche. He believed that people project their internal psychic structures into group interactions. Each person functions on two interconnected levels. Conscious level. This is the rational, reality-based part of the mind, shaped by both internal logic and external stimuli. According to Bion, this level operates through secondary processes, including reflective thinking and practical decision-making. It aims for psychic coherence and adapts to the environment through conscious choices. Unconscious level. Here resides the emotional and instinctual aspects of the psyche. Governed by the pleasure principle, the unconscious manipulates symbols and meanings through mechanisms like displacement, condensation, and deflection. It functions through primary processes, working to reduce tension and avoid psychic pain. The role of the analyst. Bion placed great importance on the analyst's attitude during the therapeutic encounter. For him, the present moment, the here and now, held immense power. The therapist's role was not to dwell on the patient's past or predict their future, but to engage with what was unfolding in the moment. This presence allowed the analyst to help the patient make sense of their psychic material without distortion or distraction. Bion warned against the use of memory and desire in analytic work. He viewed memory as potentially misleading and believed that projecting hopes or regrets onto the session could compromise its effectiveness. The goal of therapy, according to Bion, was to illuminate each immediate experience and uncover its underlying significance. He also sought to bring psychoanalysis to a broader audience, making its principles accessible even to those without extensive academic training. He encouraged a flexible, intuitive engagement with the inner world, promoting the idea that self-knowledge arises not through linear logic, but through an openness to internal nuance and contradiction. Legacy. Bion's work liberated psychoanalysis from rigid doctrines and opened space for alternative understandings of the human mind. By decoding the dynamics of both group and individual psychology, he provided tools for deeper reflection on collective behavior and personal development. His insights continue to shape public discourse around emotional life and mental health. Thanks to Bion, many now recognize how internal conflicts, unconscious drives, and relational dynamics shape the human experience, both individually and collectively. His legacy lives on as a beacon of courage and clarity for those willing to venture into the depths of their own psyche. Synthesis of Bionian psychoanalysis. Bionian psychoanalysis carries a more fluid and impersonal approach than most other schools. This is evident in the accessible nature of his writings, which require no interpreters to be understood. The knowledge Bion embedded in his work is available to everyone, essentially a form of democratic psychoanalysis. His perspective centers on several key principles. Intuition. Bion's method is less objective, moving away from ready-made solutions or obvious paths for the client. Intuition directly fuels the therapeutic process, guiding the analyst toward specific signals or impressions that draw attention. Alongside the patient's needs, the therapist leans on subjective inner wisdom to navigate the session meaningfully. Degree of experience. The experience of the analyst, both professionally and personally, deeply influences the outcomes achieved in therapy. It provides the therapist with a reservoir of tools to respond effectively to the present moment. Through this lived experience, the analyst offers tailored interventions aligned with the client's current emotional state. Empathy as a bridge to concepts. A distinct humanistic tone permeates Bionian therapy, fostering empathy as a pathway to understanding client-formed concepts. This empathetic engagement allows the analyst to truly grasp the core of what prompted the session, transforming abstract content into real, embodied insight. Sincere openings. Bion's work opened the door to the new and the paradoxical with ease and humility. His theories made the seemingly contradictory accessible, even the mystical aspects of human experience. He encouraged therapists to detach from linear logic and embrace alternative, often counterintuitive, paths to self-discovery. This openness invites the analyst to explore answers found in unfamiliar or inverted experiences. The power of the here and now. A cornerstone of Bionian psychoanalysis is the emphasis on the here and now. The therapeutic relationship thrives in the present moment, where transference becomes a tool for real-time engagement. Bion stressed that the analyst must operate without memory and desire, focusing solely on what is happening now. Interventions rooted in past or future projections must be carefully set aside. The present session, and nothing beyond it, holds the space for transformation. According to Bion, this focus sharpens the analyst's ability to interpret and respond to each impression in real time. Memory, he warned, is often distorted. Being sensory in nature, it can cloud the clarity of the current experience. Outcomes of Bionian psychoanalysis. The effectiveness of Bionian psychoanalysis has led many practitioners to shift their perspectives. Followers of Bion often report improvements not only in their clinical work, but also in their personal growth. This shift is reflected in the quality of their outcomes. Enhanced perception. While all analysts develop the skill to perceive behavioral triggers, Bionian analysis tends to expand this ability. Practitioners often detect underdeveloped emotional themes with greater ease, making their interventions more nuanced and profound. Liberation from personal impulses. Analysts may unconsciously tether themselves to the idea of curing their patients. While well-intentioned, this can become a burden if internalized as a personal responsibility. Bion's concept of working without desire or memory frees the therapist from this pressure, allowing more authentic engagement. Greater satisfaction, less frustration. The therapeutic process often leads into discomfort or uncertainty. But Bionian psychoanalysis embraces nonlinear paths, which can yield more satisfying results for both analyst and client. Without a rigid blueprint, new solutions emerge organically. No fixed goals. Though it may seem paradoxical, Bion's model resists the creation of predefined goals. Many people design elaborate life plans with towering objectives, compressing timelines in pursuit of grandeur. Bion's work advocates instead for a fluid journey. The analyst lets go of targets, refusing to aim at fixed destinations. This releases both therapist and patient from pressure, encouraging growth without the burden of perfectionism. The absence of desire and memory creates room for honest integration and authentic exploration. After all, goals often impose a false image of flawlessness. When left unchecked, this can undermine satisfaction and distort the very process of healing. Final considerations. Wilfred Bion introduced a more inclusive and approachable dimension to psychotherapy. His work brought psychological insight closer to everyday people, offering tools for understanding the internal shifts we all experience. Initially misunderstood or dismissed, Bionian psychoanalysis gradually proved its relevance and depth. In time, people came to see that healing must be digestible to be effective. When individuals understand the processes they're undergoing, they become better equipped to recognize the catalysts behind them and to shape the paths their lives take from there. Jacques Lacan, 1901 to 1981. A French psychiatrist, Jacques Lacan was a contemporary of Freud who, while deeply influenced by the founder of psychoanalysis, did not shy away from challenging or rethinking several of its core paradigms. Drawing from philosophy, art, literature, and especially linguistics, Lacan developed a unique and intricate approach to psychoanalysis, both in theory and in clinical practice. One of Lacan's earliest and most revolutionary contributions was his redefinition of the unconscious. He proposed that the unconscious is not an expression of the self, I, but rather a manifestation of the other. According to Lacan, the sense of self is not self-contained. It is formed through the gaze, discourse, and presence of the other. The unconscious, then, is structured like a language, and this language originates not from within the individual but from the outside world, from the other. From early childhood, the subject is immersed in a web of signifiers, symbols, words, gestures, which allow for the interpretation of sensations and the development of identity. These signifiers are not self-generated, but come from external sources, most notably from parental figures and societal structures. Through them, the child gradually builds an inner world that is fundamentally shaped by external language. Lacan also reconceptualized the clinical subject by proposing that human experience is structured through three interrelated orders: the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. The imaginary refers to the realm of images, illusions, and identifications. It is where the ego is formed through the mirror stage, when the infant first recognizes itself in a reflection and begins to develop a sense of self. The symbolic represents the order of language, law, culture, and social norms. It is the space where the subject becomes a part of society through language, and where desire is mediated by the other's words. The real stands for what is outside of language, what cannot be symbolized or fully represented. It is the domain of trauma, of what resists symbolization and remains as an ungraspable kernel of human experience. Through this triadic structure, Lacan provided a framework for understanding the fragmented, disinterred nature of the human psyche. His work radically reoriented psychoanalysis, emphasizing the centrality of language, the instability of identity, and the importance of desire as mediated by the other. Rather than offering a comforting path to self-coherence, Lacan's psychoanalysis insists on the subject's fundamental lack and the ways in which we endlessly circle around what we can never fully grasp, the truth of our own desire. Jacques Lacan, Life and Work. Born in Paris at the dawn of the 20th century, Jacques Lacan was the eldest of 3 siblings in a family enjoying the comforts of a prosperous bourgeois life. His parents owned a successful textile and food business, ensuring their place in the upper middle class. Yet despite their economic security, Lacan's family environment was steeped in structural and religious conflict. His grandmother, Marie-Julie, ruled the household with strict Catholic values, often clashing with her daughter-in-law. These tensions shaped Lacan's early worldview. Lacan received a Catholic education and quickly distinguished himself as an exceptional student. By adolescence, during the outbreak of World War I, he was already cultivating a sharply critical view of the world. Around this time, he encountered the work of philosopher Baruch Spinoza, an influence that would echo in his later psychoanalytic thought. Contrary to his father's wishes, Lacan entered medical school around age 19. While specializing in neurology, he nourished an ever-growing interest in literature and philosophy. This duality aligned him with the Surrealist movement, known for its focus on the unconscious and abstract, territories where Lacan felt at home. Psychoanalysis became his natural channel. Personal life. Raised in a Christian household, Lacan and his siblings took divergent paths. His sister Madeleine married a cousin and moved abroad, while his younger brother Marc became a Benedictine monk, adopting the name François. Lacan married Marie-Louise Blondin and had 3 children with her. Later, he began a relationship with actress Sylvia Butterly, with whom he had another daughter. Sylvia's bohemian lifestyle offered Lacan a departure from domestic routine and exposed him to the vibrant nightlife of the French elite. He left his wife after confessing the affair. Intellectual comparisons and legacy. Lacan is often compared to Freud, given the profound influence of the latter's work on his own. Yet while Freud emphasized that human behavior is guided by unconscious desires, Lacan reoriented this vision, proposing that the subject must decide amid indecision. He also diverged from Freud's theory of introjection and brought a more philosophical, structural, and linguistic framework to psychoanalysis. Although Lacan published only one major book during his life, Écrits, a compilation of key articles, his oral teachings formed the foundation of modern psychoanalysis. Students and admirers transcribed his seminars, resulting in nearly 30 volumes that continue to influence the field. Lacan's approach was marked by an often cryptic vocabulary and an abstract, yet precise, use of language. He proposed that human knowledge arises from a place of not knowing, and argued that excess intellectual production stems from this void. Central to his thought was the idea that the unconscious is structured like a language. Through this, Lacan reframed Freud's theory. Where Freud saw unconscious ideas as hidden, Lacan saw them as embedded in the very speech of the subject. Lacanian framework. Lacan's clinical work revolved around the idea that the unconscious speaks through the individual. He redefined the therapeutic encounter. The analyst intervenes minimally, allowing the patient's language to reveal hidden truths. This radical listening was aimed at unveiling what is said and unsaid, interpreting the gaps, silences, and slips. Several distinctive characteristics defined his work. Language as foundation. For Lacan, Language is not merely a tool, but the structure through which subjectivity is formed. The other as mirror. The self is formed in relation to the other, a concept representing both social norms and symbolic language. Non-dogmatic method. Lacan resisted rigid systems, offering instead a flexible, interpretive approach to the psyche. Short session model. Unlike traditional 50-minute sessions, Lacan would sometimes conclude a session within minutes, prioritizing the precision of the moment over its duration. Structure of the psyche. Lacan proposed that the psyche operates across three interrelated dimensions. The imaginary, the realm of images and identifications, where the ego is first formed. The symbolic, the domain of language, law, and social codes. The real, that which resists symbolization, including trauma and the unspeakable. These structures interact and produce the subject's experience of the world. Desire, according to Lacan, is always mediated by the symbolic, shaped by the other's language and never fully satisfied. The Lacanian vision. Lacanism, as a psychoanalytic school, seeks to decode suffering through speech. The analyst refrains from excessive interpretation, allowing the patient's unconscious to emerge naturally. His work emphasized ambiguity, paradox, and the necessity of embracing the unknown. In his view, healing did not lie in clarity, but in confronting the fractures of the self. Though controversial and often misunderstood, Lacan revolutionized psychoanalysis. His refusal to conform, both in life and theory, pushed the discipline into new territories. By daring to look beyond the obvious and listen between the lines, Lacan offered a mirror not just to the individual, but to the symbolic structures of society itself. Principles of Lacanian theory. Jacques Lacan, a prominent psychoanalyst, posed numerous essential questions about the structure of the human psyche. His theory challenges conventional psychoanalytic models, offering a radically different view of language, desire, and subjectivity. Here are 10 key principles that define Lacanian psychoanalysis. Speech belongs to the analyzed. A fundamental principle in Lacanian therapy is the analyst's non-intervention during the patient's speech. The patient must be allowed to express their impressions freely, without interruption. Any interference might distort the logical or subjective flow that leads the unconscious to reveal itself. Therefore, a Lacanian analyst refrains from interrupting, allowing the unconscious to unfold its own imagery. Primacy of language. For Lacan, the unconscious is structured like a language. He prioritized the function of the word, believing that meaning is derived more from symbolic associations than from literal interpretations. He redefined reality through the notion of the signifier, asserting that the meaning attributed to something is more significant than the object itself. Focus on the unspoken. Although speech is central, Lacanian analysis also considers other forms of expression. Behavior. The way someone carries themselves, including posture or silence, can reveal unconscious processes. Reactions. Emotional responses, even when subtle, offer important insight into internal states. Mode of expression. Nonverbal cues, like gestures, tone, or facial expressions, may disclose hidden meanings beneath spoken words. Session duration. Unlike Freud's standard 50-minute session, Lacan often used variable-length sessions. Some lasted only a few minutes. His approach was flexible, aiming to disrupt the patient's patterns of expectation and encourage deeper insight. The session's end was often determined by a significant revelation or rupture, not by the clock. The symbolic order. The symbolic is the register of language, law, and cultural codes. It is the structure that connects the conscious and the unconscious, allowing the subject to be formed within a network of signifiers. Through the symbolic, the subject finds meaning, yet also becomes bound to the limitations imposed by language. The imaginary. The imaginary pertains to ego formation, driven by the subject's identification with images. According to Lacan, individuals seek completion by identifying with others, forming a mirrored self-image. However, this identification is fundamentally alienating, as it is based on illusions rather than genuine self-knowledge. The real. The real is that which escapes symbolization. It cannot be fully processed or integrated into the symbolic or imaginary registers. The real is the domain of trauma, desire, and the unspeakable, it resists comprehension. In Lacanian thought, the real is an ever-present force that disrupts our symbolic structures. The Borromean knot. The Borromean knot symbolizes the interdependence of the symbolic, imaginary, and real. If one loop is cut, the other two unravel, highlighting their inseparability. This topological model illustrates that human subjectivity is sustained only through the tension between these three dimensions, and not by any one independently. The subject of the unconscious. Lacan proposed that the subject is not autonomous, but is instead constituted through language. Drawing on Saussure and Freud, he argued that the unconscious emerges from symbolic structures inherited from the other. Language anticipates and shapes the subject, giving form to both thought and desire. Alienation. Lacan described alienation as the condition of being constituted by the discourse of the other. This manifests in various ways. Parental alienation. The child is formed through the speech of their parents. Their desires are shaped by parental projections and expectations. Social alienation. Individuals may feel disconnected from political and social structures, perceiving society as an external force that governs their existence. They either submit passively or rebel, caught between identification and separation. Through these principles, Lacan redefined the psychoanalytic experience. His model emphasizes the importance of language, symbolic structures, and the complex layers of subjectivity. Rather than seeking resolution or fixed truths, Lacanian analysis aims to explore the fundamental divisions within the self and the endless deferral of meaning. Freud and Lacan. Freud and Lacan were revolutionary thinkers, each shaping the landscape of psychoanalysis in their own era. While the term master and disciple might not fit perfectly, given the absence of any direct interaction between them, their theoretical intersections are undeniable. Both explored fundamental questions about human behavior, the unconscious, and the role of language, though they arrived at different conclusions and structures. Their shared emphasis on language as a vital component of subject formation is foundational. For both, language is not just a tool of communication, but the very structure through which unconscious life expresses itself. The human psyche, in their view, is fundamentally shaped by words, symbols, and the absence or distortion of meaning. In this way, they both uphold the principle that speech is the gateway to the unconscious, exclusive to human beings, thus making psychoanalysis uniquely human. Speech belongs to the individual. Both Freud and Lacan stressed the importance of letting the patient speak without interruption. For them, the therapist's role is not to guide, but to witness the emergence of the unconscious through language. By avoiding intrusion, they preserve the authenticity of the patient's narrative. However, one of their distinctions lies in the structure of the therapeutic session itself. While Freud adhered to the traditional session time, Lacan revolutionized this format. Lacan allowed flexibility. Some sessions lasted only minutes, a practice that shocked many of his contemporaries. Time as an ingredient. For Lacan, time was not a rigid boundary but a component of the treatment itself. The end of a session often coincided with a moment of rupture or insight. Expansion and reformulation. Lacan frequently revisited Freud's original work, offering new interpretations rather than abandoning it. His engagement with Freud's texts was intense and respectful, but never submissive. While Freud's theories often presented themselves as complete structures, Lacan treated them as open systems, ready to be expanded. This is evident in how Lacan updated foundational Freudian ideas, infusing them with concepts from structuralism, linguistics, and philosophy, pushing the psychoanalytic project into new intellectual territories. The Oedipus Complex. Though both men addressed the Oedipus complex, their interpretations diverged significantly. Freud viewed it as a romantic and psychosexual developmental stage, deeply tied to gender identity and desire. Lacan, on the other hand, reframed it within the registers of the imaginary and the symbolic. For him, the Oedipus complex was not merely about familial dynamics, but a mythic structure that introduced the child into the symbolic order. It marked the transition from unstructured desire to socially codified identity. Repression and negation. Another point of divergence lies in how they conceptualized repression and negation. Freud's categories. Neurosis. the internal struggle between conscious and unconscious desires, often marked by guilt and anxiety. Psychosis, a breakdown in the ability to distinguish internal from external reality. Perversion, a conscious rebellion against social norms, indulging in forbidden pleasure. Lacan's approach. Lacan pushed further, emphasizing the structures of language and the symbolic order in shaping these pathologies. For him, repression was not only a mental process but a linguistic one, dependent on what was said unsaid or impossible to say. A note on desire. Freud described desire as a drive toward satisfaction, often rooted in early bodily experiences like hunger. Lacan, in contrast, saw desire as a permanent condition of lack. It is not simply about satisfying needs. It is about yearning for something fundamentally out of reach. Desire, for Lacan, is shaped by language and always mediated by the other. Final considerations. Despite their differences, Lacan and Freud shared a commitment to uncovering the hidden layers of the human psyche. Lacan's innovations did not cancel Freud's legacy, but enriched it. He brought psychoanalysis into conversation with modern disciplines and helped translate Freud's foundational insights into the language of the contemporary world. Reading their works side by side is not a quest to decide who is right, but an invitation to reflect on the evolution of thought. Together, they shaped the field of psychoanalysis into a living, adaptive system that continues to illuminate the complexities of the human condition. Mirror stage. In rare moments, we question our own image in today's world, often experiencing fleeting sensations of unreality. Though we may not recall it, this questioning begins early in life and plays a crucial role in our social construction. The mirror stage marks the mental moment when a child first perceives their bodily unity. By identifying with the reflected image in the mirror, and often through the recognition of another person, they begin to understand that they, too, possess an image and a self. Essentially, this is the moment when the child sees and recognizes themselves in the mirror. At first, the reflection is perceived as something foreign, but later, it becomes familiar. Despite their young age, the child intuitively senses the difference between human contact, warm and malleable, and the cold, smooth surface of the mirror. This entire realization occurs within the child's imaginative realm, where they begin to grasp the structure of their surroundings. While psychologist Henri Wallin laid the groundwork in 1931 with what he called the mirror test, it was Lacan who refined the theory and established its foundational role in psychoanalysis. The hand of the unconscious. Though Wallin initiated the concept of the mirror stage, Lacan significantly transformed its implications. Wallin saw the experience as a conscious process, something within the child's choice. Lacan, however, argued that the entire event happens unconsciously, within the realm of the child's imagination. According to Lacan, although the infant lacks full motor control, they can still fantasize about mastering their body and movements. The body, and the sense of bodily unity, emerges through identification with the image of the other in its totality. The mirror becomes the medium through which the child perceives their own form, launching what Lacan would later define as the blueprint for the ego's formation. Personality construction. A child begins to form their sense of self through their relationship with others. As they grow, they associate experiences with people who interact with them. Even their name, learned through repetition, becomes an auditory symbol of identity. These early interactions guide the child toward an awareness of being a separate entity. However, this process is not complete without gradual acts of separation, like weaning, walking, and speaking. I tried to run from myself, but wherever I went, there I was. The mirror stage posits that the child builds identification through their mirrored double. The imagination plays a crucial role, allowing the child to see themselves through something or someone else. This dynamic unfolds through interactions with the mirror. The mirror itself is not important. What matters is its function. Initially, the infant believes the reflection is another baby, but gradually realizes it is their own image. This marks a critical moment in their identity formation. The mother. The mother also serves as a mirror. Her constant presence, through touch, care, and words, creates a frame of reference in which the child begins to locate themselves. Society. As the mirror stage extends until around age 18, the child gradually encounters various people and reflects themselves in others. This interaction helps either affirm or negate elements of personal identity. The search. Even at such an early stage, the child embarks on an unconscious journey of self-discovery. While the mirror is merely a tool, its primary function sparks an inner search. This begins with questioning. Upon seeing the mirrored image, the child starts to question its nature. Initially mistaken as another person, the reflection eventually becomes recognized as the self. Through cold surface and still gaze, a realization forms. Reference. Beyond mirrors, the child begins referencing others, especially adults, to grasp their own form and being. Identity is not solely formed through maturation, but also through interaction with another. Fragmentation. During this developmental process, the child may confuse self and other. This signals the early experience of bodily fragmentation. With time, and guided by the mirror experience, they begin to form a sense of bodily unity. Even though children might appear linear in their behavior, they engage in deep identity-building processes from their earliest months. The mirror stage is a critical phase in this journey. Through it, the child learns to see, recognize, and seek autonomy. Autonomy arises when the child detaches from the identity of others to build their own. With proper support, this foundational experience unfolds as expected. Once self-awareness solidifies, the child is equipped to move forward into the next chapters of development. What it means to be Lacanian. Let's explore some of the defining traits of Lacanian thought. In many ways, this overview functions as a synthesis of principles and distinctions between Lacan's contributions and Freud's foundational work. Given Lacan's complex vocabulary, it's necessary to outline the non-symmetric, non-variable differences between his work and Freud's influence. Throughout his career, Lacan engaged deeply with the thought of major philosophers such as Freud, Kant, Hegel, Heidegger, and Sartre. His influence also extended forward to thinkers like Derrida, Badiou, and Zizek, figures widely recognized as Lacanians. Emphasis on the analyst and the symbolic structure. According to Jacques Lacan, to be Lacanian is to give primacy to the analyst, their presence, words, and direction of the session, as well as to the symbolic structure that governs the analytic experience. The analyst becomes a key interpreter of the unconscious process, not merely a passive observer. The Lacanian method stresses the architecture of symbols that surround both analyst and analysand. Being Lacanian isn't just admiring Lacan. Appreciating Lacan's brilliance is not enough. His influence is widely acknowledged even by those who don't identify as Lacanians. What defines a Lacanian isn't merely reverence for the man, but the active embodiment and application of his theoretical and clinical approach. An alternative lexicon. Lacanian psychoanalysis adopts a different terminology from Freudian discourse. Rather than simply updating Freud's concepts, Lacan rearticulated them, often using entirely new terms. This linguistic shift is not cosmetic. It reflects a reconfiguration of psychoanalytic theory from its foundations. Being Lacanian means thinking in Lacan's updated vocabulary, such as the real, the symbolic, the imaginary, and the name of the father. Focus on the subject and the other. The Lacanian subject is born not just through personal history, but through the discourse of the other, with a capital O. This other is not merely other people, but the symbolic network through which desire, language, and identity are structured. Understanding this framework is crucial to grasping Lacanian clinical practice. Language as the architect of the psyche. Language is central to Lacanian thought. It is through language that the unconscious speaks, structures meaning, and defines identity. Lacan's insistence on the primacy of the signifier has made his work especially influential among literary theorists and linguists. His aphorism, "The unconscious is structured like a language," encapsulates his break from classical psychoanalysis. Clinical practice beyond rigid protocols. While Freud suggested consistent sessions of roughly an hour, the Anglo-American tradition shortened this to around 50 minutes. Lacan, however, defied these norms. He was known for conducting variable-length sessions, including extremely short ones. His aim was to disrupt the analysand's defenses and produce meaningful breakthroughs at precise moments, rather than conforming to a fixed schedule. The role of the analyst as the big other. In Lacanian terms, the analyst functions as a placeholder for the big other, an omnipresent yet impersonal force through which the analysand's speech gains shape. The analyst listens with evenly suspended attention, not to reassure, but to allow the subject's truth to emerge. They are not bound to any law other than that of the symbolic itself. Lacanian thought and modernity. To be Lacanian today means adapting psychoanalysis to the modern and postmodern subject. The old family structures, gender roles, and social certainties have collapsed. Lacanian psychoanalysis has proven uniquely equipped to deal with subjects who no longer conform to the traditional molds Freud once described. Lacan expanded the psychoanalytic field to include emergent phenomena of contemporary life: identity crises, digital alienation, and symbolic fragmentation. A non-dogmatic approach. Lacanian analysts reject standardized ideologies or procedural orthodoxy. Inspired by Lacan's anti-dogmatic stance, the clinical focus shifts to a person's jouissance, their unique relationship with pleasure, fear, and repetition. Techniques emerge organically through the encounter with each individual psyche, not from a prefixed framework. To be Lacanian is, deep down, to be Freudian. At its core, Lacanian psychoanalysis remains grounded in Freudian soil. Lacan did not reject Freud, he extended him. To be Lacanian is to engage with Freud's discoveries while testing their limits and exploring their unspoken assumptions. Lacan reread Freud rigorously, revealing what Freud's texts could not yet say, and thus revitalized psychoanalysis for a new era. In short, to be Lacanian is to enter into a living tradition, a psychoanalytic lineage that both honors its origin and dares to evolve beyond it. Contemporary psychoanalysis. The current practice of psychoanalysis. The evolution of psychoanalysis to the present day. Over a century has passed since the founding of psychoanalysis, and as we've seen, many theorists have devoted their work and research to the growth of this field. Whether applied to clinical practice or theoretical refinement, these contributions have diversified the psychoanalytic tradition. On one hand, the emergence of new conceptions has enriched the discipline by relativizing established schools of thought. On the other, excessive conceptual reformulations, sometimes lacking rigorous referencing, have led to distortions and misunderstandings that require critical attention. To help map this landscape, Zimmerman proposes a didactic division of psychoanalysis into 3 stages: orthodox, classical, and contemporary. Orthodox psychoanalysis. Orthodox psychoanalysis refers to the foundational period shaped by Freud's clinical model, which prioritized the investigation of psychic processes through the interpretation of unconscious content. Dreams, repressed material, and forbidden desires were treated with profound significance. This phase relied heavily on the decoding of symbolic manifestations, aiming to alleviate symptoms via Freud's core concepts: trauma theory, repression of lived experience, the elevation of unconscious content to consciousness, and ego regulation over the drives of the ID. The technique during this era was rigid, with a high frequency of sessions, often 6 times per week. The therapeutic objective was to uncover repressed memories and resolve internal conflicts through insight and structured interpretation, with the analyst assuming a neutral and authoritative stance in a strictly controlled analytic setting. Classical psychoanalysis. Classical psychoanalysis marked an expansion in both clinical scope and theoretical depth. Practitioners began analyzing not only neurotic patients, but also those with psychotic structures, engaging more deeply with primitive defenses, archaic emotional states, and unconscious fantasies. The focus shifted toward early psychic formations, allowing for a broader and more nuanced exploration of the human mind. Session frequency remained high, 4 to 5 times per week, but the technical rigidity eased. Greater attention was paid to the analytic relationship itself, especially the dynamics of transference and countertransference. The analytic setting became a sacred space, and any modifications to the analytic contract were carefully weighed and interpreted within the process. This period marked the transition from a one-way model of insight to a more relational and interactive understanding of the therapeutic encounter. Contemporary psychoanalysis. In contemporary psychoanalysis, the relationship between analyst and patient takes center stage, particularly in its emotional and affective dimensions. Transference is viewed as a reenactment of early mother-infant dynamics, and the analyst's presence plays a pivotal role in reviving and transforming these archaic relational patterns. Theoretical rigor gives way to a more natural, responsive stance, and ego functions become a central focus of clinical exploration. This phase also sees psychoanalysis opening itself to dialogue with other scientific disciplines, such as neuroscience and psychopharmacology. The contemporary analyst is encouraged to adopt a pluralistic formation, drawing from various schools and methodologies to meet the emerging complexities of the clinical field. According to Zimmerman, despite these expansions, contemporary psychoanalysis still preserves Freud's foundational principles, such as the unconscious, psychic drives, and analytic field phenomena, while significantly reinterpreting early emotional development. Today's analysts must re-evaluate the criteria for recommending psychoanalysis, adapt the analytic contract to the needs of the individual, and respond flexibly to the evolving structures of the analytic field. The once rigid norms surrounding the setting, technical rules, resistance, transference, countertransference, and insight have given way to a dynamic interplay of communication, interpretation, acting out, and emotional elaboration. The very notion of cure has been redefined in light of this evolution. Emerging contemporary perspectives. Among the notable developments in recent psychoanalytic history is the emergence of psychosomatic psychoanalysis, which gained traction in the mid-20th century through the work of Pierre Marty, Joyce McDougall, and Franz Alexander. This field will be explored further in a future module. Another significant figure is André Green, 1927 to 2012, a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who brought a renewed systematic approach to Freud's original ideas. Green sought to overcome the theoretical impasses that emerged in post-Freudian psychoanalysis by integrating key elements from the French school, especially the contributions of Jacques Lacan. His work points toward a new synthesis in both theory and practice, aimed at articulating a fresh paradigm for contemporary psychoanalytic thought. Contemporary psychoanalysis, the current practice of psychoanalysis. In the field of contemporary psychoanalytic practice, a wide array of conceptual frameworks have emerged, many of which have sought to recontextualize traditional psychoanalytic schools while addressing the evolving demands of the clinical setting. Yet, alongside this rich expansion, certain formulations have generated conceptual distortions due to a lack of grounding in classical psychoanalytic literature. In response to this complexity, Zimmerman proposes a didactic model that classifies the historical development of psychoanalysis into three categories: orthodox, classical, and contemporary. The orthodox phase. Orthodox psychoanalysis was rooted in the foundational Freudian clinic, where psychic phenomena, particularly unconscious content, were explored in depth. Dreams, repressed desires, and unresolved Oedipal conflicts were central to the therapeutic work. Sessions were frequent and highly structured, often occurring 6 times a week, with the aim of decoding symbolic manifestations and resolving neurotic symptoms through the reemergence of repressed material into consciousness and the strengthening of the ego. The classical phase. Classical psychoanalysis broadened its scope beyond neurosis, incorporating the treatment of psychotic patients. Analysts began exploring more primitive emotional states, unconscious fantasies, and archaic defense mechanisms. Although the session frequency remained high, 4 to 5 times per week, technical rigidity diminished. The analytic relationship, especially transference and countertransference dynamics, gained prominence. The therapeutic setting, or setting, became sacrosanct, and any modifications to the analytic contract were carefully considered within the interpretive process. The contemporary phase. In contemporary psychoanalysis, the focus has shifted toward the affective bonds between analyst and patient, often mirroring early mother-infant dynamics. These relationships facilitate psychic evolution by reactivating infantile experiences, positioning the analyst as a vital emotional figure. As such, the analyst's perspective must adopt a multidisciplinary and integrative posture, blending psychoanalytic theory with current developments in neuroscience, psychopharmacology, and culture. This pluralistic approach demands an analyst who is attuned to the socio-cultural context of the analysand, fostering a sensitive listening that adapts to emergent subjectivities. As Berman highlights, contemporary culture is marked by narcissistic modes of subjectivation, in which the subject fails to recognize the radical otherness of the other, reducing interpersonal relations to narcissistic enjoyment. Psychoanalysis must respond with an ethical and attuned listening that makes room for complexity. Psychoanalytic listening in the face of emerging pathologies. In light of such cultural transformations, psychoanalysts must develop an acute awareness of the psychodynamic underpinnings of modern psychopathologies. As Rahel proposes, the analyst's task is to discover a unique idiom for each analysand, one that supports singular modes of communication and facilitates symbolic appropriation. In this view, the body becomes an acquisition that must be carefully nurtured in order to transform into a psychosomatic whole. Drawing from and reworking Winnicottian thought, Rahel emphasizes the need for personalized interpretation over generic technique. Contemporary innovations and theoretical reevaluations. Psychoanalysis is undergoing a deep internal introspection. Scholars and clinicians are revisiting Freud's corpus with renewed critical engagement, not to dismiss his insights, but to update and expand upon them. Groups of analysts continue to meet in study groups and institutions, creating a vibrant intellectual ecosystem where theory and clinical practice are constantly interrogated and enriched. This openness has made way for novel perspectives, such as the psychosomatic model developed by thinkers like Pierre Marty, Joyce McDougall, and Franz Alexander. Additionally, the work of André Green has carved out a central position in the redefinition of psychoanalytic thought. Deeply influenced by Lacan yet independent in his orientation, Green sought to synthesize post-Freudian controversies into a coherent and progressive paradigm, placing renewed emphasis on psychic representation, effect, and symbolic failure. As Fernando Uribarri aptly remarks, like André Green and others, we are privileged to witness the passionate adventure of building a contemporary Freudian psychoanalysis. This movement, launched by Pluralistic Trends, invites us to take part in it, conceiving and practicing it as an open disciplinary matrix, as a renewed investigative project, may be one of the richest ways to personally inscribe ourselves in it and collectively enrich it. Conclusion: the state of psychoanalysis today. Contemporary psychoanalysis stands at a pivotal moment. Analysts are actively co-authoring a new chapter in the psychoanalytic tradition, one that embraces theoretical pluralism, cultural sensitivity, and an ethics of listening. Each analysand is approached as a singular subject, requiring an equally singular form of psychoanalytic work. Through critical thought, interdisciplinary dialogue, and the written word, analysts today contribute to a collective reimagining of psychoanalysis. Still, the foundational principles must not be abandoned. Psychoanalysis, in its essence, demands the presence of the couch, the symbolic space of free association and psychic discovery. Straying from this may lead to the creation of alternative therapies, but it would no longer be psychoanalysis. To remain faithful to the field, we must preserve its core while daring to innovate from within. Psychoanalysis today. What is the meaning of psychoanalysis today? The concept, once born as a radical method of exploring the unconscious, is now found across multiple disciplines, ranging from philosophy to literature, medicine, and clinical psychology. Psychoanalysis may be best understood as both a therapeutic method and a system for interpreting human behavior, subjective structures, and the cultural codes that underpin relational life. Created by the Austrian neurologist Sigmund Freud, 1856 to 1939, psychoanalysis remains a vivid presence in contemporary discourse, despite the shifting tides of postmodernity. The term psychoanalysis appeared for the first time in 1894 in Freud's writings, from the French Psychoanalyse and the German Psychoanalyse. Originally rooted in treating neuroses and later psychoses, psychoanalysis today extends to a wide array of psychological conditions. Its clinical framework continues to guide practitioners working across hospitals, schools, courts, social institutions, and private practice. At its core, psychoanalysis is founded on the interpretation of symbolic content, dreams, slips, symptoms, words, and acts. The analyst's task is to decode the latent meanings embedded in these formations, which serve as expressions of unconscious desire and conflict. 3 levels of psychoanalysis: yesterday and today. From its inception, Freud articulated psychoanalysis in 3 interrelated levels. These distinctions are still relevant today, especially as contemporary psychoanalysis evolves into a more integrative and pluralistic practice. Method of investigation. At its foundation, psychoanalysis is a method for uncovering unconscious meanings in speech. This is why the analytic couch exists, not merely as a symbol of the tradition, but as a device to facilitate free association. The analyst listens attentively, intervening rarely, and only with surgical precision. Therapeutic application. Built upon the discoveries of the investigative method, psychoanalysis functions as a clinical tool to treat psychological suffering. Through interpretation, resistance analysis, and transference work, the analyst helps the subject articulate what was previously inexpressible. System of theory. The 3rd level encompasses the body of theory that forms the psychoanalytic tradition. This includes metapsychology, theories of development, and the typologies of neurosis, psychosis, and perversion. These frameworks allow analysts to conceptualize the psyche with clinical precision. Though these structures originated with Freud, they have been continuously reworked by subsequent thinkers. In contemporary psychoanalysis, we see this evolution not as a rejection of Freud, but as a dynamic conversation with his legacy. The genesis and expansion of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis did not enjoy immediate acceptance. In fact, it was met with skepticism and even ridicule during its early years. Freud's first public lecture in Vienna in 1900 was attended by only 3 people. However, by 1902, Freud had gathered a small circle of committed followers, and the movement began to grow. Major milestones include the First International Psychoanalytic Congress in Salzburg, 1908, the launch of the International Journal of Psychoanalysis, 1909, and the establishment of the International Psychoanalytic Association, 1910. Despite early resistance, especially from Freud's own Viennese colleagues, the movement expanded, thanks in part to the contributions of thinkers such as Carl Jung, Melanie Klein, Anna Freud, and Jacques Lacan. Each of them reinterpreted Freud's ideas, adding new dimensions that remain influential in psychoanalysis today. Psychoanalysis and contemporary society. In today's world, psychoanalysis offers crucial tools for understanding both individual suffering and collective dynamics. Freud believed that civilization imposes a necessary renunciation of instinctual satisfaction. Living in society means sacrificing aspects of our primal desires, particularly those linked to sexuality and aggression. Freud's model of the mind, ID, ego, and superego remains a vital lens through which we can explore these tensions. Contemporary psychoanalysis continues to interrogate these dynamics, not only in the private domain of the clinic, but also in our broader cultural and political realities. The human subject, in Freud's conception, must relinquish personal omnipotence to belong to a community. Ethical, religious, and moral codes serve as boundaries that shape psychic life, but they also produce suffering, repression, and symptom formation. In this context, psychoanalysis becomes not just a treatment, but a mode of resistance and self-reclamation. Psychoanalysis today, relevance and transformation. Today, psychoanalysis remains a living, breathing discipline, reshaped by history, enriched by dialogue, and challenged by contemporary demands. New schools of thought have emerged, from object relations to Lacanian theory, from psychosomatics to infant research, feminist theory, and neuropsychoanalysis. All engage with Freud's foundational insights, but expand them into novel directions. Moreover, psychoanalysis now dialogues with fields like neuroscience, phenomenology, and critical theory. The pluralism of current psychoanalytic thought reflects a deeper truth. There is no singular path to psychic truth, but multiple trajectories leading toward symbolic elaboration, insight, and transformation. As clinical practice becomes more diverse, psychoanalysis today also demands a more flexible practitioner, one who is trained across disciplines, sensitive to social change, and willing to tailor their technique to the unique logic of each analysand. It is not a return to Freud that is asked of us, but a return through Freud a critical engagement with the founding texts that allows us to reimagine the practice for the 21st century. In this way, psychoanalysis remains indispensable, not as a relic of the past, but as a vital science of subjectivity, singularity, and freedom. The leading psychoanalysts. Opening the doors to one of the most influential therapeutic methods in history, Sigmund Freud laid the foundation for psychoanalysis and inspired a brilliant constellation of followers. Each brought their own vision, enriching the field and expanding its reach across generations and disciplines. These key figures not only continued Freud's legacy, but also introduced concepts that revolutionized the practice. Wilfred Bion. Wilfred Bion emerged as a pioneering thinker with a profound interest in psychosis and group dynamics. His rigid upbringing and formative experiences during wartime deeply shaped his theoretical trajectory. Despite tensions with Melanie Klein, his early analyst and mentor, Bion developed groundbreaking ideas on group therapy, especially useful in treating traumatized soldiers during World War II. He proposed that unconscious processes operate within groups just as they do in individuals, introducing concepts such as the basic assumption group and group mentality. Bion's work offered a sophisticated lens through which to understand collective psychology and the individual's role within it. His later theories on thinking, emotional truth, and thoughts without a thinker marked a shift toward a more abstract, introspective psychoanalysis. Melanie Klein. An Austrian-born psychoanalyst, Melanie Klein redirected the field's gaze toward childhood and infancy. Beginning her clinical work at a time when Freud's theory focused largely on adults, Klein boldly ventured into analyzing young children through play. Key contributions include internal world. Klein emphasized the child's inner world as just as significant as the external environment. From the earliest interactions, such as breastfeeding, infants begin to structure their psychic reality. Projection, introjection, and identification. These mechanisms allow the infant to defend against anxiety. Klein theorized that emotional survival begins through fantasy-based defenses. Unconscious fantasies. Pleasure and pain influence how children interpret their world. Over time, these unconscious fantasies shape their perceptions of good and bad, forming the core of their subjective experience. Donald Woods Winnicott. A pediatrician turned psychoanalyst, Donald Winnicott placed maternal care at the center of psychic development. For him, psychological maturation and integration could only occur through the presence of a good enough mother, one who adapts to the infant's needs without excess or absence. His key ideas include holding environment. The mother provides physical and emotional containment that fosters a sense of continuity and trust in the infant. True self and false self. Through consistent attunement, the child develops a sense of authenticity. When environmental failures occur, a false self may take root to maintain external compliance at the expense of inner vitality. Transitional objects. Objects like blankets or toys help mediate between internal fantasy and external reality, assisting the infant's move toward autonomy. Jacques Lacan. Jacques Lacan is regarded as the most radical interpreter of Freud in the 20th century. Though he revered Freud, Lacan forged a distinct path, deeply influenced by structural linguistics, philosophy, and surrealism. Known for his cryptic style, his teachings were primarily oral, with his écrits and over 20 seminars forming the backbone of his oeuvre. Key concepts. The unconscious is structured like a language. Lacan redefined the unconscious not as a reservoir of repressed content, but as a linguistic structure shaped by signifiers. The mirror stage. This developmental phase marks the child's entry into subjectivity by recognizing its image, giving rise to the ego. Desire and the other. For Lacan, our desires are always mediated by the other, another person, a cultural code, or language itself. We want what the other wants or what we imagine the other lacks. Andre Green. Andre Green occupies a unique space as both a traditionalist and a visionary. Deeply loyal to Freud, he also sought to address gaps in psychoanalytic theory, particularly in the realm of emotional emptiness and absence. Green's work helped bridge classical psychoanalysis with the demands of the modern psyche. Known for negative thinking and the work of the negative, Green introduced the idea that absence, loss, and internal voids play a vital role in psychic structure. Revitalizing Freud, he revisited Freudian ideas with a critical, yet reverent lens, often challenging colleagues who strayed too far from foundational principles. Clinical complexity. Green insisted on a nuanced, multi-layered understanding of clinical phenomena, pushing psychoanalysis toward deeper engagement with borderline states and psychosomatic suffering. Final thoughts. Each of these thinkers, Freud's direct disciples and his theoretical descendants, contributed singularly to the unfolding richness of psychoanalysis. They didn't simply preserve the Freudian legacy. They expanded it, diverged from it, and in doing so, ensured its survival into new cultural epochs. Today, their works remain essential reading for anyone serious about understanding the psyche. Far from being locked in the past, these theorists continue to inspire new generations of analysts, therapists, and scholars. In their hands, psychoanalysis became not just a science of the mind, but a living art of listening, interpreting, and transforming human experience.